Hello everyone, welcome back to the ESL Pro League Season 5. It's been a fantastic season so far, but there's still more to come. And this time around, I'm joined by the wonderful Hugo. How are you doing, my man?
I'm good. I'm happy to be here again. Happy to be casting with you, obviously. So we got some good games tonight, obviously.
Yeah, it's been a while. So, we're reunited this time around, obviously, coming into Pro League. It should be exciting. Obviously, as you saw before we got into this, it will be HellRaisers going up against G2 as the first game of the day, which should be a fun one. Your initial thoughts on that, just to touch on things quickly?
Quite interesting. Both teams near the bottom of the league in terms of their standings. G2 looking to hopefully get a bit better, at least for recently qualifying for things like Star Series, whereas HellRaisers kind of in a bit of a rut. Interesting to see which team's going to be kind of taking the lead at the bottom, taking the lead at the bottom of the standings.
Yeah, so where they're going to pan out, actually working our way through today's. And touching on standings, why don't we actually bring those up and have a look how things have been going throughout the league. Why don't you run me through this, Hugo, and give me your thoughts overall?
Obviously, you've got to look at Mousesports at the top. That's the weirdest one, right? They recently lost Nico, and we assumed after that they'd crumble, but still having a lot of dominant victories there, despite, you know, losing the main player of the team and the carry for the team. So very interesting to see how they carry on going into the league. And obviously, teams like NIP at the bottom, we've touched on this pretty much every week, right? That's just so weird seeing NIP, you know, one of the home names in CSGO esports, really stuck in a rut right now.
Yeah, a team that was dominant for so many years. You know, they went undefeated at the beginning of Counter-Strike and then working their way through. You know, only last week picking up those first initial wins to get themselves from that bottom spot, now moving up to the 13th place. Is this how you sort of assumed this would pan out there? Is there anything really crazy sticking up through, apart from NIP's placement?
G2, we were kind of hoping they'd do a lot better, right? You know, the recent French super team kind of roster changes with MV and G2, and surprisingly MV, with the arguably worst roster, still doing better than them. So I think that's a bit of a surprise, but I think G2 are more on a slow burn, and I think we can talk about that a little bit more when we go into the pre-match analysis. I think they're going to start to rise up in the tables.
Yeah, it's very interesting as well that actually Kenny S himself touched on it and said, you know, it's hard when your team you're playing under gets branded as a super team. There's a lot of pressure then gets put on you to try and work your way through that, and it is something that impacts them. So obviously G2 coming into this, it will be interesting to see where their mindsets are, more of a benchmark going into, because HellRaisers, they haven't had the best showing, but by no means have they had the worst.
No, definitely not one of the, you know, the worst teams. They are kind of bordering, but I don't think they're exactly a team that we kind of expect to get relegated in terms of the other teams that we can see in the league.
Yeah, it's true. But anyway, work our way through. Let's check out that schedule and just see what we will actually be witnessing tonight. Over on the mainstream, obviously, you're going to have Na'Vi versus FaZe to kick things off. Should be a very explosive matchup. Obviously, FaZe, the team that since the addition of Nico have been tearing things up. Nip versus Fnatic as well. Kind of a classic matchup in terms of Counter-Strike history. But over on our stream, obviously, we have Gamers 2 going up against HellRaisers. This will be kicking this off and guiding our way through Inferno and Overpass. Actually, a fairly good map pool for this series that will be cool to check that one out. And then finally, LDLC up against FaZe. So FaZe playing a lot of games tonight. We will get to see a bit of that Nico magic as well on display.
Yeah, very excited for that.
Yes, that'll be pretty awesome. What do you reckon is going to be your favourite matchup going into this, though?
You got to look at the second one, obviously, FaZe LDLC. I just love watching FaZe because you look at them as a team with such firepower and you go, that's great. And then even, you know, getting rid of AZ and bringing in Nico, now they're just 10 times better. You know, they obviously got to the grand finals of IEM Katowice, and since then they've just been doing phenomenally, at least online. So I'm really excited to carry on watching them, see how they do. LDLC as well, definitely a team kind of, they lost players to the French super team like XMS, but they're still actually performing fairly well so far in Pro League, coming up from ESL Premier in the previous season. So yeah, definitely a team to watch out for.
Something else to watch out for, guys, is going to be Pace Safeguard. Obviously, work your way through on there. There's going to be the fan vote as well, so you can check out your favourite players. If you've got some in mind, get over there, work your way through. Hugo, who are your favourite players?
Well, I think I just touched on it. Nico, you know, who doesn't love a bit of Nico, the Bosnian star, coming out of, well, really nowhere and a scene without many players, despite being, you know, now one of the best players in the world, I think is kind of obvious to say.
It's true, and he wouldn't have got there without the aid of Mountain Dew. So why don't you guys also check out the Mountain Dew League? You might as well go over there, work your way through some fantastic stuff going on. You can check out the standings and all sorts over at esca.net/MDL. Hugo, though, obviously, it is going to be a fantastic night of games. There's a lot going on the main stream and also on our stream. But if you're going to miss out on today's games because you can't watch the games today, you can always catch those VODs over on YouTube. So get yourself over to our channel, guys. Obviously, that's where everything is going to be going down as well. We're streaming there. All of the content's there. And whilst you're over there, if you hit that subscribe button, but you're worried about missing out on some content, go ahead and ring that bell to make sure you keep updated with all the latest and the greatest here from ESL Pro League.
Sell out Jackie.
It's true. I've been working on it for many years. That's what I do. It's how I make my money.
Yeah.
But who will win today's matchup? That is going to be the interesting question, obviously, coming into it. And why don't you tell us what you're thinking at home about that as well? You can tweet at us. You can also hit us up on Facebook. But we want to know exactly what you're thinking. What are you thinking, Hugo? You know, you've given us a little bit of an idea, a little bit of a hint. You've sorted it in there. But I want to pick your brains now for a little bit.
Yeah, so this is a really interesting matchup, especially with the map pools that we have. You kind of talked about it earlier, Inferno and Overpass being the two. Inferno, obviously the latest addition to the map pool. It's kind of hard to see where certain teams stand on it at the moment. We haven't seen a lot of games on it from some teams. For example, G2, only 2 maps logged, I think, and both of them online anyway, so kind of irrelevant, right? It's very, very hard to work out what they're going to be doing on that, and at least for HellRaisers as well, only 1 map on Inferno, and that was against Fnatic, losing 16-7. So kind of not really enough to work off of that sense, but going into Overpass, I think this is going to be interesting, because we look at G2, and just off the bat we go, the roster is better than HellRaisers, right? In theory, they should win. But then we look at Overpass, and we go, this is one of G2's worst maps. This is a map they never performed on well, at least with this roster, and not even so much as the old French roster, whereas HellRaisers are actually okay at it. So I think there's a really good upset potential that we could even see HellRaisers go above and beyond and take that second map. But to be honest, I think with the first map, even though it is inconsistent and hard to tell with the recent addition of Inferno, I still feel like G2 will probably have the edge, just being a more well put together team and having those big names like Shox and KennyS that can always step up and carry you through a series. That
star potential that's there that really can shine when they kick off. And guys, as well, if you want to try and support your teams from at home or wherever you might be, why don't you pick up one of their jerseys? You can grab them from our store. You can see HellRaisers there. Wonderful looking design. If you want to rep that, really show that you've got some pride behind you, give Angel that extra bit of confidence going into that matchup.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll definitely need it.
It's true, because it will be a very feisty one to kick off the day. So leaning towards G2, obviously the team that should start to rebuild that brand for themselves. In the past, we've seen them dominate quite heavily, but it's just sort of, it never really stuck when they kicked off with a new lineup. Come into it as well, what was interesting is finally we get to see the combo of Shox and KennyS. They haven't really been able to play together throughout CSGO. It's been so hot-headed because they are 2 of the best players from the French scene in terms of their raw potential. And now they finally come together, but it's been lackluster.
Yeah, I mean, you got to touch on this Shox KennyS thing a while, obviously. Shox and Smiths, both kind of a duo, always played together in the French teams, always wanted to stick together, and that was one of the reasons that we never saw kind of KennyS fit into a roster with them, because Smiths obviously doms the AWP, and you don't want to put 2 AWPers in the same team. That typically doesn't really work out. So there's never really been, well, as of late at least, until this roster, a Shox KennyS team. But now Smiths moving to the coach role means that these 2 players can play alongside each other. And I mean, they have been doing fairly well, although inconsistent, right? Because, for example, you look at Pro League, bottom of the standings, not doing well at all, hopefully going to resurge. But then we look at other things, other online qualifiers that have been playing, such as Star Series, where they even just went straight through and qualified with only dropping 1 or 2 maps in the whole event. So I feel like they are still very talented. They recently beat Envy as well, the team that you kind of look at also in Pro League, who beat them last time they played, and we go, it's really hard to kind of tell who's better because they haven't played enough matches against each other, but they finally proved it. They 2-0'd them. They really stomped them the other day in Star Series, which I casted. And so, I feel like while G2 are at the bottom, and while they have been slumping in a sense, if you can even call it slumping, they're still not gone. They're still not out of this one. I definitely think they can bring themselves back. They've really just got to hit a hot streak and win a lot of games in Pro League if they want to make the cut.
And that's kind of the thing as well, obviously. We're reaching sort of that halfway point now throughout Season 5, so they need to kind of work themselves back through. Obviously, quite far down towards the bottom end of the table isn't a great space for them to be, especially not even in terms of you just look at these players. It's kind of the NIP situation as well. You do not expect them to be towards the bottom end of the table. They have so many just fantastic personalities, and also, in terms of that environment, it was discussed as a super team. And obviously, they have started to do well in other leagues, which is a lot better for them, because you want them to try and work their way back up there. They've always been sort of, that top-tier team that can bring the damage. They have a fabulous lineup as well, so you expect to see that extra little bit from them. In today's matchup, obviously, it's a little bit of an easier one going up against HellRaisers, an opponent that hasn't had the best season so far, but still, HellRaisers have always kind of looked on the cusp of getting themselves back up there. Angel's always been a fabulous in-game leader, but his teammates around him never really pull his way up.
Yeah, it is a really weird one with HellRaisers because they have such great players. Like we look at DevVox on the AWP and he's just such a phenomenal AWPer, but he's so inconsistent, right? And with HellRaisers, if he never steps up, the team just doesn't get going. I saw it a couple of weeks ago back on here in Pro League as well. He was playing, I think, up against Mouse, and he just didn't do anything. And they got 2-0'd by Mouse. They got absolutely destroyed, I think, on Inferno. And it's the thing, it's just the DevVox issue. If he doesn't step up, the team doesn't win. And even though they do have the good calls surrounded by Angel, still, he is just such a inconsistent player. It's hard to really count on HellRaisers to kind of take any series or take away maps from teams like G2.
Yeah, because you need everyone on the team to step up. And talking about stepping up, why don't we check out some of the best kills and the most highlight plays we've seen in the previous week. It's going to be this last week's top 5.
But that's a lot of the Fnatic style as well, is that individual prowess. They always believe that they can come back from any scoreline. Oh! There it is.
Flash not really affecting Flamey at this stage, but he's the last man on his team. Fnatic have wiped the floor in this one. But now V with 3 gets sprayed down for Flamey.
It is going to burn automatic out, but nobody's watching it when he pushes back out. So he gets 1, he gets 2, he's got room to get more, and he's going to get 3 and 4. Automatic goes insane. He wants the intel about what's in A main and the possibility to multi-frag. Running up, gets the first and the second one, and now the rest are stuck back inside. One more kill for the CTs. Yell trying to battle close up onto the Suicidor. Doesn't work, but now Showtime has got the AK.
Occasion be back on that AWP. He's actually gone all the way towards end of long, and there's a real nice flashbang. That's so nice from AZ, looking for the 4-man.
Oh,
he
wow.
gets it as well.
Wow, he's going absolutely crazy there towards the end. Great stuff to watch, and that's what we expect going into it. Are we going to see that sort of flamboyancy in today's matchups? Do you think there's going to be that potential?
Yeah, definitely, because we've already touched on it. The star players, right? G2 having these tier 1 players without a doubt, Kenny and Shock. So, and not even just them. We've got a whole lineup of just very, very good talent. Even people like MBK can constantly step up, and I think that's one of the things on G2 you've got to expect. Anyone can step up, anyone can carry that scoreboard all the way to the top. So yeah, we've really got star potential, and as well, players on HellRaisers are good individually, such as Bondic, for example. He's been very, very good recently, and DevVox with the AWP, when he is consistent, is someone to watch out for.
It's true, and that's that sort of retake potential as well. Why they've been doing so well recently in terms of actually getting back up there with HellRaisers is their retakes into the late round have looked a whole lot better than they have done with the previous lineups. When Oscar was on there, it was the same sort of idea, but it didn't really come through because it was always a lot of aggression into the early game. HellRaisers now play that very slow style. It's Na'Vi-esque, it's how it always has been. But the issues were they wouldn't draw out enough utility into the early game. It was kind of on the cusp of being to that level, but never really went the way through. They had the ideology, but couldn't do it in terms of showing it on paper. Now with the new lineup and how they've been actually slightly changing some of their calling, their positioning, like there's a few defaults that have changed for the better, and you can see it actually works a whole lot nicer now in terms of their playstyle. It's still slow, but it's actually very useful rather than it being slow for no reason.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the CIS calling strats, right? They're all slow. All the top CIS teams are slow. You look at Flipside, you look at Na'Vi, you look at HellRaisers. For some reason, all 3 IGLs over in that team, in these teams, just play such slow counter-strike and such passive as well, especially on that CT side. I mean, you got to look at Flipside's Inferno, for example. They just play so far back. They never go for really any mid-control on the CT side. They don't really have so much aggressive AWPing, even on World Edit, who is one of those AWPers who can really go off. They do like to play it passive, and I think HellRaisers, in a sense, kind of mocks that exact setup.
Yeah, it's true. And obviously as well, touching on what we spoke about a little bit earlier on the maps, it does play quite a big role coming into it. Obviously both of these are best of ones, but you still need to have your head held high in that first matchup. Coming into it as well, you're thinking it's not really going to be favouring them working their way through. Can you give me a bit of a breakdown on why you think this first map's going to be kind of a hard fight?
Well, not only do we not really know which team's going to be able to win because of the fact that these two teams haven't played the maps, also we look at the inconsistency of both teams, right? Despite G2 being those top players, not able to do so much in Pro League as of late, hopefully going to be able to step up, and I'm expecting them to take the map just out of sheer individual performance, but it's so hard to really predict. And going into HellRaisers as well, very based off the AWP. Inferno's a map where the AWP's very, very effective on T-side for getting those opening picks. You can peek up banana, you can peek down in towards middle, and really effective. A lot of maps you don't really want to play that AWP on the T side as much, but this is definitely one where you want to have it in play. So if DevVox can step up, HellRaisers, hey, they could come in on fire and they can completely knock out G2. I don't think that's a impossible task, but to be honest, at least in my own prediction, I've got to go with a win for G2 on the first map, because it's just looking like individual performance as it always does. Are you on the same wavelength, or are you?
Yeah, I'd probably have to go with you there. Obviously, G2, you've got to work your way through. Inferno, very heavy team-based map. Although I feel like the playbook and also the strategy and downright teamwork will be better for HellRaisers, just because they've been together longer. Angel knows how to utilize players very effectively. Still, Inferno has been out of the map pool. It's different territory coming back in there. Or obviously, it's been added in since the second week of Pro League, but there's still not been that long. Teams are being practiced on it once again, working their way back through, but it's just not had that much of a an impact as it did early days of Counter-Strike, because it's not been able to get back in there yet. It's not been in the map pool long enough for us to see it return to where it used to be. It always was that sort of final map that you'd see in every final, because Inferno was the best team map. If you had strategy and you played well as a team, you played Inferno purely because that was where you were playing to the best of your ability.
Yeah, and even moving on to the second map over on Overpass, that's also a coin flip, because you look at HellRaisers, better team on this map, at least in recent performances, but still not enough to kind of go, yeah, no, they're for sure going to win this map, because again, G2 are one of those teams that can surprise you. They can come out of nowhere. So going HellRaisers, easy win isn't a safe call. So I'm gonna at least go with a ballsy prediction, despite G2 being at the bottom. I'm gonna say a 2-0, but I feel like there's such upset potential, you can never really be confident.
It's true. You look at it sort of statistically and you work your way through with what we have in terms of benchmarks of HellRaisers playing previously. You've got to give them a favour in some of these matchups, especially just because as well how long they've been together now and things actually looking good in terms of their playbook. They obviously have the upper hand on maps like Inferno, but we haven't seen that much Inferno. So you never know. That's always the factor as well. The changes that have been made to it in terms of the CT playstyle as well will definitely affect things coming into it. And that is how G2 could potentially work their way back through.
Yeah. Are you calling the 2-0 though, or are you calling the 1-1? What are you feeling? Because you've already said G2 are going to pick up the first map, right? Or at least hopefully. You never know. Over on Overpass, HellRaisers being more kind of well endowed over on that map. Are you thinking that will be G2's?
I've got to give it to G2 again, purely just because I'm kind of hoping that we're going to see some of that Shox Kenny-esque combo starting to pop off, right? And that aggression there is definitely potential for them to really pick up some fantastic highlight kills. And going into that, why don't we check out some of the top 5 highlight kills from Katavis?
They would run into him, but it's not working out. Okay, FNX.
And the damage, and Lucas is able to pick it up before they can respond! Lucas gets them all! One way to do it. Oh, that's why. That'll work. And the auto sniper at that wall. Kerrigan has mentioned that. What a shot out.
Smoke will be deployed as well. That's going to be a thorn in their side. And another great shot from Alu. Hits the 4th as well. Looking for the ace. Alu!
Simple's here as well. Guardian rotating over to find one. But there goes Simple, and Guardian's got to come up huge here, and he's a man who can do it a second kill. Can he do more? Behind the flames at the moment. There's the peek, and he recovers. This is massive.
And Guardian finds one. He looks. Oh, Guardian!
Chuck it on the bomb for the post-bomb situation. We'll see what he decides to do. What a shot that is.
That is so amazing, Dupree. He sells that he's gone to decon, goes back in. He's got 2, and he knows exactly where Nico is, and he nails it. He's also flashed off Eagle. Works, though. Limited vision, limited weapons. Doesn't even matter. Dupree! Oh, the 4th as well. How sick is this round for him? And he's looking for the ace. The first ace from anyone on Astralis in this tournament, and now they're getting bumped.
Absolutely dirty there from Dupree. Spectacular stuff, obviously. A great event. Looked amazing. Astralis, if we touch on that as well for a little bit, just so we've got some time before we get into this matchup here between G2 and HellRaisers. They have been on dominant form lately. Finally got themselves in their stride. It's kind of like they've reached their maximum potential now. It's taken so long to get there, but this is the true Astralis on display. Yeah,
that's the thing about CSGO, right, which is what I love. Any team can kind of reach that top, and we previously looked at people like Nip, who were 87-0, we look at that, the crazy scoreline they had back at the beginning of Go, and now we look at them in the bottom of the Pro League standings, and Astralis is at the top. So much inconsistency and so much dominance in terms of the era of SK, the era of Fnatic, the era of Nip, and now the era of Astralis, and finally a Danish team kind of leading the charge, which is what is really great to see. I don't think we've really seen the same from the French scene in the sense that they've always been at the top. We've had that kind of envious style, at least back in Clutch and Poker in 2015. They did fairly well there, but I don't think we've ever seen a dominant performance from a French team over such a long-spanning time, at least in CSGO.
It's true. We kind of, towards the end of Counter-Strike Source as well, it was always very games. They were the #1 French team. In terms of teams, sort of, it was France and UK that were the best teams. Coming into CSGO, it was Sweden and France were always kind of up there fighting for the top spot, but there was never that reign. As you're saying now as well, they're starting to look like Denmark have actually taken that crown. And there's so many Danish teams that have actually reached that sort of top tier level now as well, which is awesome to see with everyone getting behind there. They've always had so much talent in that Danish scene, and it's been awesome to actually see it finally work its way through. Obviously, I've played with Danes for many years. I've always been a big fan of them, so it's awesome to see a couple of friends of mine work their way into that pro scene right now.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully we'll see it from G2 eventually to, you know, make it at the top, because I think there's definitely potential with such individual, you know, performance on some of these players. But either way, we're going to be jumping into the game now. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here. G2 Esports versus HellRaisers is going to be map 1 on DE Inferno. And obviously these are 2 best of 1. Second map will be Overpass, and this is the first matchup of the night for the ESL Pro League Season 5.
Interesting to see how this one kicks off. Angel as well, the opener upon shocks towards that big bomb site, and there's basically a welcome out there. Sony Body right now playing from coils, trying to ward them off. He can connect a couple of headshots, fires out the pot shots, but can't quite take anyone down just yet, forced to reposition. But luckily, his teammates are there to aid him as HellRaisers slip their way through and try and lock down this site.
Retake is going to be on. Kenny pushing in from the ruins. Nice quick shot onto Zero, but the bomb is going to be planted. That's already the advantage for HellRaisers, but we have the manpower on G2. No kit just yet, but they have a plethora of players about to move back into the site. Kenny is going to be spotting. The Body will open things up. Trey comes in onto Apex, but Kenny, he's going to be out in the open, pincered by so many players. Stiko not able to connect, and finally Bondik, he's going to take back that man advantage. There's 2 players remaining, but it's going to be running out of time and ammo as well. As you can see, MBK having to get that reload back in towards the ruins. He is alone. He's got 20 HP, and it seems that HellRaisers, they found themselves the first pistol round.
Kicking this one off with a bang. Stiko will take down MBK towards the end of that there as well. Good way to start off Inferno, obviously, as well, getting that opening round win on the T side. The buys will come through. Let's see what they're actually going to work their way with. The UMPs, obviously, standard choice. Fantastic bit of armor penetration. Good weapon in terms of your cash as well. Bondik seems like going to be the only one to go for the rifle. Dead Fox go for the low buy as well, so we can get the AWP out as he works his way through. G2 with the 2 buys on the scouts as well. Kenny S and Body. Obviously, you just want to try and get yourself a couple of tags out around the map. Roam a little bit. You can be a bit more flamboyant into these rounds. Try and distribute the damage, but Body and Kenny S actually connect together to take down Angel to kick that one off. That's one better than what they expected.
Great opener as well. Man advantage, but obviously still HellRaisers do have the advantage considering their weaponry is far better into this round. We don't have to see G2 get too aggressive here. They've got that early pick. They can just play passive, wait for HellRaisers to feed one into themselves as well. We will see Apex playing a very aggressive banana stance with no teammate here to trade. It's very dangerous, but gets flashed in. However, Stiko, he's going to open things up. Finally refrags. It's back into a 4-on-4, but the scout on the CT side, it's repositioned. Attack will come through. It's not going to be the kill, and HellRaisers starting to assert a bit of dominance back up towards this B site as they did in the pistol round. The smoke goes in towards CT spawn, but look at the positioning of G2 right now. They've got 3 players over towards that site. They're going to be ready for this one. But the question is, can they hit those crucial shots?
That's going to be the question on everyone's mind, but the nades will be rolling in. They're blowing Kenny S out the server like a little mortar strike popping off around him. Shocks trying to play from second oranges right now as he holds the angle, waiting for the push to come through. They will overwhelm him. Deagle reigns supreme, though, with a 2K as he takes down Dead Fox and Zero. Styko with the response. There's NBK, though, to connect the headshot. Lobotomizes Styko, leaving just Bondik trapped in a 1 versus 2. Both of these scouts still in play. NBK scavenged the other one from his fallen teammate as they go for the push round, but Bondik connecting the headshot, dispatching him, hungry for more as the tag comes through. Blissfully unaware of his position until he finally works out where Body is. Forced to retreat now as he sprints his way around, trying to get towards the A-bomb site.
And this is all on mind games now from Bondik. He's very, very low, but he should be able to get a free bomb plant as Body's going to be committing to the B site, the safer option here. He can be left in on the rotate, but it's only going to take 1 scout shot just to completely remove Bondik from this round. But a bomb plant will come in, so even in the case that HellRaisers do lose this one, he is going to have that extra money bonus coming into the next round. But the bomb will eventually be planted with just a few seconds spare. Body, he's going to be rotating in, comes in through the CT spawn, making his way through the arch, and Bondik's just sitting close on the site. This is going to be good, at least not playing the range game up against a scout that could easily pick him. He's going to force Body to probably use his pistol in this kind of engagement, runs around the corner and footsteps will be made. That'll be easy for Bondik. But HellRaisers, they lose a lot of players and a lot of potential money.
Yeah, coming down to just 1 player left there. That's 4 casualties on the side. Not great. A nicely done eco, though, on the flip side of things when you look at G2 into that round. So a lot of money will be reinvested into this following round. You see Dead Fox as well, still just trying to skimp through. Wants to have enough to potentially get that AWP out. The AK will be dropped over to him as we see a UMP buy come out as well. So fairly effective. This should just basically be a given. Work your way through this round very quickly. Try not to have any more casualties. Smack down G2. If you can get a bomb plant, that'd be fabulous. But other than that, just get through this one quickly, and then the real game will begin.
Yep, only a Deagle and a P250 for G2. So not really expecting anything, but HellRaisers not putting too much aggression over towards B, and that's unfortunate because G2 only have shocks here, but we know what he's like with a Deagle. However, this time not going to be correct as Angel opens him up. B site's going to be given away now to the side of HellRaisers, and G2 not even stacking with a rotation. They're just sticking all players on the A site just in case, because at this point, with really no investment left on their side, it's too risky to try and get caught out rotating if these T's are already wrapped. You can see the control from G2 is completely relinquishing everything over towards Arch. So at this point, HellRaisers could have already pushed up aggressively through middle and taken that Arch control and even wrapped into B, but they're going to have a free site. The bomb will eventually be joining them. And HellRaisers now know that the whole of G2 is stacked over towards the A side, so they can just hold off into middle, see if these players aggressively rotate down Banana, something like that, and catch themselves in free kills. Of course, they still do have triple UMP in play, so if they're not going to bring that into the next round, this is when they should start to hunt. It's worth the risk. Get that $600 kill reward.
That's the thing. You want to try and be a little bit more aggressive here. That John Rambo style. Work your way through. Rack up them UMP kills if possible. And the CT is just going to try and hold their crossfires. Overwhelm anyone. So if Angel does push in here, could be caught off guard as they are very close together playing from this site, ready for the push to come through. We'll spawn them out a little bit here. Here in the audio cues, some pitter-patter of information as he makes his approach towards A. Just on the hunt right now. Hopefully he can get a little bit of extra cash to play with for the side of HellRaisers. But time's starting to tick away. Might be unlikely at this point.
And yeah, for those wondering as well why G2 are holding on to these guns here, there's no point obviously going for any kind of exit kills with just USPs and giving HellRaisers the money from these $600 kill rewards. That's a lot of cash if all 4 of them go down to a UMP. So it's safer just, getting that loss bonus and holding on to whatever you have to take it into the next round. And now we go into the buy. This is where the real stuff happens. Deadfox still going to be sticking with that AK. Obviously, they lost no one in the previous round, so there's no real reason for him to reinvest and drop over that gun. So he's actually just going to hold on to it for the time being. And G2 themselves, not even enough for an AWP over on Kenny S. They're going to have a triple FAMAS in play. I'm interested by this because Inferno is a map that famously, I can't even speak today. You typically see the Mag 7s in play. You see a lot of UMPs as well on the CT side in the current meta. So going for a lot of FAMASes that will impact their investments into utility is going to be very, very interesting to see.
It's true. Obviously, those FAMAS as well. Nonsense attention to the UMB part is coming out, but Kenny S going to be making work with that M4. Doesn't need an AWP as he gets the opening frag upon Angel, but the trade does come back through as they start to overwhelm the A-bomb site. Deadfox and Bondic as well kick things off spectacularly as they land these shots, leaving just Bondic, body and shots left to try and retake this. Shox will connect the opening headshot, though, trades it back a little bit, trying to claw his way back into the round, but the manpower is very strong for HellRaisers at this point. They're in some great positions as well. As that bomb will be delayed for the time being, Molotov going through, trying to link up with his teammate as well here. They do have utility to play with to try and make their push back onto the site, but the angles in play by HellRaisers complementing each other's will be very awkward for these CTs to brush in undetected. Body trying to get up close and personal now. Should be spotted out by Zero as he plays from pit, just looking his way through, trying to get the opening frag upon Deadfox. But there you have it, Stanko and Zero with the instant trades back into it. They keep it going, opening up that first round as well, resetting G2. 4 rounds on the board now.
Really weird that round. Apex didn't invest in any armor. Not any. Not even Kevlar there. I'm not too sure what that was, whether he was dropping over a gun or if he forgot to buy it, but he still has the same amount of cash into this round, which really confuses me. He's going to go for a bit of investment. Body as well, and even MBK, yeah, they're all going to slightly invest into this round other than Kenny S, just saving for that AWP in the next buy. Loss bonus is going to be at a max now, so they will be getting 3,400, so they can invest a little bit and put themselves to about 2k or lower. The issue is, obviously, HellRaisers are still looking very dominant so far, and this is what we talked about. We said there was such great upset potential coming into this matchup because of both these teams being not only so inconsistent, but also not having played Inferno enough for us to really judge how good they are. Body is going to be full frontal with a bunch of players, and there's one quick kill with the Mag 7, jumping and re-peeking. There's 2. That's good to at least open things up. But he will have to fall back now as he gets tagged down a little, and there's no need to overextend when you got a 5-on-3. It's still in contention. HellRaisers can take this round, but G2 are definitely sitting in the driving seat.
Yeah, looking good so far as they get those very strong openers. Smart play from HellRaisers, though, throwing those weapons out the map, just going to be saving the AK, so there can be no potential scavenging going on, no shenanigans with the CTs pushing through and carrying those weapons from Banana. Still waiting as well as they just hold their ground, hoping there will be a mistake come through from G2 before they make their initial push. It seems like they still want to take that fight towards Banana early on.
Going to be retrieving the bomb back towards the bottom and middle. Meanwhile, Zero, he's not pushed up at all over in apartments. He's just holding on to that one. It will be a bit of a fake from Deadfox. Sold very well as G2. Look at the rotations. 3 players over towards his B site. Maybe going for a bit of a gamble stack, but it's not going the right way as a bomb. It's found its way up middle with 30 seconds left. It's looking like they can commit. You can obviously rotate with plenty, very, very faster on the T side to go back towards that B site, but it seems like they are definitely going to be going for A now with 3 players in position. Bondic going to be running on through. It's MBK towards the back of pit as well with the support from the site as well, but MBK connecting the first couple of shots. Tags Deadfox, not enough though. Apex needs to hit something massive now, but he's just getting cornered. At least the time's being wasted. HellRaisers haven't got the bomb down. Eventually the opening frags will come through and the bomb, it's going to be planted towards the back of the site, but there's still only 1 player remaining and Body coming in from a bit of an off angle. They may not expect this one, but Mag 7 not going to be great for range. He has to pull out the USP, looking for this kill towards the back of the site, but Bondic, 4 HP, he lives and he kicks through that round for HellRaisers to get a 5-0.
Absolutely dominant stuff so far, but here the cash will be distributed now upon the side of G2. The buy's coming through. The AWP finally on Kenny S as well. This is going to be the difference maker, possibly a little bit more aggression coming out into the early round. Try and take that mid control. Let's see how Rio's actually going to play this one. Potentially going to go for that aggressive play straight through apps. That could be very effective if he pulls it off.
Yeah, we love watching Kenny S, at least with the AWP. His dominant era is still well and truly on. As he pushes up, there will be a bit of spam just to stop him from pushing, but he just makes it past, and there's just going to be 0 on the other side, holding on just in case we see some aggression. And Kenny, I think he's going to feed into it, walking down now. Stiko does open things up on the other side of the map, but still, Kenny's in position. And 0, he has no idea. Kenny's not made a footstep. It's just going to be all down to timing and whether he checks the angle. It seems like he's going to be peeking out the wrong way, and there we go. 0 peeks perfectly, takes the headshot, removes Kenny S from the server, and HellRaisers a double man advantage once again.
Spectacular opening as he gets that opening kill there, working his way into this round. As you can see, HellRaisers as well, still holding their ground, just going to be waiting if any more pushes will come through for G2. A minute left to clock to play with, so there's no reason to actually burst their way through. Use that utility, take things slow, and make your approach into the late round. As it seems like it will be that play towards the A-bomb site. The smoke wall has gone down. Apex and MBK still trying to ward them off. Shock's rotating in as well to try and help them. Styko, if he goes for this push towards the B-bomb site and gets the information the welcome mat is there, they could potentially find that free site.
That's the thing, it's a real risk play rotating everyone back, but Shox, he's still not going to be committed, just wandering around the CT spawn, and look at that aggressive peek, perfect. Apex is going to take 1, Deadfox trades, but MBK is right back on the trigger to put into a 2v3, and that's better for G2, but look at this push. Oh, Bondic, just through the smoke, catches Shox down to 20, and he's still going to be alive though, takes down another, drops a bomb on Stiko, and now he's going to have to reposition, but too many footsteps are going to know exactly where he's coming from, and 0 is going to take the final kill of the round. HellRaisers, they are not letting up here, Jackie. 6-0, they are so dominant right now, and G2, their money is just on the edge.
Looking absolutely crisp right now. And this is the thing as well that's quite scary, as we said in the pre-game, that playbook of Angel is so vast. That T-side, they're looking absolutely spectacular. Every one of these rounds have been very, very beautiful to watch. And G2 now as well, I imagine going to be coming in with the pause here, trying to work out what exactly is going on. As 6 rounds already being claimed by HellRaisers is not great to try and kick off this map when you're on that CT side.
Not at all, and the money being such an awkward spot as well. You have about 4k typically for a CT to commit to a buy. You need about 4,400, right? Because you can get that body armor, M4, and their smoke alongside that, or a kit, depending on what you really want to invest in. But having about 3.7 to 4.0, it's a bit, it's a bit off. You can't really commit to a buy, but it's also you sitting there going, well, Quasi's not really going to get us anywhere when we're 6-0 down. So they've got to make that decision. It's likely just going to be a light investment. We saw a couple of rounds ago as well with Body with a Mag 7, probably maybe a couple of CZs and armors, but nothing too much.
That's the thing, you can't really expect them to invest that heavily into the rounds. The cash just won't allow them to get into a good situation. In terms of that as well, utility management, we need to see a little bit more coming out from them. It just seems a bit, there was too many faces that we've seen. That sure, we got the opener towards Banana into that early round, but that's kind of the only one that's really paid off. The aggression they've been taking aren't fights that haven't been working out for them, especially Kenny with the AWP play. Smart play to work out, but just went overly aggressive and got punished because of it, especially when they already had a one-man deficit into that round.
Yeah, too hungry, but here's what we talked about, a light investment from G2. They've got a bit of money into this round, but they'll still be able to fully buy as the loss bonus is maxed out. But HellRaisers, they're still not picking up that AWP, and I don't really blame them, to be honest. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. The rifle's doing all the jobs right now, as we can see. Full AKs, apart from 1 M4 over on 0, picked up from the previous, and we're going to be seeing a bit of aggression up towards B early on. Stiko just probing, using the utility, trying to force out anything from G2 if they do have it. But obviously HellRaisers is going to be on top of the money right now. They should expect what G2 are really putting into this round, some kind of light investments. And right now, just pushed all the way up in towards apartments and Banana for the time being.
Trying to once again take that mid control. Just with the lurk as well, holding towards Banana in case there is a rotate come through as they make their approach. The deagle shot comes out though from Kenny S. The connection spectacular as he rips their head clean off Deadfox. That is absolutely dominant.
Great stuff. Can they convert it? We've seen previous rounds like this, and look at that Angel just going to peek round towards long. Does take down Apex. Kenny's still in position though, and he's still dangerous with that Deagle. Needs to peek out now, get that kill before Angel backs off, and he does a bit of damage, but it's not going to be enough as he has to back off. No armor to support it. A reactive placement MBK as he pushes up in towards the apartment hall, and then him going down, and Kenny S repositions back towards the library area, but Angel just going to be too fast for that one. Takes him down as well. It's HellRaisers extending their man advantage despite losing the first player. And Body and Shucks left on the rotation to probably just catch exits at this point. They shouldn't be going for this round. That UMP can obviously lend you quite a bit more money into the next one, combined with the loss bonus. Body may even be able to get, you know, secondary AWP in play. We've been seeing that every now and then, at least on Shucks with G2. So potentially, if Body just holds on towards middle and these players exit in towards his crosshairs, if he gets a kill or two, bit more money in the bank, bit more to work with here for the CT side.
And they need that. They need a bit of an extra lifeline working their way through, as right now they just haven't had any answers. A lot of these rounds as well haven't been the true story, as obviously the first three, the economy was bad off the back of the pistol round win for HellRaisers, but they just keep getting reset. Every time they do have cash, though, it seems like it's silly mistakes and plays that come out from there a little bit overly aggressive that really shut them down, and we need to see that sorted out soon. As HellRaisers, essentially almost winning the half already at this point. 7 rounds in the backpack, showing no signs of slowing down either.
Not at all. It will just be HellRaisers holding onto those guns towards the back of pit, so G2 not even going to be able to get the exits on that UMP, and now does Body commit with it? He has enough to buy a rifle alongside it, so no real need to, but that being said, that gun's still usable here on the CT side, and we're going to be seeing a pause called out. I'm not sure if that's, again, another tactical for G2, because that's already their 2.5 used very early on, but it may well be, and I don't really blame them if it is, because they need to work out what they want to do on this buy, what they're going to have up their sleeves, whether they're going to bring up one AWP, two, you know, you never really know with G2. That's the thing, they have that ability to throw the AWP over to multiple players. So it's a really hard one, considering HellRaisers are very, very dominant on a map that's supposed to be inherently CT-sided.
It's true, and that's quite scary as well, them being able to get that early round lead. Coming into it as well, if this is their second tactical pause being used, it makes sense because they want to work their way through that. They obviously now have a good amount of economy to play with, so they can actually get those buys out, but this will be a technical pause into this one, so obviously a little bit different, not going to be coming into the strategy, but still, it does slow down the pace of HellRaisers a little bit in the term of things. HellRaisers starting to get themselves into a bit of a roll as well. They found their stride, so this will slow them down and could give them a little bit of an edge, because right now, we're seeing moments of individual greatness coming out, like from Kenny S, we've seen a couple of great frags, we saw Shocks do a little bit of damage, but we just need to see everyone start to fire off. It looks very complacent right now on the side of G2. No one really bringing their A game.
And this is what we talked about, double AWP in play. Finally, we see it for the G2 side, both Shocks and Kenny. This is the lifeline they need. They need to be able to switch things up and not have to constantly rotate that AWP back between sites. Shocks going to be posted up towards B. Oh my god, Shocks! He catches the jumping Angel over the top of that corner and opens things up. That's exactly what G2 needed into this buy round.
Yep, great way to kick things off as you execute one of the players over on the side of HellRaisers. They are going to try and respond though. Dead Fox also has the AWP in his back pocket, and he's trying to prove just how effective he is with the weapon. A prolific fragger on the side of HellRaisers. And one man opener, you throw him towards the site and he will cause an absolute scene. Meanwhile, over at the barn as well, we can see the aggression taken towards apartments. They've got a bit of map control here, planting the seed of doubt in the mind of G2 as they just fire a couple of pop shots. Start to reposition now as well to once again take that mid control. See if they can bring that fight up towards the A-bomb side. But Kenny S playing from quad, in position, primed and ready, waiting to try and execute. Unfortunately, he'll be beaten down by Styko. Great opening frag. Apex forced to reposition as well as the Molotov setting his position ablaze as they make their push upon the A-bomb site. NBK playing from pit, doing a good job so far of warding them off, buying his teammates a little bit more time to try and rotate over, as they now are aware it is going to be a commit towards the B-bomb site. NBK doubles it up as well, taking down Styko. There's the peak from Apex. Connection off on Dead Fox, just leaving Zero trapped on his lonesome. Forced to reposition now as well. 25 seconds left on the clock. Basically just has to try and get out of there.
Yeah, this is done and dusted. If you can get anything more, why not? Obviously, he will hunt for Apex again. The HellRaisers have so much cash, there's no real issue with him hunting down for frags in that kind of position. Take some money off the CT side, force them to maybe have some UMPs in play instead of rifles. And another pause called out. I'm not sure. I'm assuming this is just going to be another technical pause, something maybe still going wrong here, because I don't see a tactical being called out, unless HellRaisers are trying to get in the heads of G2, for example, because they've got these pauses. Why not use them, right? You know, maybe stop the momentum before G2 come back into the game, but expecting a technical pause.
Yeah, you would imagine so. Obviously, this one will actually be a tactical pause, I assume, for the side of HellRaisers. As you said, it makes very much sense because they come back in there, they get their first round on the board. You want to try and not only slow down the momentum, but also goes, right, this is what they've done to this round. If they're going to try and play the same style, we'll counter it. And as well, that's where Angel can excel very well. He's one of these in-game leaders that, utilizing his teammates, is very good at bending but not breaking. He's quite dynamic in terms of sort of you know, how much depth he has in his strat books. They won't be shut down very easily. Obviously, that T side as well. It's been essentially just a slow default towards top mid with a late round execute. It's not been anything too crazy. So interesting to see how they will actually switch things up. The cash will not allow that AWP to come out though for Dead Fox. Bonix actually had enough to drop, I think. But obviously, they have decided to possibly go for a little bit more of an aggressive play into this one. Potentially a faster pace. Whilst Kenny S also does the same thing, but misses with the open up. Tries to go back for more Hugo as he holds the angle, but nothing will go his way.
No, but at least some information grabbed. He knows that pushing a few players towards the top of second mid already, so maybe going for something like round A, but as you said, the default just being held for the time being for HellRaisers. Stiko being that man over towards the B site to bring in some Havoc and Shocks. Well, Havoc will be going his way this time as he takes down Stiko early on. Man advantage once again going to go the way of G2 thanks to Shoxy over on that B site, and they are going to be looking for retribution over towards A. The rest of the comrades go as we can see Kenny's posted up once again. Here we go. Another AWP play might come into account for the CT side, but he's going to have to be forced back by the Molotov as it lands right on his position. Support from Apex as Kenny is forced away. Counter molly as well just to delay HellRaisers a little bit more, but they're going to run right through it. Very ballsy play there. Dead Fox is going to get burnt though as Kenny takes him down. He goes in for the repeat as well as Angel just on the other side, but he still hits a shot. Great stuff from Kenny, and 2 players remaining for HellRaisers. Time is ticking away.
So awkward into this round. He actually will get executed towards the end there, trying to reposition to get out of the line of sight, and Bondic takes him down. Apex, luckily, is able to tiptoe his way into pit to back up with his teammate MBK. Obviously, MBK very low at this point. They do have that HE to play with on Zero as well. 2 Molotovs, a lot of utility as well as the smoke starts to come through. And look at the position here by Zero. Unfortunately, Will falls. He made his way over. Great mechanics on display as they slowly make their approach up towards the A bomb site. Right now, they're just facing 1 by 1. If Zero gets taken down, surely this leaves Bondic in such an awkward situation, but Zero kicks it off fantastically, landing the shot upon MBK. Apex with a fire back. Is he aware of the position of Bondic though? Of course he is, but cannot pick up the frag. Body is in the rear, wants to try and go larger than charges. That bomb will get planted, slowly waiting for his teammate to approach as they can now try and retake it together. Shocks, he's been on point with the AWP so far, but can he find another frag upon Bondic? He goes through, nearly connecting the shot as he brushes his way off site. The reface though. Shocks had the angle covered. An easy one. Pulls the trigger. Takes him down. G2, they get another round on the board. And
that's so important as well, right? Because if HellRaisers actually picked that up off the back of the pause, not only would they already gotten the heads of G2, but they also would have reset them economically. G2 probably wouldn't have even been able to invest into the next round because HellRaisers would have forced them back down to $1,400 on the loss bonus. So we see now a lot of cash here on the CT side. Still the T's with a nice amount of bank are only losing 2 rounds here in a row. So they're going to be able to reinvest for 2 more rounds at least. And G2 at least having something to fall back on now if they do carry on and lose this one. We will see a triple UMP play from HellRaisers, which is very ballsy considering they do have the money to go for those AKs and AWPs, but maybe trying to do something fast, maybe trying to upset G2, and it seems like that's going to be the case. Up towards B they go. There's going to be 2 players on the other side here. Nice flashbang usage so far as Shocks is forced back, but Body, look at the aggression. 3 from him. It will be the trade coming in from Stiko, but so far G2, they're leading this round. However, maybe not for long as Stiko, he's domed the AWP and holding towards a CT spawn.
Trying to hold them off. The smoke will go through. Aware of Apex position, but look what's going on. The flank coming through. Kenny S is there, but beaten down as he backslaps him, removing him from the round. Molotov goes in as well, has to switch out, grabs the UMP, trying to take the close quarters fight towards MBK. M4 will reign supreme though. Upgrades to the AWP as well as he picks up that kill. And another round. G2 looking like they've finally got themselves back into their home territory.
Really weird from HellRaisers. I understand what they were trying to do, but Body was just on the other side and he didn't even get flashed at all. They were playing an anti-flash on the side of G2, so he was in the perfect position to just shut down everyone on the T side. So great job from him, great read from G2 as well. And HellRaisers still not on this AWP. I think they may have money for it as well. I'm really surprised by this decision considering they based their play so much around Dead Fox. But look at G2. Apex is going to feed himself down mid with the support from Kenny S as well. They won't commit to it though. Body, he's even going to be on this MP9, maybe expecting a little less money on the side of HellRaisers as he tries to farm some cash, but Shocks jumps on his head, opens things up here with the M4, and HellRaisers already losing out on a man once again.
The best way to kick these rounds off, they need to try and change these openers. Stiko will get the response frag though as he eliminates Body, not this time. Body, he's been able to get some great defense frags towards Banana in the prior rounds, but it isn't going to be going his way. You can see that map control as well has been taken towards Banana. They've pushed their way up, but they haven't committed just yet, and there is only MBK trapped towards the A site. Zero, if he tries to go for a bit of an information play here, could really help them out, but a double face.
This is so risky. If Stiko gets his first shot, it could all fall apart, but no, Kenny S, look at the AWP, he gets it. Dead Fox trades, but there's going to be more running in. Dead Fox, how is he allowed to do that? 2 kills from him, he needs a 3rd. He needs to take down the last player on the site, and he will check it. Apex towards the back, no, turns away, and Apex gets 2. Great defense. And now Zero, last man standing, has to rotate back on in. He has a position to push in towards the archway there, but MBK is just going to safely rotate to join his teammate over on the back of the B site. And Zero, if he can get in position and grab himself a quick one-on-one duel before the rotation comes in, that could be great. But the time is ticking away. MBK's found himself over in ruins, and there's going to be a two-man play over towards this B site. There's surely no way Zero can do this.
The people come through, though, as he tries to take the fight. Aware of their positions, MBK will be spotted out, but unfortunately, MBK will be the one to put him into an early grave. Finds the frag, and they're still rolling out 4 rounds on the trot. The cash over on the side of HellRaisers is beginning to dwindle as well. Obviously, they have that lose bonus coming through. They will get the buyout, but this will burn a lot of their economy. The utility isn't going to be too bad. Well, a couple of players I've had to skimp fairly heavily. Not a lot of smokes left to play with in this, but nevertheless, it has been more of a slow start. We haven't really seen much of an execute come out.
No, that is true. They have been playing a lot of defaults here. The only really rounds that they won early on were just G2 kind of overextending and getting picked a lot of the time. And now that G2 has started to find their confidence and actually open things up like there with Body, it's turning into their rounds a lot of the time. HellRaisers on a 4 losing streak now. They need to get back into this before they're forced to eco, because this is their last buy coming in. Even with a bomb plant, it's going to be very, very difficult to fully invest, but that will just allow them to buy up. And Apex is going to be spotted towards short. Backs off. MBK supports. And Kenny, yes, a bit of a whiff there towards long as he tries to take another kill, but does back off towards the archway, leaving just Stico. A leg shot comes in, pistol in play, and Kenny is going to close it out. It's 5 rounds in for G2. Now the eco from HellRaisers. No bomb plant. Probably not a lot of money to buy up, and you can see just on the edge of things once again.
Investing into those Tech 9s as well, potentially just an aggressive round coming out. Might as well just throw something a little bit shock and awe into the mix, go for a flash in the plan. It's the best case scenarios. You really cannot play out these rifle rounds that they've been playing their defaults. They won't be able to get the potential picks. They don't have the range utility to find those opening frags. The aggression coming through from Kenny S, though, once again as well. Last time he couldn't find the frags. Can he do it this time? It's going to be the same old story. Went for the peek through, but just couldn't connect the shot. Kenny S not having the greatest day just yet.
No, not at all. And MBK, he's just going to relinquish a bit of control towards apartments as he backs off safely, because look at this position from G2. They've actually pushed Body all the way down Banana. That's allowed for an extra rotation from Shox as he moves back in towards Arch, and now G2 want to play passive because they know this A play is coming in, and they know that they're going to be pushing towards him. Kenny S takes the first and the second. Pistol going to be out. He spams away and connects a third. All back in play. Why not? But Zero's going to trade, and that will just be G2 completely wiping the floor with HellRaisers. Once again, what is happening to the T side here? They had a great start, a 7-0 run, and now it's just fallen apart.
Yeah, everything was going their way, and a lot of it just comes down to G2 switching up their playstyle now. They're not going for those over-aggressive faces, and HellRaisers just can't find those opening frags. It was working so well for them, but since the Taters have turned, G2 have actually started playing a lot slower CS, waiting for the perfect to come through. When they do take those fights, they're actually hitting their shots now. And I mean, that's just the ultimate difference maker. Once again, though, the aggression towards that B-bomb site, they've tried this in the past, and Shox has still been able to find these frags every time. He comes in with a massive opener and doesn't allow HellRaisers to get a single thing on the board. Unfortunately, Kenny S has been struggling into this matchup, and Zero punishes, gets that opening kill as he lands the headshot, trades it back into a 4 versus 4 now, and this is going to favor the Ts. They can still back off, grab that bomb, and try and take their assault somewhere else. Body will try and take the push, though, finds his way down Banana, eliminating Dead Fox with an absolutely glorious opening headshot now. Once again, retakes the lead until Angel takes a bit of the pie of his own, eliminates Body, backs off, only 3 HP left. It doesn't matter too much, though, as long as he stays alive.
Yeah, I think Shox has read this already. He knows the rotation is coming through. He would have heard the footsteps and moving back in deep towards Banana, as we can see. Apex is going to be prepared for this one with MBK set up as well. They're going to have perfect trade potential, but Bondic opens things up. They line up for Apex, though. 2 for him, and Zero, last man alive. He's going to push himself quick out of the apartments. He needs to take this one-on-one before the 2 players reunite and have that ability to trade, and now they've done so. He's given up himself a free pick, and the bomb dropped in towards middle. He has to retrieve that, but utility's still in his favor. Smoke goes down. He has a couple of flashbangs to work with, but if he's going to throw down that smoke, he needs to work with it sooner rather than later. Pushes himself back towards short. Shox holding the angle, and he's going to check it, but no, the AWP's too quick. And Jackie, I think we need to put Shox on that main AWP right now, because he is just destroying.
Yeah, towards that B-bomb site, they have had no openers at all. Every time, the sickest pixel angles have been taken by Shox. He's been able to land the shots. Kenny has had a few fantastic frags of his own, but just not into the opening round. He's been going for those early round kills, trying to eliminate some of the sustain of HellRaisers, but he hasn't been able to do anything. A lot of his frags are just relying to the late round on the back line, and I don't know why he just doesn't slow down his playstyle. He keeps trying to use that aggression, but it's not working. Shox is going to take over the driving seat instead. Foot on the pedal as he works his way around. Kenny S now stationed towards Banana. Will find one frag, though. Hungry for more as well. Still peeking deep, but Shox will connect one onto Dead Fox. Bondic also hitting the deck. It's just 2 men left standing at this point. The all-out aggression from every angle has been hit upon HellRaisers, and they had no idea how to deal with it.
And that's a switch up, right? Because HellRaisers' first 7 rounds where they were leading without losing one, they were holding defaults, and G2 weren't really getting too aggressive. They just got picked. HellRaisers were just playing it perfectly, at least with the trade frags. And now G2 is starting to bring the fight over to the side of the Ts. It's getting far more dominant in the other way. So we're seeing 7 rounds now in a row for each team, and G2 trying to make it 8, and looking very likely so as well. Shox, he's posted towards middle, misses the shot, but he has the support of a teammate, and Apex being there to trade, going to get the kill onto Stiko. Zero will drop another, but it's still going to be just him against 3 more. He's found himself a couple of openers, so a bit done so far, but economical damage is not important. It's last round of the half. He needs to make this one work. Smoke goes out. Full set of utilities to play with here, and he will be able to grab the bomb, but got to watch his back here. But there we go. Body going to come in from the rotation. He takes the kill. G2 take 8 rounds, and we're just going for a short break before the second half continues.
Wow, what a fantastic scoreline so far. A very great match, obviously. 7-8 is going to be the score. It was looking close. HellRaisers started off dominantly, but all of a sudden G2 switching up their playstyle. HellRaisers just had no answer for it, and they're also going to go through to get 8 rounds on the trot.
Yeah, really weird. Not a single economical reset, which is not something very common. We typically see games go back and forth, especially with the UMPs and the Force Bias being so OP right now with the pistols, for example. But no, 7 rounds in a row, 8 rounds in a row. That's all you need, apparently, for this matchup. And it's gone very, very well, obviously, in the side of G2. It was looking like they were going to completely fall apart during the beginning of the game, but took a quick tactical break, and it came out, perfectly for them. They brought it all the way back. So going into the second half, very, very important that we see them pick up the pistol round, obviously. Again, this is a CT-sided map inherently, so it's going to be very important that we see now G2 over on that T side take the pistol to give themselves that 3-round lead.
Yeah, you need a bit of a buffer, and that's the best way to try and kick things off. Come in there hard and fast, get that opening pistol round, get a little bit of invigoration behind your players as well. Really reset yourselves going into it, and they need that. I mean, obviously as well for G2, we saw Shox stepping up massively towards Banana. That was the real difference maker. As soon as we saw that secondary AWP setup come out, he was able to just backslap anyone that came towards Banana, warded them off, and really slowed them down. They got that early Banana control for the majority of the rounds, and their slow default was working. As soon as there was that change coming into effect, HellRaisers no idea, and then they took up the tempo even further in that final round as well, really catch them off guard with just peeking from all angles at the same time. HellRaisers just had no idea to deal with it.
Yeah, really weird with Kenny as well. He missed a lot of very crucial shots, a lot of early picks, but despite us picking up on that quite a lot, he's actually doing fairly well in the scoreboard. He's somewhere 3rd place, not doing too badly at all, at least individually, because we saw a couple of styling rounds, at least from him, with a couple of 3K, so he's actually doing fine, but at least in terms of his ability of getting those opening picks on that CT side, very, very off. But hopefully that will change as we move on to the T side. Very unlikely we're going to see a double AWP play moving on to this half, so hopefully he'll be able to at least open things up here on the T side.
It'll be interesting to see what you can actually do. Obviously, open on that T side, usually very hard. You don't see it as commonly as you do. A lot easier to go for that double AWP setup, and even just on an AWP on its own on the CT half. Nice setup being used so far from G2, which will be a burst towards mid. They've got that control set up, Apex with the smoke and flash as well, so the smoke will go through, flash bang over, take that control towards quad. Let's see if they can actually find the frags, though, as they brush their way around. Bouncing in towards the bomb site, bounding as they try and take these fights, but the crossfires are too strong right now. HellRaisers, all the frags going their way. Dead Fox with 2 of his own. There's the 3rd from Dead Fox as he just kicks off everyone. Bondic will connect one on towards Shox as well. And it was too strong. They just had the crossfires, nice positioning. Sure, you can slip your way onto the bomb site, but you just get pelted from all angles. They had no idea what they were walking into. Very heavy SMG buy coming out as well. This is what you want to see. There's UMPs in play. As long as they don't do anything too crazy, this will be another round easily picked up for HellRaisers. Obviously, you go for that UMP buy so you can still get nades out.
Yeah, very risky though, obviously, because G2, you know, one of those teams, at least with the old roster, the old Evious roster, very, very confident with their force buys and with their pistols, the Tech 9 rushes. So this could be dangerous. And let's have a look at Zero. He sprays down the first, does connect the second as well with the support of Angel, and Pistol going to be pulled out as a bomb. It's dropped on the other side of the smoke, the side of the CTs. These players still going to flush and rush, but Zero gets another before eventually falling, and he's done enough damage to allow HellRaisers to be able to pick off these last two. Nade does go in. No one's going to be connecting, but Kenny S with 1 HP there towards a corner on the sandbags. They should be able to clear him out. You can see Bondic not even going to check it. He's allowing them to pass. Kenny S with some amazing trigger discipline, but oh no, Kenny! Bondic's going to turn around after the first shot, and HellRaisers, well, this round's definitely done and dusted, but maybe Shox can get a bomb plant.
Tiptoeing his way from apartments. Shox' apartments as he slowly works his way down. Going to peek through Boiler. Stacko is there, and of course will find the frag. Dispatches him. Upgrades to the Tech 9 as well, and they link that round together, as they should. HellRaisers looking like they want to try and get all of these rounds, really try and get them cleanly. Obviously, no casualties coming through into that one. Sorry, apart from Zero obviously getting taken down. And then G2, they need to try and pull something out of the bag. HellRaisers, they will get away with it. You'd imagine going to be getting that 10th round on the board into this one. And it just depends if they can actually step things up. They need that firepower, that ferocity that we saw into their late half on their CT side. If they can bring that to the table on T, start to go for those confidence picks, that's where we're going to see them return to form.
Yeah, this round's basically just a throwaway. We don't expect anything here from the French side, and this is just going to be a money-maker round with HellRaisers having so much, you know, effective play with these UMPs. And look at the aggression early on as well. Angel pushed all the way down towards Banana. He's playing anti-flash. He's got the support towards the top. Risky, yes, but still, we'll be able to grant him some money if G2 do decide to barrage out onto this B site. And the fact they've still got such a mid-stack, you know, that they're all outside of this Banana position, waiting for the smoke to fade. Looks like they may very well push in towards his close-range B site, but Angel, first quick kill. There's $600 in the bank, and he's going to look in for a bit more. There's a second. Apex gets dropped, and this is just perfect from Angel. He's just picking up so many anti-eco frags, looking for more. There's a third. Shox is going to be going to be the last person over on the A site, and Deadfox can clear him up too. HellRaisers, great round. Don't lose a player as well, and they can even bring some of these UMPs into the buy if they want to.
Yep, as the buys start to come out, they can try and hold on to him if they want to. Obviously, there's a bit of a scouting round. You would imagine that Bondic will be the one 100% going for the upgraders. Right now, he just has that MP7 in his back pocket. It seemed like he might actually stick with it, though. So it's going to be a full scout round. Obviously, try and work their way through. If they can pick this up, would be crazy for what it would do to their economy. But should be unlikely. G2 with the AKs back in their hands. Utility as well. Only 1 HE in play, but they do have 5 smokes across the board. That will be useful when they go for their late round executes. Right now, they're just playing that default, hoping the push comes through early from HellRaisers. They do try and take a bit of Banana control. There hasn't been any contact just yet.
That's the thing about these rounds, right? If you go for the bonus round and you lose it, it doesn't matter because you can fully invest into the next round. You'll have so much cash from not only the loss bonus, but also the cash you've saved from the first 3. So this is actually, you know, a viable strategy. We've been seeing it very, very commonly, and the reset potential is good if you do lose it. So let's have a look and see if they can actually pick it up. It could be a bit of an upset here as we see the AKs storm out in towards middle. We've got Angel playing a close position with Bondic, just playing the bait towards the long area, but he's going to be extended too far with the MP7. Angel, though, able to pick up the pieces, takes himself 2, body trades, and we're back into a 3-on-3 as G2, they are going to start to wrap back around towards the A site.
Styko playing from pit, though, waiting for the peek to come towards him. Flashbang will go over, peek through. No one has been seen just yet. Finally spots out the players, and from the bomb site, Deadfox starts to eliminate everyone that comes his way, throwing out punts left and right as he blow for blow takes them down. Final kill upon Shox, upgrades to the AK as well. Deadfox single-handedly defends the bomb site there. 3K to his name. Amazing way to pick up the round. And not only that, that's so much cash going into their back pockets now as well. Not too many casualties, but an awful lot of cash.
And they don't even have to invest in the rifles as well. They just pick them all up off the bodies here of the G2 side. You know, we've got 2 AKs in play now. This is great from HellRaisers. They are just maintaining this economy so well. And now seeing G2, they have to quasi into this one. A couple of pistols, a bit of armor as well behind it, and some utility just on the back of Shox, but really not too much to really get themselves an opener into this round. HellRaisers not even picking up the AWP yet. We didn't see it once on the T side, and we haven't seen it once on the CT side yet. Very interesting, but Deadfox still going to be doing extremely well here for the CT side, so I'm interested to hear why, but Up and towards mid, we're going to see G2 Storm. Apex looking for the opener. He will get a bit of damage, but it's Body to pick up the opening kill as Bondic takes down Apex. They will be wrapping as well into the B site potentially here as we have this banana control in their hands, but these players are sitting in CT, waiting for the players to get aggressive, and Angel will. And Kenny S takes him down, and now a 3v3 in play. Only one more defender on the B site, and that will be Zero.
Falling back now, playing from coils as the push comes in. Going to reposition over towards Gardeners. He just wants to hold in the close angle by Runes. If they push in and don't clear it, he will have the drop on them. Goes for the face, takes down Kenny S, but Body with the instant response. Now they have enough time to get that bomb planted. The rotate can come over. Sure, they're left in a 2 versus 2. They have a little bit of utility left to play over as well. And those all-important kits. Meanwhile, G2, not a lot in their back pockets. They only have the one Molotov. It could be useful, though, into the late round. Shox as well has to try and do some damage as the peak comes towards him. Wanted to get the opening frag on Dead Fox, but it really will not go his way. Body is so low as well. Has to just try and use the range advantage as he spams down one after the other. Takes them both down in a spectacular fashion, linking those headshots together. And G2 bounced back into it off a huge interval play there from Body.
Yeah, great stuff there. It was looking like HellRaisers had that round with only 13 HP left on the T-side player, but still, we've talked about it before, HellRaisers money is not having any issues at the time being. They're going to be able to fully equip, and now DevFox going to be on that CT AWP here. Good to see. Maybe some aggression down towards middles. He goes for the jump peek, and he's going to actually go for the spot. No one peeking there. The nade comes in, he gets tagged, but Apex not looking for the open. And meanwhile, Bondic, look at this aggression, just pushed all the way down. Apex does not expect it, and I don't blame him. He gets picked, but Shox is looking for the refrag, and he will succeed. It's a 4-on-4 now, and G2, they are going to be favoured into this round. But HellRaisers, at least they found a bit of damage onto the side of the French.
Yep, getting that opening kill on the board. Obviously, it has been traded back at this point, but still, it helps them as they make their approach through. G2 taking their position towards apartments, but the bomb starts to back off down second mid, showing signs that they might want to go for a rotate back towards that B-bomb site. So much control has been given to HellRaisers, though, as they've slipped their way down Banana, smoked it off, and they take that control. It's going to be so hard for them to work their way back through. Nice sanguine play from Zero as well, as he holds the high ground, hoping if that push comes through, he can peer over the top, try and spam down into them. G2 will just still play it firm, though, playing their cards very close to their chest. No reason to go in too aggressive here and throw this round away into the wind. Just keep up this slow style of CS. You've still got a minute 45 seconds left to play with into this one before they need to try it and speed it up a little bit. Mid control has once again been retaken as they tiptoe back up. Hearing audio cues towards bottom Banana as well. Body might try and take the fight, but realizes it's not worth the risk.
Yeah, with 30 seconds left, they need to hurry the hell up here. Despite that, though, HellRaisers have no utility to hold off these Ts. And look at the entry from MBK, just jumping out of the apartment's ballsy, but it works out. He's got one more to find, and Stiko going to peek out for the peak. Takes the refrag, 3-on-3. And 2 players left on the B side is going to be the perfect setup here. Angel doesn't have to commit to the fight, but he does. Jumps out for the damage. He does get a kill through the smoke. As Zero, he's waiting for the bomb plant. There we go. There's just no time left. He gets one. Kenny S is jumping, but Pistol going to be pulled out, and support from Angel as he comes back in from the ruins. It will be HellRaisers round, and G2 just leaving it too little too late. They were forced to dedicate a player to the bomb plant without even clearing the site, and that is going to be the downfall of them, and HellRaisers picking things back up and getting that reset onto the economy.
Looking very good right now. Obviously, that reset coming in, punishing them. The buys will come back out, though, but interestingly enough, they will just run the risk and go for it. The AWP will come through, passed over to Kenny S, as the rest of them just have armor and these measly upgraded pistols. A little bit of utility to work with, essentially just a sprinkle. And this all rides on Kenny being able to find those openers. He needs to do so much into the round if they're going to pick this one up. Has to get those opening picks on the board and allow his teammates to burst their way through and try and close out the round. Aggression on display as he tries to take that angle towards mid, hoping to find a pick towards that A-bomb site. His teammates just holding towards bottom Banana as well. They know HellRaisers has been getting a little bit aggressive in the prior rounds. They try and take that bottom Banana control. If they can stop that, it does help them out as Kenny gets ever closer towards top mid now. Working his way through, spotting towards quad. Isn't going to find anyone playing underneath bow because he then clears the other angle. What will he actually find though? No one's still there as his teammates slip through. They have good communication. They have this push through towards the A-bomb site, but Bondic is in a prime time angle to try and ward them off if they go for this play. Limited utility, but the flashbang should go over and then go for the angle peek. Kenny S with the contact AWP as well. Peek comes over. Smart stuff from Bondic. Will not try and run the risk. Flashbang goes in. Backs off to the bomb site now to try and aid his teammates.
And this wraparound from Apex and Kenny is going to be perfect. They're splitting onto this bomb site, but there's still 3 players left and not a lot of time. G2 need to hurry up, but Kenny, great kill there to take down Stiko early on. Looking for the second pick to enlarge the man advantage here for the T side. It's DevFox. He's positioned perfectly, waiting for the push, but Bondik on the site. One quick kill. He needs the support from DevFox, but he's already been removed from the equation by MBK. Bondik jumps up. He gets himself 2. Lots of damage. Pistol going to be out, but he gets overrun. Shocks with the running Tech 9. Does drop him eventually, and 2 players will remain for HellRaisers, but the bomb, it's not been planted. They need to hurry up with that. 15 seconds left on the clock. Eventually it will go down in the hands of Shocks, but this is still a doable retake here. MBK's not even found himself a gun yet, and 2 of the players are significantly tagged up here on the G2 side. Zero's going to be looking for the opener, but both these players pushing from the same angle. Very, very risky, but at least they have that trade potential.
Kenny trying to go for the pick, but it doesn't really work out that way. But the seconds will lands it. Hungry for the third, but Angel with a nice little tap straight into the cranium. Switches out to the AK. But most likely will back off at this point. Not too much he can really achieve into the round. Hungry trying to find a secondary exit frag, but not worth the risk as he realizes it's time to just get the hell out of there. Bomb will go off. That's going to be the 10th round on the board for G2. They also save this up. You'd imagine Shock's trying to get out of the bomb radius, which he has done now. And HellRaisers, you're going to ask the question, will they be able to work their way back through and try and pick up this round, reset them once more? Or G2, is this going to be the start of them looking good? A little bit of damage has been done to the HellRaisers economy as well. You can see 2 players on 2k there, not as healthy as you'd want them to be.
They can definitely get a buy up here, but this will be their last. It's G2 looking to equalize things up. If they pick up this one round here, this one T-side buy, HellRaisers is going to be forced to eco, and then it will be 12-12. So that could actually be really, really good for the side of G2. HellRaisers just been reset off the back of their own reset, which is quite interesting to see. So the economy not stable for either teams right now. Both of them need to force the opposition into the eco. We are going to be seeing such a crucial round here to decide the fate of this second half. There's already G2 going to be giving up all the banana control they can to Zero, just spraying into the smoke, takes down MBK. And the deep smoke as well, going to allow HellRaisers to push up if need be. But after that pick, there's really no need to, right? They can just play passive. They've got the man advantage. G2 are now struggling to get themselves a refrag, and if HellRaisers go aggressive and feed one into them, it's going to be very, very difficult to come back from that. A 4v4 does favour the T's quite significantly.
That's true. They're in a good situation to try and work their way through, but they need to get that trade back, get themselves into that 4 versus 4 scenario. If they can get that opening kill, it's still all to play with. Banana control, though, has been very good so far for HellRaisers. They haven't even tried to really contest them. They've just allowed it happen in these previous rounds, as there's no point if they don't clear the Angel as well. It's going to be so hard. Angel, primetime angle, peeks out, will get the opening frag. Apex with a response, but Zero, elevated angle. He has the high ground. He knows how to use it. Beats down the opposition, leaving Shocks to try and claw them back from what essentially is already a defeat into this round. HellRaisers looking so good at this point. They have their angles covered, playing 2-2 to a site. They can just hold back. Shocks making his approach towards B, hoping he can at least find something, potentially an opener, find a 1 versus 1 to allow him to slip in, but it's going to be so hard. No reason for these CTs to peek. Nade will roll in as well, getting him even lower now, almost sub 50 HP, tagged down to 7 as well off the initial face that comes through from Bondik, and there's going to be the frag.
13 rounds of HellRaisers, very back and forth. If we look at the scoreboard, we can see neither team being able to really establish an economy here because of the rounds being so up and down. So loss bonus really is not affecting anything right now. As you can see, G2 invested all their money into the previous, leaving them on just 1,500, and they're actually just going to reinvest. Like we saw the round previously with Kenny S picking up that AWP, and the rest of them just on Tech 9s. This time it's far weaker. Just Tech 9s and a P250 on MBK. Not a great buy at all, but I don't blame them for investing here as HellRaisers. They still haven't built up their own CT side economy. And look at Bondik. He's even going to be left on a USP here. They are that weak right now. Neither team having fully bought up. And DevFox and Angel going to be limited to UMPs. Well, I say limited. Those guns are broken right now. So actually very effective. But still, G2, they're going to have to pull something magical out of the hat as they force themselves up in towards middle again. Being very aggressive on this control. Bondik going to back off here. Might have to throw down the resmoke, and he will have the utility for that, but it's Stiko to open things up over towards short. One quick kill, they're going to flush out of the apartments. He needs to be aware, has to get the reload, but he just gets a shot off with 4 bullets left. Pistol going to be pulled, and he goes for the shot, does eventually connect it onto Kenny. 2 players remaining, but it should just be the cleanup. Despite that though, Body, he finds one more.
Push comes through over towards Pit. We'll find that headshot at the end, taking down Stiko, upgrades to the M4 as well. He's in a good situation. 4K on the board. Hungry for the 5th as he went for the peek through, but Zero was able to take him down. Zero top fragging for the side of HellRaisers as well. He's looked sublime towards that B-bomb site defense. Has not been able to give away any banana control. It was good over as well in his first T-half. HellRaisers now, they're in such a good position to try and close this game out. G2 Once again, the bite is going to be lackluster. The only rifle they have to play with is body on a measly Galil. Meanwhile, HellRaisers looking like this should be an easy one picked up to get themselves match point locked down. Aggression up second mid, though, coming through for G2. What could potentially be an apps burst or just a mid burst. This is first round. It will be the mid burst. They're trying to work their way in. Body leads the charge with that awkward bite. Well, he does get warded off, though. Flames all around him. You can see this has really thwarted their game plan. They wanted to just try and overwhelm them, use that speed and drive by potential, but it really has not gone that way. Once again, now regrouping, burst through the smoke. Bondit gets the information, but unfortunately no kills to his name as he has to back off. They're starting to take a lot of map control, but Styko on the site will cause a stir. Playing from pit as he gets the 3K, ripping his way for everyone that peeks into his crosshairs, leaving just MBK to be beaten down.
Yep, this is just falling apart, and that's the thing as well. G2, usually in those kind of rounds, you need to either burst it fast, or if you're going to go for a slow play, have some map control, right? Because as soon as they push their way up towards the middle, look at the reaction of HellRaisers on the minimap. They pushed aggressively down Banana, got that information, went, okay, right, Banana's clear, so they're very likely committing everyone towards EA site. As a result, they rotated Zero in from Arch to support, and HellRaisers just had the perfect setup with a continued Banana aggression. So G2, if they're not going to fast burst that and run through the Molotov or at least smoke it off, they should probably have a flank player just to hold the rotations. But either way, this is getting down to the wire now. HellRaisers about to pick up the first map, unless G2 with the third force in a row can pick this one up, which is looking unlikely. We could be seeing the CT side actually prevail here over on Inferno, but let's not go ahead of ourselves. As we can see, aggression down Banana early on. We do have G2 once again taking control of apps, this time playing it far slower, and I like this one. The burst hasn't been working previously for them, so maybe just try and go for those picks. HellRaisers is very likely to play aggressive after quite a few pushes down Banana so far. Good potential for G2 to grab some guns and get into an empty site.
Setting themselves up right now. Still, they realize this could be the end of their lifeline if they lose this round. So they don't want to run the risk of going overly aggressive. Push comes through. Zero back in his vintage angle. Does give the game away, though. Fired off a couple of the pot shots. They're going to be aware of that position as he has to fall back now. The nades roll in to force him out of that aggressive Banana control. And you see G2 as well repositioning, thinking maybe this is the time we can go for that B play. We know he has had to fall back from his vantage point. Try and take the aggression. We have a lot of utility left to play with. Smoke off the angles. Molotov over as well. Use the flashbang so we can get our contact into the site and see if we can actually potentially get an opener. The Deagle on Kenny S. The Deagle and MBK could be so damaging if they can find those opening frags, if they can get an angle. The push comes through, though. Will this just be a spray down Zero? 6 shot as he lands the headshot, but it allows you the Tech 9 to do all the damage as Body tears his way through the reserves on the site, takes down the frontline infantry. Sure, the nades start to roll in for HellRaisers, but the T's already in very good angles.
Nice Molotov, though. That should force out Shox here, and he will just go for the peak. Doesn't matter. Tech 9 going to work perfectly in that angle as he takes the head off of Bondik, and already HellRaisers are going to be throwing in the towel as they run back towards the EA site, tail between their legs, and try and hold on to their guns for a next round. G2, they finally picked one up. The 3 relentless force buys, and Apex, he doesn't even want them to save any rifles. He's got nothing to lose here as he chases down these opposing CTs. He spots out Stiko. Good damage. The nade, that should dunk right on as it goes into the pit, and it will be the kill onto Stiko, leaving just Deadbox here in the pit. Apex knows it as well. He's going to start to clear it, just pre-firing. Flash goes in, perfect, but Deadbox going to be there to react. 2 kills for him, and they should just be able to overrun him. No, apparently not. Deadbox is the master of saving. The nade will rain in eventually, though. Kenny S going to be able to take him down, but still, G2, despite losing all those players at the end of the round, they managed to finally pick one up and impact the economy of the CT side.
Yep, leaving it with a nice firm dent there. They're going to have to take that one to the impound, try and get that checked out. I don't think that one's going to buff out very soon, though, as they do go for the buy. Not looking too great as they work their way through. Dead Fox as well. Not a lot of cash, and you will have to skimp on armor. Just basically upgraded pistols. Limited utility as well. Angel still has a fair bit to play with. But still, they might be able to ward off the T's, but they need to get lucky finding these opening kills, as their arsenal really does not complement them.
Not at all, but at least they'll be able to get a buy in the upcoming round here, as they've only half invested in just holding on for the time being. A bit of aggression in apps, a triple stack over towards Banana, just changing up the setup, and that's good. Keep G2 guessing. They don't exactly know what they're going to be playing up against. Nice nade will land in there, but a counter nade just to do some damage off the edge. Not going to impact too much. Only Zero and Angel tag down a little bit. G2 just holding on towards this mid control, and Shox holding outside of the apartment. Stiko pushes a free kill for Shox to open things up. And HellRaisers already losing out on the man advantage, but it will be traded.
Dead Fox that. Getting that opening frag. Nicely done, but unfortunately the trade's coming back in. It's not really what they want on the side of HellRaisers. Apex, as he spams away with that rifle, slaying everyone in front of him. MBK as well, holding towards bottom banana, so if the push comes out from Angel and co, he surely will find the kills, but they have a fantastic little crossfire setup. Angel playing an 8 flash as well, so they can push their way in, but he will actually be, he won't be right at all, but it still doesn't matter as MBK finally his opening frags, just tears his way through everyone. Zero does respond with a deagle from the power play position, but unfortunately Body was just able to tear his way through him. Now the cash is back in their favor though. Still, they really need to try and work their way into it. G2 starting to get rounds on the board. This would be number 13 if they can pick it up. The buffer that HellRaisers had to try and close the game out is starting to dwindle away.
Bit by bit, G2 clawing their way back into the matchup though. It's definitely not over either way. And HellRaisers going to try and close it out in this one because, again, if they leave it too long, G2 are going to have such a built-up economy, they could even go for this AWP in play, so they need to be very, very careful. They lose out this round, it's going to be probably 14 to 15 before they can even reinvest in a proper buy here. They should be going the next, so coming really down to the wire in this matchup, which is something, well, after the first half, I think we can agree is very, very expected with an 8 to 7 scoreline. But up in towards middle, G2, again, giving up all this banana control. HellRaisers is just going to be taking it every single time. No pick will come this way this time, though. But still, they are allowed to push all the way down with no reaction from the T side. They should be throwing in those nades, throwing in those mollies, and even spamming the smoke just to take down these CT-sided players. But nothing's going to be happening. Instead, they push up in towards middle. But 4 players in position here, and HellRaisers playing very, very closely on the CT side over towards Quad and Arch.
On the ground, though. HellRaisers trying to play very far back. Zero once again in this prime time angle. He's done so much damage with that aggressive banana control. Could be the difference maker if push comes through. MBK still trying to plant that seed out in their mind as they use an awful lot of utility towards that A bomb site. He's going to be holding for the late round rotate. The T's at top mid, they're the ones that need to do the damage. Oh, actually the kill's not to come through though. MBK will find the frag on towards Zero, but there's the trade back from Angel, taking him down. They will try and take that play towards the B bomb site now though, aware the Zero has been removed from such an effective angle. Angel holding back, the nade will go in, trying to ward them off as the push starts to come in. Transferring that information over. The audio cues finds the opening kill as well. That is so huge as he delays them for the right amount of time. Can't reposition round. Unfortunately, Shocks causes a stir, a flurry of bullets go landing into the corpse of Dead Fox.
A 3v3 retake going to be on here as G2 get that bomb down. Shocks his tag, but he has time to rotate back on. Hot on his heels is going to be Stiko. They're coming in through the bottom and middle, but we have 2 players retaking here from the CT side. Angel going to be coming in from the back of Ruins with the support of Bondik, and here we go. Shocks is going to face the first player. Stiko coming in, doesn't check the angle, but he still gets a kill. Shocks was so low there, it was made difficult. And Apex, he gets another one. 2 for him as he takes down Bondik and Angel. It's all down to Stiko. Nice spray, but he can't connect the second shot. And Kenny S now, last man standing, pistol going to be out. He's 3 HP, 7 bullets left in the clip, but he has to go for the fight. And Kenny S is baiting. He's just playing with his food before he takes it down. And G2, they've got themselves 13 rounds. Now HellRaisers are going to have to eco, and we could be seeing OT.
Definitely potential at this point, as obviously the economy of HellRaisers is not looking healthy. Getting pinned down and beaten up by G2. The York buy can come out for a Kenny S as well. He's not looked as fantastic as he normally does with a weapon, but definitely will aid them. They can use that range advantage. Only scary factor is if HellRaisers go for a little bit of an aggressive play, saying potentially stock and all to try and get this round over with. Run the risk that it might pay off. Could be overwhelmed.
Yeah, they need to switch up the stacks here. They need to go for a full site stack. Maybe only 1 player towards a B site, for example, because G2 have been putting so much aggression early on towards middle. If we see, you know, a re-smoke cycle down on Banana, it could force G2 to hit in towards mid, where HellRaisers could have stacked, for example. We've not seen anything of the sort, and I think G2 are just reading HellRaisers at this point. They know exactly where they're going to be positioning, exactly their setups, and their rotations seem to be caught on guard by G2. You know, we saw Shocks aggressively over a mid in the previous round to catch himself a free kill to equalize things up. So G2 have been doing very well in that regard, and now going into this one, HellRaisers just rinsing and repeating the same damn setups here on the CT side. It's really catching them off guard because they are not getting anything into this half.
Smoke goes through, trying to block off towards CT. That line of sight completely removed. Now you can see Dead Fox having to reposition towards the bomb site. Body, basically the only man towards B, just trying to delay, trying to get some openers and really punish them a little bit. We'll only find 1 frag before he's traded out. MBK is close by, holding the angle as he just taps away with that M4. Gets a lot of information, but nothing else.
The pick is still important. Goes either way though, as 30 seconds remain. They have to get themselves onto a site. MBK, if he goes down here, it's very, very dangerous. Does have to back off and reload, but he will continue to peek as he pushes in. This is going to be clear now. They know the push is coming in. The CT's yet to rotate on, but still, Angel finally going to be dropped from the site as MBK takes the opening kill. And G2, they do have the control of the B site now. HellRaisers now left to retake. or at least catch exit frags. That should be what they should be focusing right now. I think just hold on with the pistols, play passive positions, and wait for G2 to walk into your crosshairs. You can grab an AK, grab some orbs. We won't be talking about impacting the economy at G2. We're more kind of helping HellRaisers get that final buyout in the last round, because right now, with just a couple of Deagles, PT-50s, and CZs, they're not exactly going to be wanting to hold on to these into the next round. They need those AKs so they can at least buy up full nades alongside them. But you can see the T's know exactly what's going on, and they will be waiting until the last second to push out of the site. There's no way they want to lose any guns.
Yeah, no reason to throw those into the wind. Just hold back right now. Wait until time has ticked sufficiently away. Then get out of there, exit together towards spot and banana, and just hold it. No reason to push through and towards mid, just in case a frag does go the way of HellRaisers. Cash comes in. Sure, they have enough to get a buyout into this, but it's going to be so hard. They need to close the game down here and right now. 4 rounds on the trot have come through for G2. Will this be round number 5? Can they work their way to overtime? Or will HellRaisers actually find an answer and try and stop this reign of terror?
This is so close. To be honest, HellRaisers without the AWP, that's also a limiting factor, right? They've got the utility, but Deadfox has been very good with the rifles, and even when he has picked up the AWP, that as well. So, G2, I'm expecting OT here, but let's see if HellRaisers can at least surprise me. The setup going to be, once again, the same as usual here. We do see a bit of a swap, though. Angel over towards the B site, and Bondic rotating back in towards A. G2 just taking their time for the time being, and no aggressive banana control here on the CT side. They will be going for a little bit of a peek down towards Car, but the smoke, it eventually does go deep. That allows them to push down, and G2 again forced into the same setup, likely going to be pushing up towards A as they usually do, leaving just one player, either Shox or MBK, just to hold back for the time being. But HellRaisers eventually going to relinquish that banana control as they've utilised all of their smokes. Actually, no, Zero still has one, but G2 has still got this aggressive mid-positioning, and HellRaisers just holding on for the time being. At least they're playing this one passive.
Playing it smart, not giving away any free openers to the side of G2. Zero as well in the past. He's been the reason they've been able to lock down that B site so much. In the rounds he's been picked off early, that's where they've lost it. As soon as they get that control towards banana, the rotate doesn't come in. It's a very slow rotate, as Angel doesn't want to over-rotate in terms of if it could be a fake, and things all fall apart. A contact star will be coming their way though. Zero playing far back this time around, will not be trying to go for the aggressive face. Is this where things will change?
Fake smokes down on towards B, won't cause a rotation, but the time is low. G2 need to hurry up and get on this bomb site. They're going to make their way out in towards the middle area. Apex as well, trying to split himself through the apartments, but quick wrap down round towards the long area. Deadfox needs to shut down these players. He turns back around, but too late. Shox has already found the opener. There's a second as well. MBK tapping away, but Bondic does eventually get the refrag. Body will drop another good opener so far from G2. They've got control of the site, just getting the bomb down in time. It looked like it was all over, but HellRaisers, they seem to have, well, at least lost out on far too many rounds here on the CT side. They've got 2 players remaining. They've got to go for this retake. And frankly, Jackie, I think it's going to be all over. I think we're going to OT.
Seems like it. As they make their approach through, they're going to have to do something absolutely insane if they want to try and pick this one up. Flashbang goes in to try and allow them to entry their way through, but Kenny S has dispatched Zero. Angel arrives on the scene of the crime, but will be taken down for a smoke by Apex. 15-15. They will be working their way into overtime here.
Yeah, very interesting. And to be honest, after that one, you know, you got to go. What's happening for HellRaisers here? They had the 15-10. They had it about to close it out, forcing G2 into eco. We saw that triple force buy in a row, and eventually it worked out with the 3rd force. But at that point, you're thinking, why are HellRaisers throwing away all these rounds? Why are they not switching up the setups? Why are they maybe not going for some aggression? We've seen a lot of passive stun, a lot of banana control, but other than that, they've not been doing anything down mid, anything down second mid, despite the economy being in their favor at multiple points. We never saw the AWP. We saw it once or twice for Deadfox on the CT side. Really weird to see them kind of not switching anything up at all, and G2 completely reading that one.
Yeah, it's true. They just had no answers there, and we saw them just essentially get shut down. It was really odd as well, uncharacteristic of them, as it was a dominant performance so far. As soon as they got into that CT side, they had some good decision-making, and they were bending very easily. They were being able to reposition, things were adapting, then all of a sudden, they just had no answers. They fully broke and just didn't return to form from that point. It seemed like they just got complacent, and they had no ideas left. The playbook seemed dry towards the end of that matchup.
Yeah, that is one of the things, right, with Inferno being reintroduced. So a lot of teams don't seem to have really found their form on the map. For example, in maps that are outstanding, that the teams still play regularly, you obviously see a lot of setups, because on the CT side, they're going to be aware of what to do, and they're going to have, okay, if this doesn't work, we'll do this. But maybe on Inferno, these guys only, you know, maybe they've not put as much time into it. They're thinking, okay, let's just keep repeating the same setup. All we need is 1 round, right? 1 out of 5 until G2 bring it back. And eventually it just fell apart because they were just repeating the same thing. So hopefully when we go into OT, we'll see something different from HellRaisers. I want to see the AWP on the first round straight away from Deadfox. I want to see him go go for a pick down mid. I want to see him do something with that. We never saw him play the AWP on B. Again, something very, very good that we saw release Shocks in the first half on the CT side due to shut down HellRaisers, and we need to see something like that. We need to see it switch up. If they carry on with the same setup, I think G2 are just going to overrun them and take the OT.
Well, that was the thing, though. A lot of it came down to Zero just being overwhelmed towards that B bomb site. He was able to ward everyone off very effectively. In the rounds they couldn't actually find that opening kill upon Zero, he was able to get the opening kills very easily and could back off, and it looked good. As soon as he started to fall, that's when the cracks started to show and everything went wrong. But anyway, let's kick it off. We're back in overtime. G2 versus HellRaisers. Let's see how this one will go down. Kenny S on the AWP. We see the Dead Fox AWP coming out as well. So will we see that potential contestation stationed over towards the B bomb site? So there is potential, if they try and take the banana control, that he can be there to complement Zero and actually do some damage.
This is the issue. G2 have not even left one solo player outside of B. They're all hitting in towards A, and that's exactly the wrong decision for HellRaisers to have this triple stack on B. I think they're going to realize this sooner rather than later. Is Zero, he starts to back off towards the spawn, finally going to be committing to the rotation, but it might be too little too late. G2 have found themselves deep into the side of A, and while we will see Angel pushed all the way down banana with the support of Dead Fox, it might just be too late, because G2 just on the edge of taking this A site.
They do start to reconverge, though. The CT's repositioning, thinking that the jig might be up, as they did take a little bit of banana control, and they haven't really got any information that would lead them to believe it is going to be a play towards that B bomb site. Angel playing close around the smoke as well. Zero is going to peek from library. Flashbang goes through, Body spots him out, trying to connect with the spam. Instead, they just have to smoke him off and try and block out that line of sight. The tag's coming in through, but Zero with a backstab goes huge. He takes down Apex and Kenny S. Styko as well, dropping Body. Still playing from pit as he's able to land another punch square into the face of Shocks, taking him down, leaving just MBK to try and clutch this one out. One frag on the board so far, hungry for more. Is he actually going to be able to find anything? Wants to also get that bomb planted. We'll be able to need a margin. 20 seconds left to play with. Just as the bomb goes down, the push comes in together, trying to enter as a unit. All three men barrage their way upon the bomb site, tagging him from multiple angles. Angel will be the one to find the kill. Defuse will come in, and HellRaisers kick off overtime with a bang.
I love that, though. Finally going to be making a different play. We have Dead Fox, we have the triple play over towards the B site, and no, they didn't find anything, but at least they got the information right, because as soon as they pushed down banana with that triple play, they went, okay, it's clear. G2 probably stacking up towards the A site. We hear footsteps over towards A, so let's rotate everyone there, apart from Dead Fox. He can hold an angle with the AWP in towards banana, allow everyone else to situate in the A site and wait for this push, and if Dead Fox does find anyone, he clicks away, gets one kill and can back off. So good setup from HellRaisers. Let's see what they do again. Are they going to repeat it? It seems to be the case as three players go once again towards the B site, and that's the thing, G2 didn't really know what setup they had. They didn't have anyone towards banana, so HellRaisers, they have the ability to completely repeat this without anyone having a clue. So three players there, Dead Fox with the AWP. This time, are we going to see some aggression from G2?
It'll be interesting to see if they do try and take the fight themselves. Actually trying to slip through the smoke. Flashbang goes in. They do spot out a lot of CTs, but they've been able to back themselves up. Dead Fox with the opening frag as well. Hungry to try and beat them down. He's struggling, but luckily his teammates can aid him as he goes back in, gets that sloppy seconds, and his teammates dispatching everyone else that was there. Shocks will arrive on the scene though, but it's too late. One man up against the 4 CTs that have just slain all his brethren. The bomb in an awkward location as well as he makes his way up. Does find a smoke to try and aid him on his journey, and another Molotov left to play with as well. He has a minute to try and grab that bomb and do something, but the angle very heavily covered by this crossfire. Surely he gets dispatched as soon as he peeks through the smoke, works his way around, gets the tag off, but Zero will claim the kill. Another round going the way of HellRaisers. 17 rounds on the board now.
And that's the difficult thing with MR3 OT, right? You lose the first 2 rounds, your buy in the third is going to be impacted, and we're going to see absolutely no chance of an AWP, I can imagine, here into this round. As you can see, not even Kenny's able to buy up after investing into that AWP in the first round of OT. The second, he had to stick with an AK, another third to Tech 9, so this is the danger. You want to go 1-1 in OT, then both teams can buy up in the third round, but right now, G2 just struggling here. They've got one Tech 9, which again, not too much of a limiting factor. We prefer to see the AWP right on Kenny for an equal matchup. Either way, Dead Fox this time in middle with the AWP. We got a AAA play default setup, but obviously this is one of the first times he's brought the AWP onto this side of the map, and this is the first time he's pushed down mid again, aggressively looking for a pick. He's going to be spotted, but he backs off safely. Still not going to be getting that opening frag, but Shocks is fairly tagged up.
Yeah, knocked down below sub 50 HP very early into the round will be fairly beneficial to the side of HellRaisers. Angel this time around with the one leading the aggression towards bottom bananas. Takes a couple of pot shots through the smoke, doesn't really connect upon anyone. but possibly could slow them down before they go for this very fast execute. They're revving their engines, banging on the doors, ready to try and break their way in as they get close to the gates of the B bomb site. Zero in the elevated angle. Angel playing over by Coils as well, gets the opening kill, but he relies on his teammate now to clean up as the push comes through. He'll only be able to find one, a headshot upon MBK before he's taken down. Bondic with an easy response kill though, leaving them in a 3 versus 2. They have the man advantage now as the push starts to ward their way upon the site. They enclose their way, edging further and further upon that bomb site, taking their push through runes. Oh, the tag does come out, but they can't quite get the kill just yet. Apex is allowed to get out of there with just a measly 2 HP, but they force Shocks out, then kill him as well. Great play from Dead Fox as he pulls the trigger to get that frag back. Apex tries to do something, but it's short-lived, taken down. That is a flawless CT half coming out from HellRaisers.
Great stuff, 18 rounds, and after struggling to pick out one of the previous 5 in the last half, obviously, going into this, they are kicking up a real storm. They had 7 rounds on their T side as well of this map in the first half, so looking at this now, very, very good chance they could actually lead this one and maybe take it for the win. Maybe not with, allowing G2 to even pick up a single round on their CT side.
It's true. There is definitely that potential that picking that easily, if they come here hard and fast and actually get an opening frag on their T side, they will shut the game out, and that would be very scary. Obviously, not really the result that G2 wants coming into this, as they clawed their way back. They had a long, hard climb. They finally got themselves into a good position, and now it could be taken away from them.
Yeah, very, very likely, and I like the fact that HellRaisers actually switched stuff off. I'm very confused as to why it took so long and why they didn't do it in the first or at least the second half before OT, because they had those 5 rounds to kind of play around with. They had buys for almost every single one, only ecoed 1 of the last 5, and then it takes them all the way to OT for them to actually switch up a setup and go for a triple B, go for some aggression, do something like that. But at least it works out for them. At least we see them actually leading the charge after a bit of a shaky second half. And now going into this overtime, they only need 1 round, right? They only need to bring it to 19. So G2 need, again, a flawless CT half. And while they did have a good first half on the CT side, 8 rounds, HellRaisers did pick up the first 7, right? So it's very difficult to kind of make a fair assessment of who's going to pick this one up. But again, just off of the round lead, you've got to go HellRaisers looking very, very likely.
It's true. That's the thing. They did start to come in there towards the end of the half, but early game, HellRaisers were absolutely unstoppable. Round after round, just absolute domination came out for them. And you've got to be scared if that will come into effect as well. Obviously, cash to play with here, so economy isn't going to be an issue for them. So if they want to try and go for that aggressive buy over on Dead Fox, try and get the AWP out and work that into their strategy, there's always that potential, and that's quite scary as it really does expand the playbook of Angel once again.
Yeah, not only is that good, but we've also seen them being able to do it without the AWP, right? Dead Fox didn't even take the AWP on the T side, so the fact that they've got the versatility of being able to play around the AWP and also not even bring it into their playbook is great to see. So at least when it gets down to crunch time and maybe they don't have enough cash to buy up that AWP, maybe it won't be as important as it will be for a lot of other teams. And they're actually going to go for a very vigilant buy here, a triple UMP, which is some people will be a bit confused about, but obviously that's going to mean they can fully invest for all 3 rounds and have far more cash to play with, considering they haven't fully brought up everyone down to about 5k of their 10k mark.
Pig comes out though, Kenny S this time around looking a whole lot better on his CT side. He gets the opening frag, trying to go for the no-scope as well, but can't quite connect it. The kill comes through off the Molotov, sending Kenny S to the Burns ward. He is going to be fairly crispy after that one. The rest of HellRaisers though, rallying themselves together as they start to reposition. They're going to nope out of that, try and take that mid control, possibly go for a late round A play. They did get the 1 frag, but losing 2 members of their own isn't going to help them too much into this.
Still a good start for G2 to claw their way back, and MBK maybe a bit overzealous here. I don't think there's really any need for some aggression, but again, if he makes it work, it could really catch off these HellRaisers players. There's Dead Fox backing towards the spawn, and he's going to be posted, but not holding the right angle as Bond pushes up to second mid. That's equalized and unnecessary for G2 to go for that kind of aggression, because now HellRaisers have an advantage and a really good chance to get back into this one. But Shocks, he's still lurking. Yorp using it like a shotgun over in the apartments as he chases. He hears the footsteps from Dead Fox backing off, but I think they may have heard him push up into that second room over towards the balcony. And yeah, Bond is going to check it. He knows what's up. He takes the kill, and HellRaisers, just off of the push of MBK and the push of Shocks, they've taken the man advantage back from a 4v3. Bomb will be going down as well, and a double retake left. It looks like HellRaisers may have just made this one work.
Definitely so, as that bomb goes down, they're in such a fantastic position to try and close out the round. 3 versus 2. This retake is going to be so very awkward. It's going to be such a hard one for G2 to actually achieve too much. Peering through the smoke, trying to find an angle, a potential opener, as his teammate starts to rotate round as well. But there's the opening frag going in favor of HellRaisers, eliminating Apex so easily. Body as well, trying to do something else, but he's forced back, getting punished from all angles as a flurry of bullets comes his way. The headshot goes in off the back of Zero, takes him down. And G2 looked like they were so close there and it just gets snatched away from them with what essentially was just a flawless overtime from HellRaisers.
And that's a really unfortunate as well, considering the aggression that we saw, right? You have a 4v3, you have the advantage. Round, you want to keep as many players alive in as well, because this is OT, right? Even if you win the rounds, if you're losing players, it's very difficult to still maintain that economy. You have to rebuy, and you only get 10k. So it can be difficult, right? And the fact that we saw a 4v3, MBK get aggressive, I would argue that some forms of aggression are good in that position. Say they had 2 players in Banana, 2 players on A in that 4v3, and they went for a double push down Banana, it would make sense, right? Because they're getting information, they have the ability to trade 1 for 1, and even if they both go down only maybe 1 kill their way, it's still going to be equal, right? But MBK gets aggressive down through middle on his own with no one there to trade. It's just one of those plays where if it works out, that's great, but it's unnecessary.
That's true. I mean, it was just deadly. I think we got some replays coming up from that matchup as well, because there was so many just interesting frags that worked their way through there. Obviously, into the early game as well, you can see some great moments that came out from a few of the individual players, but G2 as a whole performed not great. They struggled into the early game. That CT half took a very long time for them to actually get some energy behind them, especially when we saw Shocked on the AWP towards the B bomb site. That was when the aggression really started to show, and they started to work their way back through as HellRaisers. 7 rounds on the trot was scary, and that first half, I mean, it just sort of showed that HellRaisers were dominant in the early round. They had a lot to play with on their T side. They had a lot of map control, but they sort of run out of ideas once their economy left them. Then, when we saw themselves in overtime, as soon as that wasn't an issue, I mean, the buy they even went for wasn't that great because they wanted to try and save money, as you were saying, to have that efficient buyout into all 3 rounds, but they just had the confidence behind them.
Yeah, maybe we're giving too much, love for HellRaisers T side. When you look at it realistically, right, they picked up 7 rounds on their first T side.
Yeah.
3 of those were obviously 1 the pistol and then 2 the anti-eco. So technically, they only picked up 4 proper rounds, and probably one of those 4 was going to be an eco anyway. So technically, they only picked up 3 rifle rounds in their T side, which actually isn't that great. Of course, we're breaking it down from 7, but 4 of those rounds you can kind of miscount, other than the pistol, obviously. So again, HellRaisers, yes, they had a great start for the T-side half, but if they didn't get that pistol round, that could have honestly been a dominating sweep from G2, because if G2 got the start that they needed and showed the aggressive CT side that they did eventually in the second half, you never know. That really could have been a completely different matchup just based off of that first pistol round that allowed HellRaisers to pick up the long streak.
It's true, it was a massive change in playstyle as well from G2 though. They were playing very aggressive into the early round, but it wasn't really anything that was tradable. When we saw Shocks going for those little more aggressive peeks towards the B bomb site, it's easily tradable. You had his teammates there to try and back him up, but at first they were just sort of taking fights they couldn't really win. Kenny as well luckily stepped off going for those overly aggressive plays towards second mid. Usually he's the one that can get those opening frags, but it just wasn't his day, and it was just a waste of time and really allowed HellRaisers to get those opening frags on the board, which was a shame.
Yeah, definitely so, but at least it shows that HellRaisers have the ability to knock out some of the titans of this event, right? G2 so inconsistent, we talked about it in the pre-game, but it's good to see that HellRaisers is still on form, and may that continue into the second map. It's very, very likely. This is a map that isn't good for G2 at all, Overpass, so good potential for a 2-0 here in the side of HellRaisers, which is something that a lot of people wouldn't expect coming into this matchup.
It's true. That will be an interesting one when we work our way through onto Overpass. Obviously going to be the second map of the series. It's looking good so far though. G2, they need to come in with their A game though. If they play to the style they had towards the end of that first matchup, there's definitely potential. Are you still feeling confident that this will be G2 picking up that second matchup, or is this where the cracks start to show for you?
I think I've got to go with HellRaisers now. I've got to switch my prediction, because not only did they pick up the map that I thought was going to be the one that G2 could at least stomp on, but now we move to a map that G2 just aren't good at. This isn't a map that they ever pick, and this is a map they veto commonly. So moving over, yeah, no, I think this is going to be now a 2-0 for HellRaisers, which is something I wouldn't have said coming into this one before seeing that first map.
It's true, very different to obviously what we expected, but let's find out how the second map will go as we come back from this short break. Stick around guys, as hopefully it should be a spectacle.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Hello, welcome back. It's been a short break. giving you enough time to cool down off that very exciting matchup. But I'm joined once again by Hugo, and we're going to be jumping into map 2. Obviously, this time around it's Overpass, a little bit different from Inferno, and obviously actually quite a scary one going into it.
Yeah, definitely so. We looked at this series and we went, okay, it's very hard to predict, but we're going to go with G2. We both agreed that this would be a 2-0. Very surprising in the first map. We actually saw HellRaisers take it 19-15, flawless OT for them. And now going into this one, it's looking more and more likely that we're going to see a 2-0, this time the other way around in favour of HellRaisers, because we look at Overpass and we go, shaky map for G2, currently 1-3 on it right now, not good performance at all, whereas again, HellRaisers haven't really played it that much. They're currently 1-1 on the map, a win against Tricked, I think, and a loss against Spirit. So really, it's hard to throw up, but just off of the performance in the previous map and the fact that this is a map that G2 don't like to play, I think HellRaisers do have a really good chance to actually sweep this one away and take a 2-0.
It's true, and everyone was kind of popping off towards the end of there for HellRaisers as well. Zero, someone you really need to, kind of like the glue of the team. He was playing very consistent towards the end of that, good defense towards Banana, and looked on point in terms of individual skill. And Dead Fox as well was getting away with some stuff that was absolutely filthy, things that he should not be allowed to be picking up round after round. So it's obviously quite scary, as they need that individual edge coming into it, because even though they do have the team edge, and they are a better team in terms of just how long they've been together and how much their playbook has, you have to always look at it in terms of how much potential there is for huge impact frags to come out of nowhere for G2. But it only really happened towards the end of the game for G2, and at the very end, they fell flat. Yeah,
especially with the AWPing on Kenny S, at least in the first half on the CT side. He was very inconsistent, missing quite a few crucial shots that he probably should have hit. It was Shox, the one over on the B side with the AWP, who was doing a lot of high impact damage, shutting down pushes occasionally, getting a lot of 3Ks. So looking at this map, we've got to see Kenny step up. We've got to see him really pick up that AWP and do some damage with it if we want to see G2 take away this map. On the other hand, though, looking at Dead Fox, we didn't see as much AWP play from him on either side. He didn't even touch it once on the T side and only picked up 2 or 3 times on the CT side. So now going into this one, Overpass, a map that's more based around AWPs, especially on that CT side. Hopefully we'll be seeing him pick that up a little bit more, going for those aggressive peaks that you constantly see down towards Party to pick off a player in towards that playground, something like that. But yeah, if he doesn't pick it up, we could be seeing G2 exploit that, especially with the fact that they do like to pick up the double AWP, something that HellRaisers is not known to do.
It's true, and that setup, that sort of fluidity in the team, allowing them to go for that double AWP setup so easily, and we saw how well Shox was performing with it as well, is a scary factor on a map like Overpass. If they come in hard and fast on that CT side, there's so much potential for them to go to those very aggressive peaks towards that B bomb site. Even if they want to take that long control, first of all, they're going to get that opening contact into the round. They're going to do so much damage, and potentially, if they start to go back to the vintage sort of potential we've seen them bring to the table, because sure, Kenny was going for those peaks, but was not landing the shots. If he goes back to his normal sort of self and is able to land those opening kills, I wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing them get those consistent openers nigh on essentially every round.
Yeah, very much so. I think we've really got to kind of, instead of predicting how this one goes, more look at how these players are popping off individually, because if Kenny goes big, then that's a map, right? This is G2. This is a team that if these players go huge, it's a win. It doesn't matter who they're up against. It doesn't matter what map they're on. Yeah, exactly. Kenny's performance, maps that G2 win, it is so basic on that. So yeah, depending on whether Kenny can utilize that AWP, whether we see the double AWP on the CT side, it's going to be so important for that. And the fact that G2 are starting on CT as well, good chance for them to at least bring in the double AWP very early on.
It's true. That's where we're going to see them excel, but we're going to have to wait and see, obviously, how the pistol rounds will kick off. I mean, the thing is, G2, usually they are so dominant when it comes to these pistol rounds. They have so many players that are just effective when it comes to that close range skill, Kenny S being one of them as well. So we're going to see if that will come into effect here, or if HellRaisers will be able to revolt and pick up this opening round. Aggression early towards that B bomb site, though.
Yeah, going to be all these players funneling in there through the monster. Only one player, MBK, he gets overrun with Glocks. The train is going to be spamming him away. Body Molotov out as well towards short. He can't even pick up a kill for refrag. So great stuff from HellRaisers to throw down that Molotov and now have control of the site. Steeko follows up. He will get dropped by Apex, but a 1-for-1 with a man advantage. Going to be great for HellRaisers as the bomb goes down. G2 left on the retake, and they have picked up a kit, but they have a strong task ahead of them.
Yep, trying to ward this off. Dead Fox will get the frag as well, though, taking down Body, leaving just 2 men to try and retake this site. Apex just jumping straight on the bomb to try and cause a bit of a confusion as the push comes back through. Zero doing work once again, and Bondig with another frag upon Shox. They drop them. HellRaisers getting that opening pistol round with such prowess will really give them the confidence they need.
That was really good. The setup from HellRaisers I like, right? Because they storm out through Monster and they get that Molotov on short. And typically, if you go for a full Monster storm, you're going to see G2 take that short control. As a result, they hear the footsteps come out. They maybe lose a player towards long, and they push deep into water to at least have that connect control for the retake, because you don't want to lose the players all on the site and then be left in a 2-3 man disadvantage. So because G2 tried to push towards short, HellRaisers reactively throw that Molotov and stop them from backing off, therefore giving them not only the picks but also the site under control and no retake positions from G2. So really, really good stuff from the T side. I love that pistol round and a nice opener. Now again, going into the same buy we saw in Inferno, we're going to see one MP7 on Bondic, 4 UMPs, and G2 forcing up, but to no avail.
Yep. Just, you know, imagine they're going to rip their way through everyone in front of them. Actually, the pistol starts to reign fairly supreme, though. This is good so far. So many casualties have come out on the side of HellRaisers. G2 will be very happy with this round so far. Shock still alive as well. Has upgraded to the MP7, but the Deagle would be his weapon of choice as he butchers Zero down. A spectacular headshot comes through and is allowed to reposition as well. He is looking so crisp right now as frag after frag throughout the first map and into the second map as well. He's been displaying how he is that prolific fragger, but is he aware that he's being followed? He's being hunted by Dead Fox. He's fast on his tail as he slowly approaches, upgrading now to a UMP of his own as Shox tries to get out of there, thinking that possibly there's been some trickery and the A bomb site has been taken. But it's all been a bit of an elaborate goof. Dead Fox will be able to get that bomb back down as well over towards B. Shox, it will take him a little while to work out what exactly has gone on, but now re-arriving on the scene, trying to find the frag, takes the fight, and actually takes him down as well. A hat-trick comes out with the Deagle. Shox will eliminate Dead Fox, and a defuse comes in as well. An instant reset off the back of a spectacular pistol round from HellRaisers.
A great individual performance from Shox, but you got to look at that round. You got to look at Dead Fox. He didn't even know what was going on. Both of those players confused. When Shox rotated back up through A, Dead Fox wouldn't expect it, and who would? Because he completely misread that situation. So unfortunate for HellRaisers, but that is one of the risks when you go into the buy that we just saw. The 5 SMGs, quad UMP and an MP7, while it is great at, you know, stacking up some cash early on, you need an AK, you need a couple of rifles just to play with, so you can at least take those long-range battles and cleanly take down those pistols. But either way, we're going to be seeing G2 get away with it, and now they've got the better buy on their hands, but HellRaisers are still going to be forcing things up. We have a triple AK in play. Bondic doesn't even have armor as a result of dropping that rifle over, but he has a Deagle alongside Dead Fox here. But G2, double UMP, triple M4. It's anyone's game.
True, there might be an arsenal on either side, but it's always a bit of a sticky one going into this round. You never know how it really is going to go. Those Deagles over on Dead Fox and Bondic as well, I mean, you don't even really want to count them out. They still can be very effective with the weapons if they can be put in the right scenarios and find the angles to actually get those opening frags. Slow stuff, though, as they just try and spread out a little bit, testing the waters as they tiptoe around, attempting to take that map control up towards toilets, repositioning as well as they scurry to grab the bomb and start to link up, going to this elevated angle as well. A lot of utility still to play with, though. Those free smokes and a couple of flashbangs, they definitely can try and create themselves a little bit of an easier time of assaulting the A-bomb site. They do start to smoke things off. Flashbangs rain in as well as they slowly take this aggression, but the CT rotate does arrive on the scene, and it's going to be scary. Surely they should be able to ward off this push, holding their angles right now as everyone starts to bang on the door, get themselves ready to try and explode into the site. But the first frag actually goes the way of HellRaisers. Zero connecting the shot upon Shox is going to be a fantastic way to kick the round off. But Apex with the instant trade back, assassinating Angel. There's Dead Fox, though, as he damn right utilizes that Deagle to do some damage against Apex, beating him to a pulp as Kenny S as well, attempting to respond, playing around the smoke, knows there's two players, trying to retreat up towards Long, will rattle down into their backs, find a frag upon Bondic, but things are awkward right now. Left in a 3 versus 3 as they start to approach from all angles. Kenny S still doing damage upon Dead Fox. Zero, one of his own as well, leaves them in a 2 versus 2, but that toilet control is still in play.
Yeah, they have to get aggressive here. No kit. One of them has to stick the bomb where they need to take these kills now. Kenny will grab another. MBK pushing up, but Stiko stops the defusal. And MBK, he's hunting, but look at this position from Stiko. He's run all the way back, and MBK, he has to switch out his weapons. Grabs an AK to play with, but there's simply no time left. He's got to either go for the kill or get out and save this rifle. The bomb's going to be going off nonetheless, and Stiko, he just removes the head of MBK. Takes HellRaisers that second round. Very important as well, and while it does go down to 1 man, that was a force buy. G2 should have been able to pick up that with the weaponry that they had, so HellRaisers can have enough to buy up here, and I wouldn't be surprised if G2 forced just off the back of getting 4 kills in that previous round. They know HellRaisers is going to have a fairly weak buy into this one in comparison to what they could have, but no, not a full investment from G2, but majority buy. They're going to be getting some pistols, some armor in as well, and HellRaisers actually get a fairly decent one, 3 rifles and 2 UMPs.
Once again, attempting to gain that map control. Meanwhile, G2, very heavy stack towards toilets. They could catch them off guard if they approach their way through Long. Obviously stacked over just by Playground right now. And then Angel working his way through the tunnels. As they just hold strong, no reason to try and go overly aggressive. They do take this fight towards Long. They have a lot of utility left to play with as well to try and keep the fight from a distance. It just depends if they run here a little bit too headstrong, get caught off guard. That's when these pistols are going to be so effective. Depending on the timing of the peak, they could be overwhelmed. The peak actually does come through. There's the opener from Body, but Dead Fox from the range distance has been able to rip his way through everyone that tried to overwhelm his teammate. Styko getting one as well. Kenny S and Shox, the only two men left standing as they just have these measly pistols, still trying to take the fight. They peek through Kenny with a huge tag upon Styko, but can't actually trade him out.
Running right back, trying to hold on to these guns, and there's no need to overextend and lose your players to a double stack when you know you can get a free bomb plant over towards the B site. They will be doing exactly that. As you can see, it's going to be making its way in the hands of Deadfox back in towards B. They will be able to clear this out slowly but surely. Just check that G2 haven't fully rotated any of their players down towards, and Shox is going to be just on the road to doing that. So he makes his way down in through the CT spawn. Kenny S holding onto his gun just outside of toilets, and he should probably just be full on saving while Shox looks for his own exit or tries to grab a gun to get away with here. But Zero is going to be on the other edge of the wall, takes him down. There's Shox removed from the equation. With Kenny S with 14 HP, he won't be going for anything. He's just got to hold onto the gun. So 45 seconds now HellRaisers have to chase down this last player. And Angel, he's just on the other side. If he can go out and check this long position, Kenny S, he's going to hit the first step, turns around, that's great. Takes the headshot off of Angel. And HellRaisers, they know where he is, but they're too far away to stop him.
Yeah, just don't have the time to play with, unfortunately, to try and capitalize and get another AK out of the hands of G2. As they just want to try and wean out whatever they can, really keep them in an awkward situation, force them to spend as much money as possible going into the following round. But it seems like the silver lining has been able to creep its way through, and he has been able to hold on to that weapon.
Now they're going to start to build up their economy, especially keeping 3 players alive as well. As G2 going to have to base this entire round basically around Kenny S. He has the money to go for the AWP in the next round, so won't be investing in anything alongside that AK as such as utility. We'll see a couple of flashbangs built up from the CT side and some pistols, but no armor to support, so basically a done deal already. HellRaisers just looking to bring the hurt down onto the French side. As we can see, a very stacked setup over towards the B site. 1 player in connector just to bait out maybe a B push if they can get the pick onto him, because if he goes down, they're likely going to hit him towards B, thinking that's one of the defenders. Obviously, at the moment, they're not going to be committing with anything, but the bomb makes its way back up towards EA site. So HellRaisers not going to be falling for this trap, and some aggression from the CT side will be caught as well. Zero drops Body. 3 players remain now for the CT side, and so far it's falling apart.
It really has all started to crumble, really, as they've been able to blow the doors off and take the frags by storm so far. The aggression being situated towards that B bomb site, though, seeming like the call has been made to try and take the fight there. MBK trying to get some information as he plays close by. Monster nearly gets the opening kill, but it really was not meant to be. Zero as well, backstab upon Apex, leaving just Kenny S, the man that had the Kalashnikov, the one that was supposed to go huge into the round, to try and do something, as the buy will be coming through anyway. Playing on a bit of an awkward angle, hoping they wouldn't catch him out, but unfortunately they have caught scent of him. Found the frag as well. Bond will be the one to put him down. Only 1 rebuy has to come out for HellRaisers. So that is so unfortunate for G2. But the buy will finally come in. Kenny S once again donning the AWP, the weapon that he is the prolific fragger with. Hopefully we can see some vintage Kenny S coming out rather than the lackluster plays we saw on Inferno.
Yeah, only 1 AWP in play for the time being, but that's mainly just due to economical restraints, and also really no need in bringing up the second AWP so early on. HellRaisers still going to be sticking with their rifles for the time being, and Kenny, here's the aggression. Nice shot. Actually, no, not going to connect. I thought he just got the flick onto it, but Shox instead doing the damage over towards Long. He's pushed up. Finally, Kenny will connect as he takes down Bondic, and Shox maybe doesn't need to overextend it. He gets spotted by 2 players here back towards the edge of the playground. 3 players now remain for HellRaisers with no refrag in sight, and G2, they've already run away. Kenny's retreated back towards the A site, and they are just playing passive now. They have no need to get aggressive, although Body, he knows that these players are mainly over towards A, so he's actually going to reactively push up on towards B. That's good, because it clears out a lot of information, allows G2 to be aware of the imminent A push coming in, but still with the positions over towards short, they can actually rotate down through connector and take B control, with Body being none the wiser. But MBK, he is still holding on to that position.
This is the thing, he has the drop on him, could be the potential backstab. Does great work. I'm actually getting the opening frag upon Angel, hungry for more as well as he taps down, but Dead Fox so close to being killed somehow. Pulls out the confidence to get that frag. Left now in a 1 versus 4, though surely HellRaisers will be punished into this round as he peeks back up. Apex has the angle covered, should take the fight and find the frag. Will do so, eliminates him, upgrades to the AK as well as he comes through with a nice bit of damage dealt into the round. HellRaisers, at this point, still have cash to play with, still have confidence as well. They just need to rally themselves together and try and come back into this, as they could potentially reset G2 still.
This is similar to what we saw in Inferno in the sense of HellRaisers working off for that pistol round, getting those 3, but somehow not being able to pick up a lot of these buys. This has got to be one they finally take, as Deadbox has pulled up the AWP in play. here on the T side, and G2 still only a solo AWP, but it's going to be enough to get that job done, as we have seen in the previous round. Angel just spotting in towards connector, passive play so far as DevFox holds on for the aggressive peak, but Kenny's repositioned back towards B, and I like it. He's switching things up, spots the legs as well. They both tag each other, but Zero actually going to get the drop off. Kenny not able to escape as the tags keep him centered in place, and Zero just going to back off as he gets tagged up very early on, but still a good pick. And not only is it a good pick, it's also the pick onto the AWP, which is huge for HellRaisers.
Unfortunately, as that could have been an absolutely massive frag, but this time around, it really sets HellRaisers up for what potentially could be a great way to slip their way back into it. Zero is low, of course, but if he stays alive, he's in a good situation to try and lock this down. MBK isn't an angle to actually try and counter him. He would have to clear that angle. MBK should find the frag as soon as he actually peeks around with an easy spam. Walks his way in. Easy opening kill, though. Does give the game away as there was another player close by with the bomb. That's going to be DevFox. No reason to peek in now. We'll wait for his teammates to try and help him out. As the fight comes around, Bonding, easy headshot goes through, but he's burnt to a crisp. Cremated, unfortunately. Styko as well going to claim one over towards Apex, leaving them in a 3 versus 2 as they do try and link up and make their approach towards that A bomb site. Shocks will be on the fast rotate. Body now following suit. Can they actually hold this back? Flashbang goes in to try and allow him to achieve anything as he slips his way onto the scene, playing behind the truck. Angel will be there trying to ward him off. A little bit of an awkward confrontation comes out as Angel needs to single-handedly try and take control of the bomb site, but Shocks beating him down, hungry for more as well. Nearly gets the follow-up frag upon Styko, but it was not meant to be. Body arrives on the scene, hoping to cause a bit of a stir. 8 seconds left to play with. He knows the bomb has to go down right now with a sick headshot upon Styko. Hungry for one more as well. DevFox peeks out, but unfortunately connects the rail. Takes him down with that AWP, and they get another round on the board.
Great stuff from DevFox to close that one out. We were talking about how the AWP needed to be pulled up for HellRaisers going into this map, and we weren't sure if DevFox really had the confidence after not really showing it too much in Inferno, but he makes it work. 5-2 now. G2, their own money going to be crushed down now as they can't really fully invest. We have Shocks with a bit of cash. He could either pick up the AWP or drop it over to Kenny later on, but he's actually going to invest in a deagle and some armor as the rest of G2 really go bare bones on this one. Some light pistols, and that is going to be it. HellRaisers looking confident, and they know what they're going to be up against as well, considering they bought up a double UMP, trying to farm some cash against these armorless players, but the UMP is not even coming into play. It's the AKs to get the opening headshots as MBK and Shocks are going to be found early on. The one armored player for the team of G2. And 3 remain now. HellRaisers already going to be forced up, looking likely to hit in towards this B site, but the bomb is still playing in a passive position. They're waiting for G2 to get aggressive, because it's very common on these anti-eco rounds that if you get yourself a couple of picks on the T side, that the CTs reactively try and push up and not only grab rifles off of solo players, but also try and gain back map control in retaliation to losing early picks. So that's exactly what G2 are going to do in terms of connector control. They have 2 players, they look like they want to push up, and Apex, just as he starts to go for the peak, gets naded.
Force back, tag comes through. Zero will be able to execute him very easily there. Body and Kenny S, the only 2 men left standing. They're not in a great situation, especially as his teammate goes down so swiftly. Zero with another frag with that UMP. Gets a huge cash injection. And the kill upon Kenny S, selling the round away. Now has been closed out. The buys do come back in, though. Have a look what they're actually going to work with. Kenny back upon the AWP. He needs to do something else, though. They really need to pull something out of the bag here as HellRaisers have been looking on point. The double AWP setup actually finally comes into play. Yeah,
you could see Shocks was taking some time to buy up there, maybe asking if that was a good idea, and I think it may be, as we saw it do very, very well over on Inferno on their CT side. Let's see if they can pick it up here over on Overpass. Shocks posted up towards the toilets area. Kenny, meanwhile, on the other side of the map, and they are just going to be holding on for the time being. Both Shocks and Kenny actually on the A side, sorry, and Kenny, this is a good position. They are going to be holding it though, but he's going to go for the peak. However, DevFox actually gets a drop onto him. First kill going to go the way of HellRaisers. They won't expect a second AWP there, but Body gets dropped over towards B. That may force a rotation as Shocks, he is alone towards A. Apex finally going to come in from the CT spawn here to support towards the site. And Shocks, despite his teammate going down long, he's still very pushed up. They could easily catch him out through the connector, but he's really playing balls to the wall, pushed up towards short. Apex is just waiting on the site for this initial push, and it will be coming through with these players filtering out long, and Shocks, he needs to find this pick. He needs to take back the man advantage, and he does. Apex helps out as well, retrieves another kill, but DevFox going to drop him, and Shocks rotating back on in. He's got to take the risk that no one's pushing him from behind. It will be correct, but he knows where DevFox is, can spot the power of the rifle and the bomb. It's finally going to go down for HellRaisers here in a man advantage situation.
A good spot to be in for HellRaisers. They have these afterplants utilised, and they're being able to roam as well. Potential backstab could be coming in from Zero into the late round. MBK makes his approach with the site, trying to play with his teammate. Shocks focusing towards back. And there's the first kill. DevFox with the opener. Shocks with the fireback, though. The no-scope comes through, but he has to react fast now. No kit to play with, and still 2 angles to watch as the peaks come in. Styko with a sick headshot will slay And another round going the way of HellRaisers, still showing no signs of slowing down. Small moments where they look like they might stumble, but they haven't fallen just yet.
We can't call this a GG anytime yet, though. We saw this on the first map, a dominant start from HellRaisers on the T side, which just filtered down to G2, ending it with an 8-7. So still good potential, but this will be a guaranteed, almost guaranteed 8th round here for HellRaisers, as G2 really don't have much to invest in. A Deagle, a P250 and a CZ to their name. It's going to be a very, very low buy, and HellRaisers equipped to deal with this one. Full rifles, the AWP still in the hands of Deadfox and Shox. He's pushed up a little bit in connector, trying to look from the opening pick. But Angel not going to be feeding into that one. It's Kenny jump spotting just towards lower, and he actually overextends, tagged up by Angel. Still makes it out of there alive, and a worthy trade considering he only had a pistol. Did a bit of damage onto the retrieving side of HellRaisers. Right now we see the T just playing this one slow, and that is the best way to play it up against an eco. They've been doing very well in the anti-eco so far, and it's looking like it's going to continue with the opening kill going on to Shox.
Oh, Angel as well, another frag. Follow up upon Kenny S this time around. Really leaves them in such a sticky situation, and it's gone quite far south already. And there's not really much chance they can actually do really even any economical damage. They're trying to reposition. Bondic is going to spot them out though, hearing them and now seeing Shox as well as he just keeps spamming away through the mesh, finding an easy frag upon MBK. Trying to get an extra one. Follow up on towards Body's potential, but Body actually has the drop on him somehow, struggling. Seems they're blissfully unaware of his position as they just chuck a Molotov into him. He gets another frag. Somehow Body's able to get away with that. That is just sloppy from HellRaisers, but nevertheless, they close the round out. Another one going into their back pocket. 2 rebuys have been forced out though, and G2, they are stuck right now. No idea how to fix this one. So the call for a pause has been made to try and get some ideas behind them, some sort of ingenuity as they need to switch things up soon.
Yeah, Body has 6k, so he could drop over an AWP, but aside from maybe a glass cannon on the side, only either Kenny or Shox, I don't see a double up coming in play. Most definitely a single AWP, I think, but Body, that means his utility is going to be extremely limited, which is a bit of an unfortunate factor, but still, very, very dominant so far from HellRaisers. Again, as I mentioned last round, we can see G2 bring this back. We saw the exact same thing on Inferno, so I wouldn't, count them out just yet, but this is so far on Overpass looking very good for the CIS side.
It's true. They're being able to tear their way through. It's a great opening scoreline, even in the rounds where they have been actually punished, and sure, they get one round on the board. HellRaisers have been able to reset that fairly instantaneously, straight away. Obviously, the G2 pause has come in. They're going to try and break things down. They'll work their way through and try and work out what can we even do? What answers do we have here? As right now our CT side has been lacking. Yeah,
definitely so. I feel like the AWP is going to be, again, the factor that really brings it back here, because we've been seeing Deadfox do very well as well with his own AWP, finally picking it up, and he's currently 10-4 right now, second on the scoreboard for the HellRaiser side, so actually doing very well in that regard, but still, we need to see Kenny S on that, and I think even though Kenny is the prolific AWPer that we talk about, maybe give it to Shox. Shox has been doing very, very well, not only on this map leading the scoreboard for the team, but also in the previous one. So I think maybe if he's got a good spawn, try and give it to him, play off him for a little bit. And while obviously Kenny won't wanting to be throwing over the AWP to Shox, I feel like if he's on fire, that's probably the play you should be giving it to, surely.
Yeah, we've seen some good stuff coming out from Shox, obviously. Kenny, he's been able to get a couple of shots here and there, but not performing as much as we want him to. He has had a couple of impact frags tied to him, but it's just he needs to try and do a little bit more right now, as the rest of his teammates aren't really stepping up around him, and he kind of is the one to really rally the squad and get everyone back together. So let's wait and see if that is going to be the case. The AWP does come out over for Kenny once again. Deadfox will also have one of his own. We know how aggressive these two players can be, but will we see some confidence coming out, some kind of difference in the playmaking of G2 that really could catch them off guard?
Interesting though, Kenny's gone for the buy of the AWP and not getting it dropped over for Body, meaning that he's actually on a glass cannon, which is risky. But obviously it means Body can actually buy up the kit and the utility, which does make sense considering he has the only kit for the team. And look at this fast play out towards Monster. It's MBK to delay the first. That's a good start here for the G2 side, but he needs to double down. He doesn't have time for a reload, and he gets caught out in the open by Deadfox. Nice opening kills, and look at this from Angel, just splitting up through short. He'll catch the rotation through the connector, and Shox does trade, but it's still a man advantage for HellRaisers. They have control of the site. The bomb plant should be coming in unless Kenny goes absolutely massive, which is definitely possible. HellRaisers, they're in a great position.
Just Kenny left now. A 1 versus 3 situation. Potential for him to try and do something. We'll get the opening frag upon Slyko. Hungry for more as well as he takes a couple of pot shots. Aggression. Look at the movement as he glides his way through the air. Unfortunately, a round straight from the chamber of Deadfox's pistol will rip its way through his cranium and leave him dead in the dirt. Now G2. They went for the pause. They went for something a bit more aggressive. They were hoping that it would be where they would get their return to form. A moment of bliss to try and get something on the board, but Doesn't work out like that. The buy has to come back in now as well. 3 FAMASes in play. 1 UMP over on MBK and an M4 on Shox. It is a lackluster buy to say the least.
Yeah, I don't. It's such a risky one. I don't think you can really. I don't like it, but I understand it. That's the thing. G2 going for this because, again, if they keep ecoing and keep quasiing, HellRaisers are only going to extend their round lead. And G2 finally need to come back, get in the face, and, you know, cause some stir here. Because right now, HellRaisers are just in the driving seat for this entire map. Looking like a 10-2, though. But let's see if G2 can at least surprise us. They've got a triple stack over towards long. Very pushed up here. We have Shox holding back a little more passive with the other 2 pushed up, but Bondic knows what's up. He's going to be holding for the aggression, and as soon as he drops down, they start to actually go for a bit of a peek. I think Apex just spotted there, but nothing was there. And now Stico is going to be rounding his way around the corner. Flashbang will be hopefully allowing him to go for this peek, but Shox holding back for the contact play. There we go, spots him, very tagged up. Nice, clean peek from HellRaisers, and they will take down Angel, will take down Apex as well, as Stico follows up. And one by one, look at G2. They are falling apart here. Kenny S is the last player standing over towards the A site as he starts his rotation in. But HellRaisers, they've dismantled the French side.
It's like a small child tearing the arms off a Stretch Armstrong, Hugo. It's dangerous to watch. It's not fun. Kenny S, the last man left standing as well, but not for long, as the final snip will come through. All the beads pour out of him, and he is executed there by Bondic. Obviously, the cash as well. Still not fantastic for G2. And that was such a shame. They had no way to trade there. Sure, they were playing in angles where it would have been possible, but it just looked like communication was off. The kills come through very easily. HellRaisers was able to take those fights, dispatch whoever they wanted, and no, there was no chance there was even going to be potential for a trade fact to come back in. G2 just looked like they were lost.
Yeah, and again, they continue to look lost. The thing is, they are forcing up all these rounds, and we did see that have previous success on Inferno, but I don't think at this kind of scoreline, with this confidence of HellRaisers, it's going to work. However, with these kind of YOLO scorelines, you do see a lot of aggression. Look at Shox, he's going to be doing exactly that as he starts to push up. Spots Bondic, but HellRaisers, they're still playing it so calculated. They're just going to back off. No need for him to get picked. And meanwhile, while G2 have taken this control of the courtyard, we have a lot of HellRaisers players ready to push on back in. DevFox has found himself some control, and he's got the AWP in play as well, but Shox just going to go amiss. He stays alive, and Kenny S is on the flank as its deep smoke goes down. He's going to spam away, takes down DevFox, but he's being hunted from behind. AWP in play, but he's not going to be able to connect. Angel takes him, but look at these kills are actually going the way of G2. Apex goes big with a CZ75, grabs an AK to play with now, and HellRaisers will reactively run into the B site, but there's still some players over there to hold him down.
Zero relies on him to try and get that opening frag upon body. A measly FAMAS in his arms as he wants to try and ward them off, playing around the smoke, hoping they're not going to spot him out. The push comes through, but Stico with a simple headshot will execute now as they have complete control of that bomb site. The CTs will attempt to retake. They don't really have much utility left to play with. It's one flash left over on Shox that has been used to try and allow them to get a breath of fresh air, get some kind of play in towards the bomb site. Zero as well, playing by Water with a fantastic headshot. Will dispatch MBK, leaving just 2 men left standing to try and claw this one back from what potentially could be HellRaisers picking it up. They have time to get the bomb planted, as it will start to go down. Apex pushes his way through the smoke, gets the opening frag. Somehow the trade doesn't come back in straight away, but Zero will find it in the end. 15 seconds left to play with, and he sort of has to commit to get the bomb down very soon. Shox is an elevated angle as well as he arrives, just holding it. Zero tries to take the fight, but he does actually pick it up as well. Peeks out, rattles down with a Kalashnikov. A flurry of bullets ram their way into the opponent. Shox goes down, and another pause comes out.
4v2 brought back from HellRaisers. Great stuff to actually get themselves that round, and G2 pausing. It's 11-2. Could it be too late? They have a bit of money to go for the buy here, but we're into the second last round of the half.
It's true. It's kind of getting to that point where it's awkward at this point. It will actually be a tech pause that's coming through. Some tech issues that have actually been plaguing them, it seems, today, that obviously could slow down their momentum. The only good thing is HellRaisers right now are the ones that have really rallied up, so it will take a bit of, it will take a bit of fuel out of them, so they won't be as hot-headed, potentially. It's always a scary factor, though, coming into it. What can they really adapt at this point? As it seems like they are trying, even with the aggression change there. They tried it, but just in a 1v1 clutch scenario, it seems like HellRaisers right now, they're just looking better.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, sometimes you're just up against opponents that are hitting their shots and you really can't connect anything. But, I mean, maybe continue with this aggression, right? We saw it early on in the previous round. They got that 4v2 straight away. Unfortunately, they lost it. But there was a lot of solo plays in retaliation to try and get back in the site, which was the cause of why they lost the round eventually. But, yeah, these early aggressive rounds, bringing the AWP on Kenny, I can see he's got it again. We've got a full rifle buy aside from a couple of FAMASes. And if G2 just, again, go for those pushes, try and get the early man advantage, and hopefully this time don't throw it away, potentially they can definitely, close this one out.
Definitely potential for them to try and slip their way back in, but we're going to have to wait and see if that is going to be the case. HellRaisers this time around very aggressive towards long. They're just trying to assert their dominance into the early round. Kenny S, though, with the AWP, spots someone out. It's going to be Angel that is testing the waters as he edges his way through, and Kenny will not be missing it this time around. Beats him down with a sick opening shot, allowing them to finally get the man advantage into the early round. So many times now, HellRaisers have found the opening frag, and G2 have just taken way too long to try and respond, pushing up towards the A-bomb site as well. They have an abundance of utility, and they're going to try and wolf pack it up, overwhelm them, use all of that aggression stacked together to just overpower the defense towards the A-bomb site. They slip their way out, but they haven't cleared the angle. Apex has the drop on them as he comes in with an opening kill, and another as he takes them down. Kenny S, meanwhile, is firing shots off all over the place, ripping off the other people that want to try and peek into him. Dead Fox, with the last man left standing, tries to take the shots on, forcing Kenny S to give away his position, but the nade rolls in from MBK, blows him out the server like a little mortar strike popping off, and G2 pick up a round that looked like it was going to be stolen by HellRaisers.
Classic mistake there from HellRaisers to not check the corner, and that is going to be so unfortunate, allowing Apex to go massive and pick up a couple of kills there. So great stuff there from the G2 side. Obviously, there's only a little bit more time for them to get some breathing room into the second half. They have a 4th round to gain if they can, and if not, HellRaisers very likely going to be taking on 12 here as we see another pause called out. And obviously, G2 now have the money. They can now go for the buy once again. They will have a good buy. They will have the Kenny S AWP in play that we have seen do very well. Issue is, it's still, at best case scenario, an 11-4 T-side half for HellRaisers. That is so dominant.
It's true. They're coming in, they're looking crisp. You know, this is the only round really where G2 sort of showed some moments of initiative as well in terms of their positioning. Even their positioning seemed off in a few of these previous rounds. Kenny back on point as well was actually able to get quite a few shots into that round off that he needs to connect. He's had moments where he's landing shots, but it's never really been as consistent as we wanted to see from him. Usually you expect a whole lot more, and it just seems like everyone needs to gel together, return to what we sort of expect to see going into this, and HellRaisers, they're looking like they're starting to crack a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. But I still feel like this is so dominant. If HellRaisers can even if they lose this pistol, lose this last round, right, and it goes 11-4, and they pick up the pistol, that's so close, right? Because assuming they close out the anti-ecos and they're on 11 or 12, that'll be 14 or 15 rounds they'll have. And a comeback is hard even when it's a close one. Imagine, you know, a 10-round comeback for G2. That just seems almost impossible at this point. We saw a bit of a comeback on Inferno, but that was only 5 rounds. And HellRaisers, to be honest, they played those last 5 rounds very sloppily. We saw no change in positioning on the CT side, and them moving over to the favoured side as well on Overpass. I think it's almost impossible that G2 can bring this back unless they pick up that pistol round.
Yeah, they need to try and come in there. Obviously, as well, we sort of had their, you know, our bets sort of favoured slightly towards them in the opening pistol round, as usually they are able to just bring such prowess to the table, but HellRaisers just beat them down in a matter of seconds on that one.
Yeah, it was really dominant. It was a lovely pistol round as well, with a long push and the short Molotov to force G2 back on the retake. So yeah, I mean, HellRaisers look like they've done some research on this map, look like they've done some practice, and G2, again, we said it before, this is a map that they do not like to play, and it's showing even more, right? They're losing to an underdog team, if you can even call HellRaisers that. I mean, judging on the standings you can't, but judging on the individual players and just the roster in general, they're losing to an underdog team on a map that they would never really be expected to win anyway.
Yeah, that's true. So a fairly interesting result as we work our way through. Obviously 3-11 will be the scoreline. Still more to come in this first half, as it's just been a very sort of awkward affair. G2 really have been struggling in terms of what we expect to see from them. And obviously when you touch on that pistol round as well, it's just smarter plays been coming out from HellRaisers. There's been smart utility usage, communication's been a whole lot better, whereas G2 just sort of seems like they've had moments of just really not quite sure on how to play things.
Yeah, I feel like HellRaisers just need to default this one out on the last T-side round. They've got the money to play with, obviously, and the thing is, G2 are going very aggressive, right? We've been seeing a lot of pushing up from the CT side, and that's been what's kind of catching them out, these 2 or 3 rounds that they've actually been able to gain. So now, if HellRaisers just go for a really passive default, we have seen them been doing that, at least with Angel holding onto the connector, Dead Fox playing passive outside of A with the AWP. They just carry on to that, wait maybe 45 seconds into the round, G2 are definitely going to get aggressive, they're going to get antsy, and they're going to look in for frags, so maybe HellRaisers will be able to get some openers if they can get themselves a pick or 2, work out onto the site. I think this should be a done deal, maybe a 12-3 on this half, looking likely, but G2 at least having a bye to contest this last round.
Yeah, they do have money to play with. They have splashed it, you know, as well. The AWP will be once again returning to Kenny S. His fateful weapon, but will he be able to wield it to what we're used to seeing? He's been struggling a little bit throughout the matchup. We need to see more from everyone on the side of G2, really, as the aggression comes out. HellRaisers instantly encroaching, very spread fin, playing for more of a split and pick style default. Hopefully they can try and find some opening frags that allow them to work their way through. Early tag has gone through on towards Styko though, dropped to below 34 HP. Not too fantastic to try and kick the round off, as they now link up and try and take that aggression towards the B-bomb site, but there is a stack in play.
Indeed. But HellRaisers all aggressive down towards this connector. Look at the boost. Shox is going to be up. Bonded doesn't even check it. He just runs right past, but no one gets a kill. It's just some wallbang damage onto Stiko. As you can see, these Ts are going to be bringing the bomb back around in through long. It may look like a bit of a B commitment, and with this rotation from G2, it's going to be read completely wrong. They rotate Shox back up towards the A site, leaving only MBK and his counterpart Kenny S down towards B, I think that is. So not really the best defense for the time being. Actually, sorry, this body got a lot to do if HellRaisers finally commit, but at least they're playing passive is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see some aggression from G2 and HellRaisers to at least play passive and try and pick it off, but eventually Apex is going to get a bit antsy, looks for the kill, and Stiko gets called on the rotation, wrapping back around towards B. They should know this is a B play now. The rotation should come in, and Bondic and Zero going to open things up as they charge out onto this B site. There's only one player left in defense, and that's going to be Shox, playing close towards short. He lets them run past. Good trigger discipline, waiting for a free kill to come his way, and there it is. Bondic peeks. There's one more. He gets it. Devfox has been dropped, and Angel comes in from behind just to clean up. HellRaisers so close, but economy is not an issue in the last round of the half. It's 12-3, and we'll just throw it to a break before we come back with the second pistol round of this map.
Welcome back, everyone. Obviously, a very exciting first half has just unfolded before our very eyes. Hugo, dominant affair has been coming through. It's scary to see just how on point HellRaisers look right now. You know, you didn't really assume this would be the team that would come in heavy-handed, just beat down everything that G2 brought to the table. They have no answers, and they just cannot seem to slow them down.
Not at all, yeah, and that's a weird thing as well, because G2, we look at them as the supposed French super team. If they're not being able to beat a team that was only one place above relegation from last season, what is going to be happening, right? HellRaisers are still near towards the bottom, and G2 are at the very bottom, and that place is looking like it's going to continue. I don't think they're going to be rising out of that anytime soon. I thought that G2 would at least be on a slow burn, because when Pro League started, that was literally the week that G2 formed this roster. So we saw them have a shaky start, and everyone kind of put it off guard and went, they're a new roster, give them time, they'll learn, they'll improve. But it doesn't seem that that's been the case. While they've had, dominant affairs and good wins, at least in other leagues, coming into this one, they are really not doing very well at all. And I even take back the slow burn thing. I don't know if they're even going to be able to make finals. It doesn't look possible at this point.
It's true. Seems like things have kind of gone too far at this point. The ship has sailed, you'd imagine, as they just don't seem to have an answer for it. At least with Nip, sort of with the addition of Draken, we've seen some sort of moments of ingenuity coming out from them. A little bit of a flash in the pan. Sure, it was up against Kingwin, so it might not be the best result for them. But in terms of things, G2 fighting HellRaisers, you still imagine they would be the favourite team to sort of come out on top just in terms of star potential. But HellRaisers proving that a solid lineup and a good strat book definitely pays out more than that potential star fragging.
Yeah, and a whiff in Kenny S as well. That always adds to the book, right? So HellRaisers is doing very well. But obviously this second pistol round, if G2 can pick it up, we have seen a comeback on Inferno, albeit obviously they lost in OT, but they at least brought it to OT after a bit of a struggle. So coming into this one, very possible G2 could bring it back to some reasonable scoreline, but a win, I'm still going to put my book into HellRaisers because they are just looking on fire today. They're not even requiring Deadfox to step up, and this is a team that never pick up the double up, always very, very consistent on Deadfox, and they're hoping that he is the one to step up, because while he isn't always the mad fragger, when he is, they always win. And he's not even, while he's doing fine, he's not going crazy or anything. He's not stomping. They're all managing to consistently being able to pick it up. Zero, we saw go on fire on the first map. We're seeing a good across the board scoreline from all these players into the second. And frankly, if that continues here, regardless of the pistol round score, I still feel HellRaisers is looking so strong right now.
Well, let's find out if that is going to be the case. Obviously, 12-13 was the scoreline from the prior half as we work our way in now. HellRaisers are going to be your CTs. G2 over on that T side. What can they actually bring to the table? Can they switch things up? Bondic with the early contact takes his way over towards mid. The frag comes out as well as he beats down MBK. There's a follow-up frag as well as Angel claims a 2K. Apex tries to fire back, will claim 2 of his own, but Dead Fox does some more work, leaving just Shoxy left in a 1 versus 3, and he gets beat down straight away. Dead Fox will tame 2 kills into the round. HellRaisers are absolutely unstoppable into these pistol rounds.
Great stuff. 13-3, and maybe even called GG at this point, right? Because G2 lost all confidence from that. It's hard enough with that kind of scoreline, but usually you go back into it like, okay, guys, it's fine. If we win the pistol, we can wrap together some rounds. That's 3 rounds to 3. That's 6 rounds to 12. It's not that bad. But you lose the pistol, your confidence just goes out the window. So just pistols now for this T side. HellRaisers equipped once again in a very SMG-centric buy. This time, for the first time, they've actually picked up the FAMAS over on Angel, and this is just really, really good stuff for them. And let's see if they can continue as G2, they barrage their way up towards short. It's Bondic playing close. He has the MP7, great at this kind of range, but so are the Tech 9s. He's got to be wary about this one, and MBK going to open things up. Dead Fox is tagged up as well. G2, good potential to take control of this A site.
Oh, the headshot comes through though from Dead Fox, but there's the instant trade back from MBK as he's able to wield their weapon against them. Angel, Zero and Styko, the last 3 men left standing, will try and reposition as they find these opening headshots. Angel taking down MBK there. Kenny S burnt to a crisp as well off the back of Styko. Angel, a follow-up frag upon Apex, just leaving Shox left in a 1 versus 3. Surely he can't achieve anything here as he has his mighty Deagle, his trusty weapon that he's been able to dispatch so many players with in these previous rounds. But this time around, it really isn't going to go his way. 2 seconds left on the defuse. The bomb will go in favor of HellRaisers. Shox just struggling to stay alive at this point now as they push into him. Angel will take him down, and G2 absolutely beaten in that round.
Yeah, just torn limb from limb here, and now it's an awkward situation as well, considering they can't really buy, but do you really want to play a 15-3 comeback? No, you've got to try and force things up. You've got to try and keep this one alive before allowing HellRaisers to get to that match point as well. So an investment coming out from G2 very late, albeit, as we can see some Deagles and some AKs here on the T side. HellRaisers still equipped with a couple of SMGs, but a majority for a FAMAS buy here. They are going to be prepared for this one, but can G2 bring the fire? We know these individual players like Shox, like Kenny, and especially like Apex can step up massively, but this is just going to be a tall task for us to ask for.
That's the opening kill though, going the way of Apex as he tears his way through Bondic. This man can be an artist with the AK when he's able to slay, but he's been struggling in today's games. Finally, he starts to get some momentum back behind him though. His second kill of the round as he peels the head back from Dead Fox as they make their onslaught upon the A bomb site. Here comes Angel though, looking dominant right now, the in-game leader of the side, but he's being a star fragger. Shox for the final 2 kills of the round as he connects both of them upon Angel and Zero. G2 bounce back into a round they direly needed.
There's still a long road ahead. HellRaisers, I would not be surprised if they forced up here. However, it seems like they're going to go for a bit of a passive approach, just keeping their money. Not even investing on people like Styko, so that makes me think maybe he's saving for the AWP in play. But actually, no, they do go for a bit of a quasi on 3 of the players, or in fact 4, very, very late into the buy, but Dead Fox is saving for the AWP. The rest of them going to go for a bit of a quasi, but by and large, it's just going to be a dominant buy over on the side of G2. These HellRaisers players are going to be stacking up towards A along here, trying to look for an opener. It's over towards B where Styko actually gets the first kill. Shock's going to overextend the player to step up and drag G2 back in the previous round. Has already been removed, but Kenny S does trade as he makes his way out towards B. Only one more player, Styko. He's going to have to back off, and aggression on all edges as G2 push up towards the A site. It will be still a 3v3, but this T side, they have control of the B site, and as the bomb is picked up as they back off towards the spawn, this should be their round.
Should be, but is that how this one will go? You never know how the cookie's going to crumble as they take that B bomb site now. HellRaisers relinking together as well, trying to scavenge some weapons if possible, but they're struggling to find anything as they just hold their ground, waiting this out firmly. No reason to try and take that aggression through right now. Just keep onto those weapons and they will just lock it down.
And nice to see HellRaisers holding on to these guns, because with that AK as well, they may be able to actually get a bit of an investment into the upcoming round. Lost Bone is far from being built up. They still don't have a little bit of cash to play with. That being said, I feel like unless they have a good amount of cash saved from the previous round, I didn't see their full economy after the buy, they probably should not be buying up into this one, but can at least reposition with that AK there. And no buy coming out. They have a bit of cash, but really not looking doable here. So 2k going to be in the bank after this loss bonus. So some players up to 4 or 5k, but other than that, it's going to be a bit of an eco. Reposition out AK, play around it in the next round. Maybe deadfox can get something done with the 5-7 as well, but by and large, G2 looking to start to bring things back.
They are going to work their way through. Obviously, HellRaisers just going for the save in that round, just trying to keep onto those weapons. They do get through that AK over on Angel, but you've got to wonder if this is really going to affect them too heavily. They tried to buy up lightly around it. Zero going to go for the armor as well. One smoke over on deadfox. Just a HE in the back pocket of Angel, though. It all kind of relies on him to actually do the most of the work with that AK-47. He really needs to pick up a few great frags. If they do try and take this aggression towards the B-bomb site, there is a whole lot of potential. If he can get himself on top of the boost in time, struggling a little bit there, but he will transfer some damage upon MBK as he starts to get this information play over towards the B-bomb side. But Body with a backstab somehow finds his way in towards the back line. Comes in with a great 2k. Zero can fire back with a CZ in close range, but already a huge amount of damage has been done with Shocks as well. Following it up, taking upon the frag of Zero. MBK another kill upon Bondic. Everything starts to fall apart. It's just deadfox left standing. He has a 5-7 and he will be dispatched by Shocks,
who actually took the AWP there instead of Kenny that round. I'm not sure if that was completely off of spawn or if he just wanted to pick it up for a change, because he did very, very well. We did kind of mention that we wanted to see him on the AWP this half, or at least in the previous one as well, and he's at least opened things up. But again, we're going to see the double AWP in play, this time for the T side. A bit more risque, as it's not very common that you see the double AWP over on Overpass, but this is one of the teams that can make it work. I think if anyone could, G2 can, but they're going to still have a long road ahead of them for the comeback. They need 10 rounds in a row to win it, or 9 to go to OT. As you can see, deadfox again on the AWP. A bit of aggression down towards B. Stico flashing on, and they may just be peeking with this one, but there's Shocks on the other side of the tunnel, just with the AWP, although he's posted up towards short for the time being. The smoke is down, and HellRaisers won't be committing to any kind of peeks just yet, but G2 just slowly but surely gaining map control over towards short. We see MBK just trying to make sure this area is clear, not allowing for any kind of boost coming up, any kind of risky business. And Body, again, the assassin, sneaking into the site. He goes. There's a free kill to Zero, but still unable to back off as his teammate blocks him off in the tunnels. It's going to be MBK to retrieve the damage, and Stico in through the smoke gets 2. Nice reaction from HellRaisers, but still, we've got this double AWP in play, and G2, we know what they're like.
Oh, so awkward now from G2 as they did have the advantage and they've just been punished. Some awkward play coming out from them as they begin to get backhanded one by one, leaving just the double AWPs left standing. The only way they're really going to find these frags is if HellRaisers allow them to get the openers, if they take the fight towards them. They're just playing the slow contact style, just roaming around hoping to find some potential openers, but right now it's all coming up HellRaisers. Nothing is going the way of G2 until Kenny S will find one frag upon Bondic. He took the fight and was able to overwhelm him. deadfox is scoped in though, forced reposition off the back of the flashbang. If he goes back, the angle was covered. Kenny, you'd imagine, will be able to pick up the frag, spots him out. deadfox just going to be holding towards long now as well. Smoke comes in. G2 starting to try and go for this push on towards the A-bomb site. Meanwhile, the bomb is tiptoeing up towards B. As soon as Stucco rotates off the site, they will be able to get that bomb planted. And G2 unfortunately losing one of their numbers. Kenny S hitting the deck. Shocks arrives towards B. Has the spot out. Stucco though does find him. Couldn't find the frag. 15th round on the board for HellRaisers. G2 struggling to pick up anything. The AWP will come out once more, but even then, it looks like they just can't do anything.
No, it's all over. HellRaisers have done so phenomenally this map, and I don't think it's going to be going anyway in the favour of G2, despite them having a fairly decent buy on their shoulders this time. We have 3 AKs, a UMP, and the AWP back in the hands of Kenny S, where it should belong, but so far this series not proving to be the case, as we've been not seeing him really do so well, especially on Overpass, on Inferno, less so on Overpass, but still kind of expect him to be carrying this, the game for the T side. Faster towards B though. Shocks will find the opener. Zero is going to double trade, and we will see actually the man advantage in the way of HellRaisers. Eventually Kenny does come in with a bit of retribution though, as Zero is dropped and a 3v3 in play, with Apex actually being the lurk now for a change, as he forced up towards the A side, drops deadfox. That's the AWP removed for HellRaisers, and they'll have to split their players, one towards A, one towards B, as they know this flank is coming in from Apex. And while the bomb starts to rotate, HellRaisers still don't exactly know what site it is, and with Apex pushing down further, he's hungry for more, takes the head off of Bondic. Angel is now the last man standing, and on the wrong side of the map.
In a very awkward situation into the round, really not where he wants to be. And Angel, at this point, just playing around the smoke over one monster. He might get the drop upon MBK here. Actually, going to be aware of that. Spots out the audio cue, trying to find the frag on him. The thing is, G2, they've worked their way back into this. Even if they don't take down Angel. They've still picked up this round. They've still got themselves in a very great situation. Angel, unlikely he can achieve too much if he wants to try and go for a retake here or even run the risk. Most likely we'll just try and save, hold on to that AK, keep that utility as well into the following round.
7-15. Again, all it's going to take is one mistake from G2 here. If HellRaisers pick up, one spray down, one quick AWP pick, it could turn the tides. And they could be able to just close out this map in style. They already picked up the first one, Inferno, 19-15 in overtime. Having a dominant 4-0 fashion after a good comeback from G2. And now going into this one, they're not even allowing for a comeback, I don't think. G2 are getting a couple of off rounds, but other than that, it's seeming to be a dominant affair for the CT side. Now Angel's going to hold onto the gun at least, not peeking too aggressively. He does take down MBK on the exit, but economy is not going to be too much of an issue for G2 because, again, they keep a couple of players into that previous round and buying up again as HellRaisers are forced down to an eco.
As they work their way in, the buyers coming out. This is the thing, they still have a lot of a buffer to play with though. Obviously, G2 will have the upper hand into this round. They only have about 2k distributed between the players on HellRaisers, but they have that buffer, alright? They've still got about 7 more rounds to play with at this point before things start to get a little bit iffy when they really get towards crunch time, and we'll have to essentially just play out to overtime at that point. So it's workable, it's definitely manageable. They don't have to worry about investing too much cash right now. They can allow a couple of rounds to slip, then come back and try and lock the game up when they're in good form with their economy. It just depends how HellRaisers are going to try and play this one.
Yeah, again, it really just does come down to one mistake being made by G2 and HellRaisers got it. And with Overpass being such a great map for the CT side, there's so many different setups you can play. You can go for aggressive, you can go for passive, you can go for stacks. Rotations are really quick between sites. Retaking's okay on the B site, not so much on A. So yeah, realistically, HellRaisers have such a great potential coming into the second, this second half at least, because again, they can just switch up the setups. We saw on Inferno at least they had troubles with changing their setups over on CT, and they, G2 are reading them very well. But Overpass is one of those maps that is far harder to read your opposition on, especially when you're forced down to that T side, because HellRaisers can just switch stuff up so differently. And with these ecos as well, stacks are very, very common. And aggression like this, look at that, Zero opens things up. He gets himself the first kill after the death of his teammate, but an AK is grabbed. And we now have 2 on the side of HellRaisers, only 1 with armor, but still a doable round for them.
Definitely achievable. As they slip their way through. It's actually quite scary as well, because if they start to make a couple of mistakes here upon their approach towards the A bomb site, if they do get the drop on them, there is actually potential that HellRaisers could claw this back and lock it down. Obviously just going for these information faces right now, just toying with them. Dead Fox is going to bait out Kenny S. The rotate comes in as well. Angel running on the scene, the smokes come through, but look at Angel trying to take the fight. Scares him off, gliding through the air, actually gets tagged down to 15 HP. Follow-up frag does come in there in the end. Kenny S able to deal the damage with his secondary. MBK is close by though on the site. The natural born killer will strike as he takes down Zero. Dead Fox also going to hit the deck. And unfortunately, HellRaisers not able to do anything into that round. Not too much we expected from them though. We assumed that would just be one that was a bit of a throwaway. Cash as well starting to build once again. G2, double up setup still in play.
Slowly but surely, they will pull it back a little bit closer. HellRaisers still going to be on an eco here as a light investment comes in. A bit of a quasi on a couple of other players with a Deagle as well and play for Dead Fox. But other than that, not too much. G2 going to be well equipped to deal with this one. They double up still continuing its supremacy. As HellRaisers look for a bit of an aggression play up towards the party. As we can see, a bit of a push and double long control as well. This is a nice setup so far from HellRaisers, but do they have the weaponry for it? Deagle's got to be at long ranges, but nothing else really, as Kenny and MBK are going to isolate the first 2 players. It will be a refrag from Angel as he grabs himself a gun to play with alongside his armor. This could be lethal, but Zero's position is going to be perfect. Shox has no idea. He runs right past him. There's an orb dropped on the floor as well. Zero has something to play with, but he's not going to be able to pick it up. Instead, shoots it for some reason out of his grasp. As you can see, Kenny is just holding the back. There's nowhere for him to escape to until he gets taken down. And now G2 leading this one with a 3-on-2. Okay, Dead Fox grabs himself a gun. This is doable.
Definitely so much potential here off the back of Dead Fox going huge with that hand cannon. Upgrades to the AK-47 as well, but unfortunately Body has been able to tear his way through Angel. Dead Fox headshot galore though, rips his way through. Walls mean nothing to this man as he just dispatches everyone. Frag after frag, sublime stuff on display as he slowly makes his ascent towards the A-bomb site, tiptoeing up. Kenny S, AWP in play, trying to hold the angle. Dead Fox drops around, rattling off the pot shots, trying to connect with a spray control. So close yet so far. Kenny S will beat him down, but they have money now. They're also going to have a lot of confidence going into this. And although G2 have been picking up rounds and been getting bomb plants, they're still losing a lot of money as they've been losing so many men throughout these rounds. There is damage done to their economy, but not enough to really harm them into this one.
Yeah, if HellRaisers can actually, continue to lose, but actually get, 3-4 kills around, there's good potential that G2 will be, not able to pick up even an AWP, let alone a double. So that could be some potential for HellRaisers to exploit if they can get these exit frags, even if they do lose rounds. But I think they're more focused on actually winning the rounds than anything. As we can see, up towards Connector is going to be MBK looking for the opener. We have a double stack here. Angel, even if he goes down, there's a teammate to trade, and it will happen. Bondik takes the kill onto MBK. Nice 4-on-4 in play. It's going to favour the T's, yes, but HellRaisers haven't had a great CT half so far in the previous few. G2 have been dragging it back, so it's going to be good at least to see them actually have something doable. Less opposition to fight against the Zero. He's cornered over on the site. Players from 2 angles. Body gets the opener. They still haven't found Zero. How is he still alive as he forces himself down to Shox? Eventually will be dropped to a Bondik. His third kill of the round has come in. He's taken down Shox. He's removed one of the 2 orbs, and the bomb is dropped over towards B.
The Bondik factor as he just beats down everyone in front of him. He's looking good so far, but he still has to do so much more. His teammate will arrive on the scene to try and aid him, but he's up against Apex and Kenny. He has the bomb. Luckily, down in an awkward scenario, the T's will struggle to attempt to reclaim that. And look at the amount of utility they have as well. Flashbang goes into alarm to beat Kenny S, trying to turn away. Will be punished because of this. A flurry of bullets land into his spine, executing him. Apex tries to take the fight, though. The spray down comes through, gets the opening frag, but Dead Fox with a return beats his way through them. HellRaisers pick it up, and they are going to be able to close that one down. Wow, HellRaisers, dominant stuff there towards the end. Even those clutch scenarios just seem like they have more oomph, more firepower.
And that's what I said, right? Bondik stepping up with a 3K. All we need is one player to go big individually, and that's so common in Counter-Strike. If one player goes massive and just has a crazy round and gets all these kills, there we go, it falls apart, and you see a team take it over the edge. So that's why 15 X scorelines are so dangerous to play against, because it only takes one mistake or one sick play from the opposing team to carry them over the victory line, and that will happen. So 16-9 the HellRaisers. They take the series, well, 2-0 essentially in the 2 best of 1s they've played. So that's actually really, really good from the guys we didn't really expect to do very well. Very close to being relegated last season. G2 obviously at the bottom of the board, but we still expect them individually, having those players like Kenny S and Shox and Apex to step up. We expected them to take this one away, but no, HellRaisers do perform very well.
It's true. I know I'm definitely going to be picking up my HellRaisers jersey from the stop after that affair, because that was just dominant. They teared their way through. HellRaisers going to be feeling very happy about that. It was someone that bought the jersey beforehand. That's what we wanted to see. But we're going to be checking out these replays as well from the matchup. So you can see just really kind of what went down there is there were so many fantastic frags that allowed them to take that dominant performance. So many just individual moments of skill. And that's kind of what you needed. HellRaisers, they have that team play, but they also just need the moments of someone stepping up. And when that does happen, that's when they rip their way through. Dead Fox had a spectacular game as well, but everyone kind of performed well. I wouldn't say anyone had a particularly bad game over on the side of HellRaisers, but I don't know if the same can be said for G2. It wasn't a bad performance, it was just nothing too crazy, nothing really memorable.
No, I think Body did quite well, at least in terms of performance over on Inferno, but over on Overpass, yeah, I wouldn't say anyone really stepped up massively. The scoreline was kind of fairly centric around all the players doing okay, but no one really stepping up. Because typically you see losses, right? Especially, I mean, look at old Mousesports with Nico. You see losses, and there'd be one player that would always stomp, and despite them losing the game, he'd still be positive. And typically that was Nico from Mousesports as a random example. But going into this one, not really anyone on G2 stepping up there, kind of just falling short. But either way, HellRaisers, I mean, is this a new HellRaisers? Are they going to be performing very well in the future? Who knows? Obviously, G2 seem to be kind of maybe overhyped, I guess you could say, but this is still a great victory for this European team.
It's true, they are kind of the super team that is known as a super team just because of the players in there. And in terms of results, they haven't really posted anything that has been too great to really set them back into that limelight, especially throughout Season 5 of Pro League. They've been struggling, and this sets them even further down, which is really quite sad to see, as they needed to try and get some wins under their belt. As getting pushed down towards the very bottom of the scoreboard right now is not going to be great.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? We were expecting maybe G2 could show this new roster, show how good they could be maybe at the Pro League finals in Dallas, but right now, as you said earlier, we're halfway in through the league. They're at the very bottom of the standings. They are going to have to win pretty much every game if they want to make it out. Even if that's mathematically possible, I'm not too sure, but it's looking very unlikely regardless of its possibility.
It's also hard as well because with other teams now starting to step up throughout the league and get some results on their belt, it makes it even harder to actually climb that ladder, and they're really in an awkward spot that far down, as they did just get punished, and it was really awkward to watch there into that second map. Not what we expected. I mean, we saw a couple of moments where it was like, okay, yeah, there's potential they can work with. There is actually a little bit of breathing room, but most of the rounds it was just sort of like, ooh.
Yeah, as well, you mentioned it's very hard to get up to that top 6, right? So even if you look at teams that we expect to be in that top 6, teams like Na'Vi and FaZe, for example, alongside that, there are unexpected teams like Mousesports that are actually taking away a slot, not unfairly, but taking away a slot from teams that we expect to be big teams like G2. Well, I don't think it's more so Mouse taking away G2 spot, obviously, as the opposite sides of the league, but it's making it so much harder to get into that top 6 for G2 that I don't think it's even going to be possible here unless they have some incredible streak. But even so, not looking likely.
That's true. Well, guys, that is going to be the first series wrapped up. Coming up next, though, will be the team that made their climb through ESEA Premier, and they've started to cause a bit of a stir. Of course, it's LDLC up against FaZe, but you're going to have to stick around to see how that one goes down, but do stick by. Go and grab yourself a water, guys. We'll be back with our second series soon.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Kinguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0 against Kinguin, beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, everyone. A very exciting first series has just gone down, but now we're coming into what hopefully should be also just as interesting. I'm joined once again by Hugo. It is, of course, going to be LDLC, the team that worked their way all the way through ESL Premier. They caused a stir, they looked good. Obviously, Big Kev Existence is there, dragging them by the heels, trying to get things to work together. And they're going up against the newly formed FaZe that has the addition of Nico. Obviously, that is quite a scary fact. FaZe, obviously, they were so dominant. You added Nico into that lineup, and now things have just looked a whole lot better. What do you got to say about this one?
FaZe obviously on their own gone through a lot of different, kind of roster changes. At least they started with the original kind of aim factor. They had a lot of great individual aimers, but no IGL to kind of carry them through. They didn't really have many results. We then saw, Alu kind of come in. He did very well with the AWP, and then we saw Karrigan, the addition of him previously from Astralis, and he kind of gave the IGL style that allowed them to now be where they are now, right? Very, very consistent results. And then with the addition of Nico, bringing them all the way up to the grand finals of IEM Katowice with only 4 or 5 days practice with him. They've been doing very, very well, obviously, and that's been showing in Pro League as well. So good performance from FaZe. Obviously, LDLC, as you say, came in from Mountain Dew League, Premier, whatever you want to call it, and obviously, only just made it in, but still, they've been really tearing it up so far in Pro League.
It's true, they've had some good results. And guys, if you want to try and get something good on you, why don't you go ahead and pick up one of their jerseys? You can grab them from the store. Obviously, it might not make you play as good, but you might look as good. Almost.
That's more important. Anyway.
It's hard to look as good as Big Kev, obviously. Existence, one of the great in-game leaders and fantastic players actually of Counter-Strike Source in terms of history. He was an amazing player, obviously, in CSGO. Never really reached his peak as a fragger, but was still quite a smart in-game leader. And then all of a sudden, sort of finally the French team was like, you know what, we've had enough. Existence sort of took a drop back. And now with this new lineup, people that have been listening to him, and you can see some of sort of, his ingenuity sprinkled upon them, have definitely started to rise through the ranks and now finally finding themselves once again in Pro League. It's cool to see Existence there. It just depends. Do you feel like this is a roster that potentially can do a lot of damage? Obviously, bringing players over from the older LDLC white lineup that definitely was sort of spoke about as kind of the upcoming French talent. He's finally got them together along with Alex as well, so they've been causing a stir.
Yeah, I feel like they have such a great, fragging factor. We have Tuanu as well on the roster, who's a really good AWPer as well, a player to look out for on the LDLC side, so definitely someone that we got to keep our eye on in this match. But we're going straight into Nuke. Okay, Tuanu, just as I talk about him, he's going to open things up. Nico, there is a new Nico here, and it's Tuanu. Going to get one tapped out of the server. Entries onto the A site, though, from Alu and Rain, and already this round is falling apart from LDLC. They had a great start, but apparently not going to be good enough. FaZe have got the openers, they've got the bomb down, and it's in a 2-on-3 post-plant retake.
Yep, this is where things start to get a little bit sour. Rain actually executed by Existence himself. Maniac, a follow-up prag upon Alu, leaving just Karrigan left. In-game leader up against Maniac, trying to take him down. Will he have the drop on him? Peeks the angle, spots him out. Still chasing as he just toys with Maniac right now. Time ticking away. He doesn't have that all-important kit as well, so things have to start to happen fast. Still just playing with him as they play Ring Around the Rosies. The peak will now come out from Karrigan as well. Maniac unable to connect the shots. Basically just has to commit or get out of there at this point as the ship has sailed. Karrigan will take the fight once more. Still, he eventually finds the frag, but it's far, far too late at that point. LDLC unable to get the opening round on their CT half as well. Coming into this, Nuke being that opening map, it's always awesome to see because teams with Existence in, they've always had a lot of strategy and a lot of thought process over on Nukes. It's been one of his favourite maps in sort of both iteration of Counter-Strike that he's played into a very high pedigree. So it's going to be interesting to see what they actually bring to the table. Obviously, the last time we saw them play Nuke, I believe they also had a very effective affair. Meanwhile, FaZe, a team that just has so much talent in that roster. As long as you were saying Karrigan, the Extrastralis man, the in-game leader that was also a huge powerhouse in terms of his fire potential. This should be an interesting matchup, but obviously, FaZe, you've just got to wonder how hard they're going to come in here.
Yeah, that's the thing. The good thing about this series as well, which wasn't in the previous series, is that both these maps are good for both of the teams. They have a similar map pool in the center. LDLC's map pool isn't as big, but they both have Nuke and Overpass in it, which is good to see. So going into this series, there's a very good chance that we could be seeing a very, very close affair, even with FaZe being good overdogs into this one. But we're into the second round. The opening kill has come out, but it is after retaliation, after we see Maniac take things down onto Alu. So a 4-on-4 in play. FaZe have control of the B site. There's Alex falls down in here in Toxic, or just on the outside of the doors, and they aren't going to check it. They run right past, he drops the bomb. He needs to check to his right angle. There's a player up on the silo. Alex, he still gets it. The UK has been saved as he drops a second player here. The bomb is still in his control, but Nico's causing havoc over on the B site with 2 kills of his own. Oh, look at the burst onto Alex. The pistol going to be pulled out. He's chasing Existence, hunting him like a dog, and Nico does it. He steps up for FaZe, and 4 kills is going to pick up them the second round.
Wow, great individual skill coming out from Nico. What we need to see, you know, those moments of individual brilliance that made him that #1 player that everyone always spoke about. He is the star fragger. He's your one-man army in your lineup. But the scary factor is as well, 4 casualties were taken for FaZe in that matchup. You know, into that round, LDLC did a great job of utilizing just their prowess and being able to pick one up. You've got to worry, obviously, FaZe. They need to start to lock these rounds down a lot better, as they can't afford to have casualties like that into the full buy rounds.
Not at all. That's really going to hurt the economy. But the MAC-10 should at least retrieve something back into their favour, as they're up against full pistols here. A risky buy, considering LDLC could have invested into this one, knowing FaZe's economy would be weak. But even so, they're going to get lucky at least with the MAC-10s, getting these kills, racking up that $600 kill bonus as well, and not allowing LDLC to pick up any guns. That's going to be important. If FaZe Clan can keep all 5 players alive, then they can go for that bonus round and fight up with these MAC-10s up against rifles, which is definitely doable if you take it into close range engagements like Ramp, for example. But let's just see if LDLC can get any kills. So far, it's proving to be unsuccessful. The round is not over just yet. Alex does get one. There's a quick kill with the Deagle. Peeks in for more, but Rain trades and will go double as well. Gets himself 2. FaZe have got 3 rounds in a row, and now we see the buy from LDLC. No AWP in play, though.
Yeah, not enough cash to actually don that weapon, and that's going to be a shame as well, as Twanu station him towards the outside area, getting play over by Garage. He is going to be so huge at actually slowing them down if they want to try and take that outside control. Obviously, that's the thing as well. As soon as you have that range advantage when you have weapons in your back pocket, you want to try and gain that outside control. Nuke is a map where outside is essentially the mid of other maps. You gain your outside control, slip your way down, you can either take your assault towards the A bomb site, or go down secret, lock down towards that below site as well. Early aggression coming out towards the A-bomb site, though. Kiyoshima with the vent drop as he finds his way in very easily. His teammates now taking that control towards outside as well. The CTs are going to be a little bit confused here. Station up towards ramp. Twanu has to try and ward them off. There's potential for a huge backstab to come out, though, if he's not aware of this situation. Nico as well, getting the opener towards outside, eliminating missed out. Twanu fires back with 1 frag of his own, hungry to try and double it up, but it cannot go that way.
Nice openers. FaZe have made their way down in towards B, but there's still Maniac in position to try and stop them here in towards the back of the door. The smoke does go out. He can't peek around through it, though. If he wants to go for a risky play, he needs to do it now, but the bomb is already down. He finally peeks out, but Carrigan, he's got his gun back in his hands, and he's alive and kicking. Takes the kill to Maniac, retrieves the rifle as well in existence. He's still smoked off. Does push through it, but a bit too ballsy without a flashbang there to help him. Carrigan's going to drop him for his second so far, and while Alex will spray into the smoke, that's going to give away his position, and with not enough ammo in his mag, Carrigan will triple it down. It's 3 kills to the man himself, and FaZe a 4th round on the board, forcing LDLC back into an eco.
Yep, completely busting their way through their economy, leaving them with nothing really to work with. A horrible situation to be in. Alu as well, smart play, keep that MAC-10 in your hands, and no, you can just rack up an abundance of cash on what should be a very simple round. They have the range advantage as well, so they can try and just take a slow round into this, allow Alu to be a bit more of a scout, station him somewhere, hope he can rack up a ridiculous amount of money. If he dies, it doesn't really matter too much. Taking that outside control as well, complementing the range advantage they have with the rifles in their hands as they slowly work their way through. Could this Deagle reign supreme? Actually, Twani will kick it off as he executes Alu. No bonus cash for you, he says, as he does one better as well. Another headshot comes through as he takes down Carrigan. Nico and Rain, though, start to fire themselves up as they connect these AK shots, leaving just Maniac and Alex left. Maniac, Deagle reigns supreme, though, as he executes Nico.
2v2. FaZe Clan do still have that outside control, but Alex worming himself in, the snake in the grass coming in from behind. If he can execute one quick player and take this into a 2-on-1, there's such a good potential for LDLC to not only pick up this round, but also screw over the economy of FaZe on this eco, and he does come in from the back, sprays away, not going to be able to connect enough though. He's down to 22, but he will be hounded by Maniac, pushing in from the CT spawn. They have him cornered, that's great, but that's going to allow Kiyoshima to wrap himself in to at least support his team, and he will do so. Alex has been dropped, they've given up their prime opportunity to get themselves back into the round, but Maniac does drop Rain. Still no gun, has been picked up, he's left on the Deagle, but he hears the footsteps. Kyo grabs himself the bomb, and he can just back off safely, playing this one in towards a site for the plant, but that will allow Maniac to wrap him back round, get himself a gun to play with, and for Kiyoshima to drop it down towards the B site. Maniac has to be fast on this one. He doesn't have a kit to play with, but he is going to know exactly where Kyo is.
Playing from the vents as he slowly brushes his way around. Kiyoshima, though, had the drop on him, clears the angle. Sure, he gets knocked down to 10 HP, but he finds a simple frag as they work their way through. So much money in their bank already now as they've just been dominating round after round. LDLC on a 5-loss deficit. The buy will come out. Finally, they have enough money to complement Twanu. He can get that AWP out, and this is where things need to change now. Aggression has to be displayed a little bit. LDLC have to switch up their playstyle to try and get an opener on the board. Twanu can be the man to change things single-handedly, though. So effective with a weapon, so aggressive as well as he plays towards outside. Let's see if he can actually land some of these shots. Nico will be the one trying to take the fight towards him. Twanu just holding the angle right now, hoping the peak will come in. as he slowly clears up her as well. Looking around, meanwhile missed out over towards the A bomb site. He's just able to tear his way through everyone that comes his way. No chance for you to push through Squeaky right now. Alex as well doing work. And it just falls onto Nico. Sure, he tries to take that outside control, but he's taken too long. He's been left on his lonesome, and Twanu should be the one to put the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, if he can peek in the right timing, Nico has his knife out as well. Does switch back to the AK-47, but while he does have the time on his hands, he's not going to have the knowledge, and Twanu will just be holding the angle. It's LDLC to finally get themselves on the board, and it's long overdue as well. 2 ecos, they brought it down to a 1-on-1. So good stuff, at least in terms of damage, hurting FaZe Clan's economy, but finally they're going to make it work with a round. But this is where FaZe Clan definitely buy up, right? Because now they have the potential to get a reset on the board. If they can pick up this 1 round, it would force LDLC into eco, or at least a low buy at that. So loss bonus is not going to be, you know, a longer standing here for the CT side. And we will be seeing a plentiful buy on the FaZe Clan side. Only 1 UMP on Karrigan, not really much of a limiting factor as we see full nades come out on the majority of the players. And the AWP back in the hands of Alu as well. He's not going to spot out Twanu outside though, just peeking in towards the main position, switching up his angle at least. So FaZe Clan smoking outside, however not committing fully with it. They do have the silo control, but still very good potential. They could go and burst in towards this A site with the support from the main control, as these players do push themselves and wrapping outside. But look at Twanu.
Taking the aggressive angle. Really does catch them off guard, especially when you get the bomb given to you as a present as well, as he gets the opening frag upon Kiyoshima, clearing all his angles now as well. The drop down comes in, Karrigan, as he glides from above. The agility on display as they start to overwhelm and claim the A-bomb site existence. So fantastic headshot comes through, but it's short-lived. Only 1 kill will go his way. The backstab from Maniac though into the backline as he tears his way through, opting to stick with his M4 as well. Tries to get a follow-up kill, will do so upon Karrigan, but unfortunately Nico was in such a prime time position, had the drop, and was able to get another kill.
Yeah, and that's the money as well for LDLC, really beaten down. They can still afford a buy here, luckily, just due to all those kills that they got on the ecos, right? If they didn't get all those eco kills, they wouldn't have been able to fully invest into this one, but it's going to be their last one, and it's a low one at that. No utility aside from a Misto, and obviously no kit or AWP back in play for Twanu. FaZe Clan in the driving seat so far, but Alu, he's still sticking with a rifle for the time being. They should be expecting what kind of buy is coming up from LDLC just due to the damage that they've done. I think the utility usage from the CT side is going to make it far more obvious as well, as Molotovs rain over towards the A site in Squeaky and in Hut. Going to delay FaZe Clan from pushing in aggressively, but look at the aggressive push on the CT side. Flashes go in, they're going to be up close and personal. Maniac looking for the kill, but Alu takes him down. Twanu spraying, 2 for him. That's massive. He needs to back off though. He's so low, and he could be hounded here as Kiyoshima. He's looking for that frag. In the meantime, Existence pushes up just on the back. And while he doesn't have bomb control, if Kiyoshima tries to back in, it's very unlikely he'll expect this position.
It's true. Bit of an awkward off angle as they just hold their ground though. Still a minute left to play with Nico. A lot of this round relies on him. He has to try and create some space. The peek come through, low existence connection, headshot upon Kiyoshima, taking him down. Nico trying to retaliate as he fires out this flurry of bullets, hoping that he can get the frag upon the CT, create these 1 versus 1s to try and close out the round as there's 50 seconds left to play with. Grabs the bomb, sure, but still has to do so much more into the round. Goes back towards Hunt, trying to peek the angle. This widened peak, making it a little bit easier, and to take the fight, the headshot comes through as well. Dispatches existence, and it's just Twanu left, but he's at a different bomb site.
Going to be making his way up the ladder, but that's the worst place to get caught out from. And Nico, classic again, his second clutch of the map. We're only 8 rounds in, he's already on fire. Going 10-4 right now. This is the style that we expect. We were hoping that when he moved into FaZe Clan, he wouldn't kind of be overshadowed by the aimers that he had on his team. Obviously, he performed phenomenally on Mouse, but people were expecting that because his team weren't really on the same level as him. But he's still continuing this star performance despite being on a team of great individual prowess. Players like Rain, players like Alu, and consistent players like Kiyoshima, all ready to frag, but Nico is still above and beyond. A double Mac 10 buy into this one. LDLC only with pistols, and these SMGs are going to be rounding up a lot of cash here for the T side as they storm on into the A site.
Molotov goes up now towards Crows, trying to burn these CTs out of position before they even try and get into position. Alex will kick things off though as he finds the shot onto Alu, taking him down with that P250. It's going to be short-lived at this point, though. As the bomb's down, they're in good afterplants. Surely they can't really achieve too much. They flood their way in. They're just going in towards the meat grinder. Kiyoshima to try and dispatch them with a Mac 10, racking up cash galore as he tears his way through 2 members. Goes back for the third as well now, as he just wants to try and take the fight. Nico just hammering away with that AK, hoping to find a frag up upon Twanu. Doesn't really want to allow them to save those weapons. Twanu obviously has grabbed that Mac 10, so they are trying to quite aggressively take him down, but it's more so Mistal they need to worry about. He's the one that has gotten away with the Kalashnikov, hiding in T-spawn. Surely they don't find him here, and that will help out LDLC into the following round.
Indeed it will. Not enough though. FaZe Clan really are in the driving seat. This is so dominant. We went into this match going, okay, it's a good map for both teams. Obviously, this isn't you know, Overpass is going to be better, at least for LDLC. This map they're currently 2-2 on, with wins also in EPL against, I think, HellRaisers and Miles. Miles currently at the top of the scoreboard, at least in EPL, so doing well in that regard. But still, it's not a bad map by any means for LDLC out of their small map pool. So looking into this one, this should have been one that they could at least contest on. But so far, considering it's very CT-sided and FaZe are 8-1 up, it's looking very, very good for the T side.
Yep, FaZe have been able to tear their way through. Obviously on the T side, they've been looking good. Just essentially being able to get the picks very easily, even those late round scenarios as well. It's just more individual skill that's been displayed. And there is a lot of talent over on the LDLC lineup, but it's just a lot younger and hasn't been nurtured as much as you see coming out with the side of FaZe. They know they can perform well. They know they're superstars, and you can see that just in their confidence, the plays they're going for. Yeah,
and as well, we haven't really seen that AWP as well. And Twanu, he's constantly the person that you want to watch out for. If he has that AWP in his hands, he can single-handedly turn around rounds, much like any good AWPer can, okay? So the fact that he's only picked up the AWP once so far this match, because of FaZe just battling down the economy, it's really difficult. And now looking at the money as well, no one has even enough to drop it over to him, let alone him even going for a glass cannon. He's $100 short, so they won't even be able to bring it up into the next round. This is just so difficult here. If you don't have the AWP on your star AWPer, you're going to be limited.
It's true, and that's the thing. Outside control usually is that heavy point of contention as well, but really it's only kind of been Nico just going for a lurk towards outside and toying with Twanu. We've seen more aggression with just burst plays towards the A bomb site and then ramp control, where they've just had no answer to it. They have been overwhelmed more so than anything. They're just walking their way in. We haven't even really seen sort of standard nuke play coming out on that T side of FaZe. There's been no site takes towards upper. We've seen no use of skylights. Nothing really utilized in terms of aiding them get these takes. It literally has just been raw confidence and just excelling when it comes to these 1v1 fights.
But that's what FaZe is, right? Just a lot of insane aim is packed together in a team with a great IGL and a great AWPer. You know, what else do you need? As we see, again, another storming battle over towards the A site. They want to bring the hurt, but this time Alex denies them. Existent follows up as well onto Alu, and 3 kills already in the way of the CT side. The confidence has flipped back over, and Maniac, he's looking in for more as he pushes up towards the ramp, hounding him from behind. There's 2 players remaining. Misto finds another, and Rain going to be the last man standing. He does refrag onto Misto and drops in towards the B site, where he can get that bomb plant to give FaZe a little bit more cash to work with, but it's still a 1v4, looking undoable.
It's true. Maybe this pause has paid off for them. Rain, last man left standing, will be overpowered as well. Maniac there is going to find the frag, press the AK. Defuse comes in. 2 rounds on the board now for LDLC. Finally, they've been able to get something else to work with on their CT side, but they still need so much more, as there's only that potential, if things do align and they get the best case scenario, to have a 7-8 half. They still need to just try and achieve as many rounds as possible at this point, as they are not in a good situation. The economy is taking a little bit of a hit for FaZe, but an easy buy will still be coming out for them. Nothing really to write home about, as they will invest every last dime into this one.
No AWP on the T side either, but not too much of an issue, I don't think. Still potential for a reset. And LDLC, let's see if they can make Twanu do some damage here as he pushes in towards the ramp. This time a different position here with the AWP as he posts up, but there's no one there on the T side to fight him. In the meantime, FaZe are putting a lot of aggression towards outside, and Rain just bursting with his AK, going to take down 2 quick players. It's almost like his anti-eco, Jackie, because he is just entering like crazy. Alex does refrag over on the A site, and he has a lot of players to deal with as they start funneling in towards his position. He's getting peeked for 2 at once, but he still takes a quick kill. He needs to flick back around. He does! Alex is going big, and he's looking for more, but Carrigan eventually going to trade him out towards the back of the site. It's all on Maniac, a 1v2 ahead, and the bomb is just going down for FaZe Clan.
Maniac making a slow approach towards the bomb site. He's always left in these awkward situations where you think finally he might be able to close something out, but Maniac unable to do anything. Once again picked off. Alex going absolutely huge here though on this replay as he just teared his way through. Fantastic frags coming out. And this is what we need from LDLC, just these moments of brilliance. If a couple more players start to pop off, then they have a chance. Right now though, it's just kind of a one-man fight. It's essentially only really been Alex and Twanu that have been doing too much at all.
Yeah, and Alu's back on the AWP as well here for the T side. LDLC trying to force things up as obviously economy does get reset again from FaZe Clan's 2nd time this map so far. So at least going for this AWP may be able to surprise them, but Twanu, he's going to get surprised himself. Picks off Kiyoshima as he exits through Squeaky, gets shot in the face as Nico chases outside. Alu as well, looking for the kill, does manage to land it. And this is just turning into such a one-sided affair in the favour of FaZe Clan. Again, 2 pistols and an M4, not looking good for LDLC. They need to get into good positions now, and Alu wrapping in through the heavens. It may be good for Maniac. He is up close, and Alu, I think he just spotted him there. That flash goes in perfectly. Alu looking for him. He knows he's there, and he's going to get the kill. He needs to check up, and he will, but Alex takes him down as Nico gets the refrag onto Misto over in main. It's all onto Alex once again. He had a great performance, but this time he's going to need a 4K.
Alex making his approach down towards that B-bomb site. Smokes go through the try, ward him off. Looks like he might actually go for the play through it. And not aware. Carrigan holding the angle. Easy kill as he just rips his way into him. FaZe instantly bouncing back. The damage done as well to the economy of LDLC is horrific, leaving them around 2.3k at the most money they possibly have over on Alex there. Really, really awkward stuff. The Mat 10 coming out once more. This time Kiyoshima will be the one trying to get that bonus ball, trying to tear his way for everyone in front of him. Looking like FaZe are going to go on to at least have an 11-round half on their T side.
Yeah, and it's just showing how well FaZe are reading this. In the previous round, after resetting, they didn't go for this Mac 10 because they knew that the force was going to come through from LDLC. And now going into this round, they know they're going to eco. They're always on top of the economy. They know what's happening. And it's not like FaZe need money right now. It's more of a just kind of a safe option, right? This Mac 10 is so good. Not only is it good at making money, it's also good at getting frags against anti-eco players. So right now, FaZe are just dominating, and Rain and Alu, they are going to continue said performance. Alex and Maniac dropped early on, and Alu looking for a second as well. He's going to land it onto Existence. Just Twanu and Misto left alive here for the LDLC side. And FaZe Clan again taking this control of the A site. We're going to be seeing these two players left on the retake. Misto over towards Heaven, and Twanu, he's stuck outside, already being chased down by Nico.
Being hunted at this point. Kiyoshima as well, if he finds that Mistel, there will be an easy frag for him to pick up. Karrigan over towards outside has now become aware of their positions as he gets these sick headshots, just tapping away with the AK. Easy stuff as Karrigan comes out to play.
This is just horrible. This is really hard to see for LDLC. Such an unfortunate matchup because FaZe Clan are just so good at, you know, just taking aim battles, right? Just every single aim battle they're going to win, and when you can't afford this AWP to at least switch things up, the couple of times we've seen him pull it in, he's been getting a couple of opening kills, but he's always traded very quick from FaZe Clan, so which is really good team play at least, and really good setups to allow this trade potential. So going into this one, again, rifles across the board for LDLC, but the utility going to be extremely stinted, as well as a lack of kits. Maybe holding them back to this regard, but they've got to buy up. They can't afford to eco anymore because it's already 11-2 and they've got 2 rounds left of the half to try and make something happen here on the CT side. And again, this is the favoured side for those wondering, so not exactly going well for them, but let's see how this works. Existence is pushed up outside early on. Got mostly passive positioning from the LDLC team, but FaZe Clan are going to be angled very well to hold off onto this one. They know the buy's coming in. There's no reason throwing it away when they could have a fairly simple 13-2 half, so they're just playing passive, aside from Nico, who's just one-tapping Existence outside.
So easy for Nico as he just roams around the map, getting these openers consistently. And they have no way of stopping him. It looks like they're getting toyed with at this point as the push does start to once again unfold towards the A-bomb site. Missed out with the opener upon Rain. Kiyoshima with the fire back. Kiyoshima does one better as well as he doubles it up. Maniac raining hellfire from above though. He's in the elevated angle, has the back of his teammate Twanu as well, who has finally punished Kiyoshima. Karrigan also going to fall now, just leaving Nico, the star fragger, the one-man army to try and close it out. Gets the opening headshot upon Maniac. That's 2 headshots into this round. Will he find the third, get the hat trick and close this one down? Getting another round on the board for FaZe Clan. Can Twanu beat him down as the approach comes through? You can see him biding his time. Pete comes in towards the A-bomb site. Head pops up, struggling to connect it. Twanu actually overpowers him as well. This man didn't need an AWP as he's comfortable with that M4. Rattles him down, punishes Nico, and gets the third round on the board for LDLC. A lifeline because at this point, it's even still possible, but if FaZe get that opening pistol round on the second half, LDLC will basically be game over.
Yeah, but it's not all just all aim, no brain from Nico. You could see he was so aware of the position up towards Heaven where Twanu could have been situated. He was bait peeking it for so long, and the fact that Twanu was just not peeking was just lucky timing from the LDLC player. So really, Nico knew what was up there. It's just getting unfortunate with the aim not going his way. But let's see if LDLC can at least close this out with 4 rounds as we go into the last one of the half. Maniac over towards Ramp, situated alone as a lot of players will rush into his crosshairs. 2 for 1 is going to be good for the CT side, but can they convert it? It seems like to be the case as Misto follows up. Existence towards B, drops a bomb, respray, and there we go. Alu gets taken down. Nice control there. It's LDLC to finally pull it back for a 4th round, but let's see what happens in the second half after the break.
Welcome back, everyone. Obviously, we just had a short break there in between that first half. A first half that essentially was just the FaZe show. There was nothing going on for LDLC.
Or the Nico show.
Yeah, it's true. Single-handedly, just towards outside, he was able to get so much map control and just shut down anyone that tried to really counter them and gain map control. There was nothing going on for them there. And FaZe just dominantly worked their way through. Luckily, we saw a couple of moments of individual brilliance coming out there. Obviously, Existence towards the end, cutting a couple of frags to close down the final round, giving them a 4-11 scoreline, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, and even Alex as well doing very, very well individually, being able to hold down the bomb sites. We saw that second round force buy that he did to at least secure them around. But other than that, really just, as you said, a dominant performance from FaZe. And I think it's very likely it's going to continue. Again, LDLC, pistol potential. They can pick that one up on the T side. They can get the ball rolling, pick up those 3 rounds for free, hopefully. Assuming FaZe don't eco them, which is also a likely possibility. We know what some of these pistol players are like. For example, Nico with a deal, need I say more. So, yeah, I mean, assuming they pick up the pistol, definitely a road to come back.
It's scary though, because obviously talking about pistol players, you're looking at FaZe, they have an abundance of impact fraggers coming into this. You're not surprised if really FaZe just lock it down immediately, get that opening pistol round on the board, and those 3 rounds, essentially they only need 1 rifle round to close it out.
Exactly. I don't see LDLC coming back from this one. I'm expecting FaZe to close it out, but obviously this is one of FaZe's better maps, right? You've got to look at this, and it's kind of snuck up on us. FaZe have been doing very, very well over on Nuke, and it's kind of one that you expect them to do well now, seeing their recent performances. So yeah, it's looking good, but obviously that was T-side. That was where you can control the pace, where you couldn't decide if you want to go fast and aggressive. Now we switch over to CT side. While obviously there are chances to get aggressive over on the CT side, it's still less kind of your choice. It's more the terrorists that control the pace of the game. So it's the CTs having to hold more passively. Maybe that will favour LDLC in the sense that the aimers will be, now having to hold angles rather than chase down players, and Pika's advantage is no longer going to be a thing.
It's true. Nico not really able to backstab as much as possible. There definitely is potential for some cool stuff to come out. We're going to have to wait and see if that is going to be the case. Obviously, this first pistol round is the main point of talking, as it's so vital for LDLC to get this on the board. If they achieve this, they start to get themselves a bit of a lifeline. They can rack up a couple of rounds. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan, they lock it down here. That's when it will quickly be taken away from them, and the entire game could be shut down. Karrigan as well with the contact play will be working his way through towards Radio, struggling to get the opening frags though. Existence actually taking him down. Nade rolls in off the back of Alo though, trying to litter some damage across, but Twanu looking on point with his pistol as he picks off one player. There's Rain though with a retaliation play. Nico as well, naughty stuff towards that B-bomb site as he picks people off as they flood their way down though. Get up below him, so the awkward angle, he can't really fire down accurately. He gets picked off. Rain has arrived, but still has to do so much more.
1v2 here. They could easily back off towards that A side as well with the position of the bomb if it makes its way towards the door. And I think Rain's realised that he's actually backed off. Existence is still in towards B. He had the potential to rotate, but he's not done so just yet. He could easily just get this bomb down behind the sideline. That's a safe option as well. You can get that post plant for 2 positions, but Rain just runs back in for another. He takes down Alex, looking for a final kill just to close out this round. A 4th headshot is all he needs, but Existence takes him down. Rain still committing to the peak despite reloading, maybe just for information there. And LDLC, 5 rounds. We said it, they needed that pistol round. I think you could see from the scoreline, and they are going to do it. But can these Deagles and these forces reign supreme from FaZe? It's looking possible.
It's true. Getting that opening pistol round is absolutely huge, but the scary factor is the deco comes out for FaZe Clan, and that is always a really, really horrific sight. You look at it and you realise, hey, they might not have any money to play with, but they can still definitely pick up this round as they just have so much potential when they have these Deagles in play. Let's see if that is going to come into effect, though. Unfortunately, not for Nico, the man that's usually the star player with the weapon. Gets taken down by Existence. Maniac as well, going to be slaying Karrigan. Alu struggling to wield his one, but he does get 2 frags in the end, taking down Maniac and Twanu over towards ramp. Rain arriving on the scene as well as he just pelts the trigger, trying to cause some kind of effect, hoping he can ward off the T's that are battling their way down ramp, but he's struggling to beat them. Really cannot correct this as he eventually gets picked off as well. Kirishima with a sneaky peek upon Mistal, but blinded by the smoke, unable to find the frag. Re-peek from Vent as well, surely gets taken down here.
Yeah, you'd assume so. With so many players hunting him as well, it's going to be difficult. But if he can get any kind of damage onto the side of LDLC, that would be positive. Because if you keep 3 players alive, you build up your bank. But if you only keep 2 or less, you lose cash. So Keo, 1 quick kill. AK got to be grabbed. And Existence does trade. And LDLC, 6 rounds in at this point. Good. They only keep 2 players alive. But that's good considering FaZe Clan are very effective with the Deagles. Fact of the matter is, Nico went down early on, removing one of the key players for this CT side. But actually, looking at the scoreboard, Rain is doing phenomenally as well. He's 18 and 11, above Nico. That's the thing about FaZe. They have all these players that can individually step up, and you can't just look at one player and go, oh, he is going to be the top fragger, because it can change every single map.
It's true, 7 assists on him as well, doing a great job of aiding his teammates and some of the kills they've been able to pick up throughout the game. Kiyoshima on the aggression will try and cash off the T's that are holding their angles though. Luckily, Maniac aware of this, just holding above Hut with the backup of Misdow. They're able to get these easy frags. Rain though, another one going his way as he dispatches Twanu so easily there, leaving them in a 4 versus 4 into this matchup.
This is doable here for the CT side, but the issue is a USP is not going to be as well equipped on Nico. He's going to have an issue with that one. He will get chased from Alex. Now the A site is under control of LDLC. A good play from them just to quickly push out onto the site while FaZe Clan were out of position. They knew that Rain was towards ramp. They knew that there was a player outside, so at least hitting towards A when there's only a max of 2, if that. There was only 1, and now there's none. Maniac goes big, finishes off the final players, and LDLC 7 rounds to 11 here. We are going to be seeing FaZe go into their buy. No AWP going to be found on Alu, but they've got the rifles to work with, and this is where they can make it work. This is where they can keep this streak going for the side of LDLC. While they don't have an AWP to play against, they have an AWP to play with. So good potential for them to actually start to bring it back here on the unfavoured side.
The buy's coming out as well. Twanu back once again on the AWP. It's going to be interesting to see if he can get some sick openers into this. Karrigan once again trying to defend ramp as the push comes through. Alex with the potential opener actually isn't going to go his way as he gets torn to shreds by this UMP. The SMG reigning supreme as Karrigan just glides his way around. Meanwhile, his teammates as well tearing their way through the backline of LDLC, eliminating anyone that they could find, leaving them in a 4 versus 3 very early into this round. Not a great situation to be in. Misdow and Maniac as well have been tagged fairly heavily. Maniac below 50 HP. Misdow sitting there on 59. Neither of them looking too healthy at this point.
But if they can equalise things back up to a 3-on-3, it could be doable. That is still a hard task to do, but with the position of Misdow pushed up towards ramp, he's got a good angle to at least exploit something. It could easily split into another site, but the issue is with all the players in the same position, it's still fairly difficult for LDLC. They haven't really got split potential right now. They will just be walking down in towards B where Karrigan remains. His windows aren't broken as well, so he has a bit of an element of surprise here that they may not expect as he repositions back in towards the corner of the radio room, waiting for them to walk past. And this is great as well because it allows them to get towards the site, but once they've committed to the actual site and they're exposed in the open, he takes a kill. He doesn't allow them to peek and jiggle peek and back off. He makes them actually commit to the battle, and that's going to be at least a free kill for him, you'd assume. Maniac going to walk past. Nice entry, though. He just turns back on, takes down Karrigan. Bomb should be going down. The Molotov event to deny any kind of rotation, but Rain comes in from the back to drop Twanu. Maniac still alive and kicking into the face of Rain with a refrag. It's a 2-on-2 now, and FaZe have to retake this with no kit.
Sick stuff from Maniac coming out as he tears his way through. Absolutely dominant. 2K on the board, hungry for more as well. Misdow, what can he actually achieve as he plays from over by Dark? Maniac trying to complement him as well up on rafters. Maniac still doing work as he tears his way through everyone. Kiyoshima will find the headshot in the end, but Misdow's position hasn't been given away just yet as he plays underneath Dark. Going to tuck him behind the boxes as well. If Kiyoshima doesn't clear this, this should be an easy frag for Misdow, which it will be. And LDLC on their T-half starting to look like they have a lot left in them.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, they only keep one player alive, but they take out a full buy from FaZe aside from the lack of the AWP, and that will force them into an eco or a quasi situation once again. The loss bonus is going to be maxed out now, so they can actually invest down to 1.5k at very most, preferably down to 2k, though, so they can allow some utility, obviously, being on the CT side. And LDLC, full AK buy into this one. They know what they're up against. They're actually not going to go for any kind of money burners because they know the potential of FaZe actually forcing up, and bringing in a Mac 10 against such great Deagle players is so difficult. But maybe bringing in an AK isn't going to be successful either as Nico just spams away, damage onto existence. We will see a repeat from Alexo taking the position of his teammate for the kill. And now 2 entries. Team LDLC going to be splitting onto this A site, and it'll be very, very easy for them to take control.
Yeah, as they barrage their way through, Misdow just tearing his way through everyone in front of him. 9 rounds on the board now as well for LDLC as they start to look fairly dominant. They've actually got some wind underneath their wings. Not the result we actually expected to come through. We didn't really count LDLC out, but we thought they didn't have much of a chance to get this back into the game this quickly. Alu, though, the AWP coming out, glass cannon, you've got to see if that will come back to negatively affect him throughout this round. There is that potential.
Yeah, FaZe Clan need to get back into this one, because if they allow LDLC to pick this up, it will be another eco for the CT side, and then that'll be 11-11, more than likely. So Very, very important here for the CT side to actually pick up this one so they don't allow the lead to turn around. But look at the flank. Existence just runs outside. They don't even expect him. Takes down Ali straight away. Nico trades for 2 and Keo repositions as well. He's going to run right past them inside of the lobby as well. Even if they get control of the A site, he's going to be in such a great pincer spot. Mistao now alive and alone as Karrigan comes in from the heavens to finish him off. And that was such a weird round. Existence just gets all the way into main without anyone spotting him. Alu's too focused over towards Squeaky and he gets shot in the back. But at least Nico is there to pick up the pieces. It's FaZe Clan to finally make their style over on the CT side. Their first round on the board.
Great way to kick it off as they work their way through. Looking mean. Trying to keep the other team keen as they bring their A game. But LDLC at this point, they need to try and bounce back immediately. Obviously, you have the AWP on Tuanu, a lot of utility left to play over as well. Keep up that level of aggression they were displaying before, that confident style of CS, as it seemed to be working up against FaZe. Maniac with the opener as well, taking down Alu. That is a great way to kick the round off, really leaves them in a bit of a deficit. Karrigan also looking fairly low at this point. Still a lot of potential left in this round for LDLC. Rain trying to defend over from Garage, taking hits left, right and center. Forced to try and fall back as they just overwhelm him. Surely that should be another kill going the way of LDLC very shortly.
Very likely. Rain just isolated. Alex almost spotted him there, but still we have Existence pushed up, and with the flashbang, Rain is going to be so cornered here. Nico and Keo, though, somehow they pick up the pieces, a kill each. Tuanu going to trade onto Karrigan, and Rain's still caught outside. He may be able to catch that Existence. He spots a Molotov. He knows where he's coming from, but they're not going to be pushing him. Alex is still just above him. He just needs to peek a little bit more. If he wants to spot out his head, he will finally commit to it, and he doesn't even see him. Rain finally walks, but Alex will spot him as he moves himself into the open. Nico repositions towards main. Gets himself a better angle. This is a great headshot position. Tuanu may not expect it, but he has the AWP. Going to be clearing the angle methodically as Nico just holds for the push. He knows that they're splitting in towards the A site. They have control coming in as well. And Keo is in position to at least support his teammate if in case he does fall to his demise. It's a slow round so far from Team LDLC, but it's made clear what they want to do. And Nico does drop the split. Tuanu's dead. 2 players coming in from heaven. Now they know where he is, but they don't know Kiyoshima is also in the wings, waiting for the peak. Existence will fall, and Alex now has a 1v2 with 15 seconds left. Is there even time for him to get the B plant?
So far away, I don't think he's actually got time to brush his way on site. It's going to be so close, especially if he even slightly gets delayed by the CTs arriving on the site. That's all they have to do. They find the easy frag as well. Alex, unfortunately, going to get picked off. He barely would have made it, but there's still no chance when Nico's there, warding you back, stopping you from making your approach up on the bomb site. And it just looks unfortunate as these frags coming in thick and fast. But a pause has come in just at the last second there. LDLC will be going for a bit of a tactical one. They want to try and work out what exactly has gone wrong and try and fix it as they started to look back on point.
Yeah, it's weird as well. They pick up the first 5 rounds, very good stuff, and then FaZe Clan suddenly come in. And now we see, because FaZe Clan had such a dominant first half, they only need to pick up 2 to be very, very close to closing out the map. So LDLC have got to start to be worried at least, because they know it's 13-9, and now they're going for this bye. They need to win this one, because if they lose this, it's 14-9 and they're on eco. So that's either a forced bye to try and contest the 15th, or to allow FaZe to actually get to map point, which is very dangerous in and of itself. So yeah, this is the buy. If they don't win this one, FaZe Clan are going to be looking very, very good to close out this first map.
It's true. It's quite scary as well, because that's the thing, getting themselves in that 13th round already. LDLC, they still need so much more to bring to the table. They're getting rounds here and there, and they are actually linking them together, but they just don't have much breathing room. That's the thing. Sure, if there would have been a slightly altered scoreline, say with FaZe only having around 10 on the board, or even just 11 at that point, they would have been able to play a little bit more loose style of Counter-Strike, but they can't actually adapt too much. They're not able to try anything different because they don't have the breathing room to run the risk. It has to be a win every time.
Exactly. And a UMP on either side this time. LDLC just sending Existence outside with his AK to try and hunt for anything, but again, they've got to be careful. The potential of an AWP is in play for FaZe, but it doesn't even matter because Nico is just dominating. One quick kill, made that almost 2. His missiles now put down to 1 HP. The nade will make it 2 as that goes flying in, dunks right onto him as 2 remain for LDLC, and that pause clearly has done nothing because despite them not even being able to execute, they're just getting picked off one by one. Existence and Maniac now both dead too.
Getting picked off there. Really awkward stuff as Nico connects that headshot, taking them down. Obviously, they went for the pause. They wanted to try and do something different if possible, something that would reinvigorate them, allow them to get around on the board, get their 10th claimed, but unfortunately, all they did was give away another round to FaZe. Now, 14 rounds on the board, looking absolutely unstoppable. LDLC, they've got some measly Tech 9s, they've got 2 UMPs to play with, and a abundance of nades that are mixed mashed together, but what can they actually achieve? Can they even really find another round on the board at this point?
It's not looking likely, but let's have a look. Kiyoshima spamming on early. Maniac's going to get tagged down, and we talked about the CT aggression, about FaZe, how they like to control the pace of the game, how they like to control the engagements, and they are doing so by pushing into these positions. Keo again flashed in. There's 2, there's 3, and Keo classic as he pulls out the pistol to go for another one. It's Alex to try and contest, but it's only going to be resulting in his demise. Existence eventually picks one up too, but look at the health, 40 combined for these two players. It's going to be so difficult. 30, sorry. Quick maths on the spot, not going well, but it's going to be Existence to drop towards ramp. Carrigan finds him, and Alex looking for the trade. It doesn't look possible. Carrigan's just hungry for this kill. He knows what he's up against, and he's going to be able to just dominate it. Headshot comes in, 15 rounds for FaZe Clan, and one more till the victory.
One away from closing things out. And LDLC, it's not even like they have a lifeline in terms of their economy as well. They're pretty much lacklusterly broken at this point. 3.6k is the most they have over on Alex. Everyone else sitting there of around 3k, and it's just not good enough. The buy will come in a little bit better in terms of utility than what I actually expected, but 2 players without rifles. There's going to be 2 SMGs in play as well. Alex, the only one with an AK. He's going to need to go fairly huge to actually get a couple of openers to help out his teammates into this round. It'll be interesting to see what they bring to the table here, as this could be good night for them over on the first map.
Indeed. Again, there is still Overpass for them to have some bit of retribution, but they'd be liking to get this first map if they could in their pocket. However, FaZe Clan obviously going to be the overdogs into this one. As you can see, LDLC situated in towards lobby. The majority of their players here. FaZe again putting some hate in towards this squeaky door. They have so much control. They always open that up or nade out, and then we just see FaZe Clan just holding it. You typically see CTs playing so passive towards that position, not wanting to get picked off, but Nico is the complete opposite. He holds it on the CT side. He allows them to peek because he knows he can win that fight. But let's see if he can do it again as these players fast push out of the hut here as Kiyoshima above, raining in death from above as Rain picks up 3 quick kills there with the M4. It's all onto Existence, and frankly, it's over. Nico holds it from the second vent, and the CTs are going to pick it up. It's FaZe to win the map, 16 rounds to 9.
Wow. I mean, that is just crazy stuff there. They pick it up so easily. It just looked like there was nothing left at that point. What can you do? LDLC, they tried their hardest. You can see them really putting their all into that. They had a bit of a momentarily comeback over on that second half, but it was so short-lived, and FaZe, as soon as they got that energy behind them once again, just looked dominant, and there was no answers there.
That's the thing, right? Because obviously as soon as LDLC got back into the map, they got 5 rounds in a row. FaZe eventually are going to have the money for the AWP, and then they're going to have all the money for the nades, for everything, and all it takes is one big individual performance. We talk about this a lot, at least in CS. There's so much potential for one player just to go big and completely flip over the script, and in FaZe, having all those aimers put together, there's more chance that you're going to have that big individual performance that we saw, at least to flip the script and take it back into the favor of FaZe, and that's exactly what we saw.
It's true. Those star plays coming out. Why don't we have a look at some of those replays as well of just the impact frags that we saw going through. I know Kiyoshima had a couple to his name, Nico especially towards that first half. We saw a few moments of greatness from LDLC where it looked like, yeah, they've got the firepower, they have that potential to close it out, but every time it was just short-lived. It never really went the whole hog, which was such a shame to see, as there was a lot of potential shown there. 9 rounds on the board up against FaZe, definitely not the worst result, but still, you think there could have been more.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's so unfortunate when you go on the first half and you get completely ramsacked, right? So going into the second half, you're not going to have as much confidence. If maybe they started on the other half, they could have had something different. But putting FaZe on the T side against underdogs, what do you expect? They're going to bring the fight. We saw the aggression from FaZe, just rushing outside every round. Nico, even when they were going for slow, calculated rounds, Nico would just be pushing up, getting kills, and just dominating. So really, when you have FaZe on the T side, on a map that they love to play, what do you expect?
It's true. That dominant style where, it's their playground at that point. They're just going to roam around. They'll take the fights because they feel confident they're going to win them. And confidence is a big factor as well. As we saw a few moments where actually it seemed like there was that sort of momentarily of, right, we can take the fight, we'll go for it. Whereas a lot of those rounds, it was just sort of slow decision-making from LDLC, where it seemed like Existence didn't want to allow them off the leash too much, was worried that overconfidence could come back to bite them, whereas FaZe, they were just swanning around taking whatever fights they wanted to, seeming very carefree in their style of play.
Definitely, and I mean, going into the second map as well on Overpass, I expect to see a little bit more for LDLC in terms of rounds. I feel like this is the one they could really make a mark on. Nuke, they're okay at, but it's never really been a top map for them, whereas moving to Overpass, this is one of their better maps, one of the maps they want to be playing. So I'd like to hopefully see them have a little bit more effect onto FaZe, but again, you really can't predict too much because FaZe are that dominant team. They have been doing very well, and with the addition of Nico and all the practice and time they've been putting into this roster, I'm expecting a 2-0.
It's true. So there is that 2-0 potential coming out, but you never know. There is always these moments with LDLC start to step things up. We're going to have to wait and see if that is going to be the case, or if FaZe will keep this pain train rolling and pick up map 2. We'll be back with Overpass very shortly.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Hello everyone, welcome back to ESL Pro League Season 5. Obviously the first map has just gone down, it's all kicked off. FaZe came in, they kicked the doors down, they threw LDLC under a cupboard and they've said that's where you stay now.
Yeah, they have. They've really beaten them to a corpse. And now going into Overpass, obviously, going to be a chance for retribution. But again, still a tough task ahead of them. This is a good map for FaZe. I'd say a better map for LDLC, but still, individually, you look at FaZe as a better team. So I guess they have some kind of inherent advantage in that sense.
It's true. And if you guys want to try and get inherent advantage into your playstyle, why don't you go ahead over to the ESL store and grab yourself a nice little jersey. They're a snug fit, you feel good, you play good, you look good. Get yourself a FaZe jersey. That's how Nico performs.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, what else do you need, right? Just a jersey. And obviously, you know, 5,000-6,000 hours in the game. But,
yeah, you can get that easily, yeah, fine. You can buy that as well.
yeah, just buy a sold team accounts, okay. But obviously going into this map, I'm expecting FaZe to again win it after, you know, seeing the performance in the previous one, especially with them over on the T side, very, very dominant, just storming into sites, just completely taking every single aim battle they could, and it was working out very well for them. Obviously, fairly tactical as well. We've got Karrigan on the roster, so it's not just a complete mess as we did see the old FaZe before Karrigan was. It's like an organized chaos, I guess you could put it as the FaZe roster. And LDLC kind of being one of those underdogs, being that team that came from Mountain Dew League Premier up in from last season into Pro League now. While they are performing well, they're up against one of the overdogs of the whole event, one of the teams that we expect to see at the finals in Dallas. So really, it's a tough task.
It's true. It's definitely kind of, you know, a lot to ask of a team that's sort of only just coming into it as more of a benchmark. This season of Pro League, you know, when I looked at LDLC lineup, I thought maybe we'll see some upsets, but it's more of just a benchmark of where they actually stand against the other teams that we have in Pro League. And FaZe, obviously, you know, Nico, the new addition to that team, is kind of one of the reasons why we see Mousesports at the top spot so far in the league before he changed and obviously was finally put into this lineup. So it's kind of scary to think that both of those lineups are so high up, which is essentially coming down to this one man's individual performance. Now with a lineup that complements him as well and has so many more players to back him up rather than him just having to be the star player himself and carry things. You've seen them really start to dominate. As you said, Karrigan as well, the mind that, you know, was the Extrastralis man. He was with them for so long before finally they brought Glaive into the lineup and started to excel even further. But he's nothing to sniff your nose up at. He's still a very effective in-game leader that has a lot of fragging power as well. And he's proven that. That first matchup as well was an absolute bloodbath. It definitely felt like LDLC could have got a better scoreline if a few things had aligned and gone their way. But coming into Overpass, this is where you feel like they're going to show us what they're really made of.
Yeah, it's a better map for them. You know, Nuke is one that they're doing fine on at the moment. I think they're 2-2, like we talked about earlier. But again, you know, 2 and 2, you can give and you can take, can't you? It's not the best scoreline. Whereas an Overpass, I'm not sure on the exact score, but I think they're 3 and 2, 3 and 1, something like that. So they're doing far better, and they just prefer this map as a whole, as a team as well. Gives more capability to the AWPers as well, which we've seen obviously on Twanu. He was performing fine in the previous map. Didn't get a lot of opportunity to pick up the AWP and nuke just due to FaZe just ramping them down on their economy. Really no money for the side of LDLC, but hopefully they can get a good kickstart to this. Maybe pick up the pistol round and you know, rock together some rounds to actually allow them to buy up that AWP. We could see him playing aggressively, going for those picks. Again, you can throw the AWP around anywhere on the map pretty much. You can perform for aggressive over towards B long, B short, A long, A short, is everywhere. This is one of the maps where you can literally put the AWP anywhere and be confident, whereas on certain maps you're going to want more preference to not throw the AWP down towards the B side, for example, or the A side, for example. So this is a really versatile map for AWPers, and that's one of the things LDLC base their team around, their AWPing power.
Yeah, with Twanu, that's the thing, obviously, as well. You can kind of focus on him a little bit more. It's a little bit more fluid. And that's the thing. There is so many more potential angles he can take the fight towards that really allow him to get those openers. More so on Nuke, we really saw him only stationed towards outside. He wasn't able to do too much because the economy didn't allow him to really get the AWP out that many rounds really at all on his CT side, so we didn't really see too much of his star potential that he has. He is that prolific fragger that 9 times out of 10, if he's not popping off, LDLC do start to struggle in their matchups. Yeah. And Nico was the one single-handedly just stopping him and thwarting anything he brought to the table. He was able to cut him down in any plays he wanted to go for, and it was just a big shame. So obviously, an Overpass, a little bit more you can bring to the table. You've got to wonder, will that sort of stop them from being able to punish it so easily? Possibly an L20 get those openers, be a bit more dynamic in his style of play.
Yeah, and the positive side, at least for LDLC, is, which is weirdly enough, them starting on the T side, because when you see FaZe start on their T side, while the map is CT sided, only just really, you see FaZe control the pace of the game. But now that FaZe are over on CT, you're going to see LDLC control the pace of the game, meaning that they have more chance to at least control their engagements, hopefully not, you know, get completely just ramshacked as they get rushed by FaZe. But talking about rushing, we're actually seeing already some aggression from the CT side. Rain and Alu with the double play up towards the A side, as well as Karrigan picking off Alex down towards B.
Yep, they go for this all-out aggression style FCS, and it's working off so far. Rain as well, trying to keep this level of hit up as they charge their way through into playground. That's not very fun. I don't think that's safe as they start to kick this one off. Karrigan as well going to take down Twanu. Maniac, the last man to go down. And Rain is going to be the one to wash him away. So there you have it, FaZe kicking off the opener. Once again, a pistol round that so easily gets put in their basket and quickly taken through checkout.
Dear, oh dear. Flawless pistol. That's just unfortunate. And buying up into this round, 4 UMPs, 1 M4 on the FaZe side. Looking good to go for this buy. And LDLC, they are going to be up with a plethora of pistols, some utility as well, and Alex based around him. And Twanu even investing, so maybe, you know, well, he's not got the armor obviously, but, oh no, sorry, he has got the armor. So maybe not thinking about picking up the AWP early on into this matchup at least. It is harder on the T side as well to rack together that money when you're, you know, getting just shut down, because while you can get the opportunity to get bomb plants, it's very difficult on a map like Overpass where, you know, you can't really rush into the sites as easily as you can, for example, Cash. So either way, not really going too well on this eco for them. They're just getting 1 kill onto Rain. The rest of them will just be shut down by FaZe and silenced.
Yep, completely obliterated. Not really much of an answer. You don't expect too much from them, though, on what is essentially just an eco. They forced up a little bit in terms of utility, but really nothing goes their way. Nico as well getting 2 frags on the board with these SMGs. One of the kills going to Karrigan with that M4, so he's not getting much of a cash injection off the back of it, but still, Buy comes back in for Rain, just going to opt to go for the MP9, so we can still go for that aggressive style of play and just rack up some more money, as LDLC obviously don't really have too much to try and invest. They're going to have to wait out for the following round. A Deagle does come into play, though, 1 P250 over on Twanu as well, so it'll be interesting to see if those have any overarching effects. But once again, we probably just imagine this will be a quick round. Yeah, more than likely here, unless the Deagle can get something done, which I'm not too confident on. But either way, we do have these SMGs, right? So the Deagle, obviously, being better long range, but still, FaZe are great aimers, so I'm not holding my breath. As we can see, range is going to be holding down towards the underpass. There's 1 player down there, but actually going back up the ladder here. Karrigan's going to be opening things up. Existence goes down, and Ali repositioning towards long. Just spots the players, I think. Yep, he's seen them. And now Rain reactively going to push in from behind. He should be able to hunt down these guys as he spots Twanu. There's 1 free kill. Rain going to be forced in. Alu does the damage as well. He will eventually get blocked by Alex, but there's going to be a refrag, so no gun grabbed here for the side of LDLC. And FaZe, a clean 3-0, losing 1 player that round. No issue for them at all. LDLC going for the buy, but they won't have the AWP just due to Twanu forcing up in that second round. Yep, clean and easy. Calm and collective as they work their way through. All 3 rounds now being snatched by them. And the buy comes out as well. Alu going to be donning the AWP. The weapon that he is PCAT. And that's where he becomes the apex predator. And he can roam his way around and try and get those opening frags. Interesting to see where he is. What's he going to attempt to do with that as he goes for the push with Rain, trying to take that long control. Karrigan, though, the first point of contact over towards mid as LDLC do take the fight through. Playing close by the smoke here as well. If Karrigan plays around it, though, could get some fantastic opening frags. Alu now arriving close by as well, trying to spot out Alex. Will do so, but unfortunately doesn't connect the shot. Existence also overpowers Karrigan. Rain fires back upon Alex, but there's already a deficit. They've burnt through some of the numbers in FaZe, and they work their way through towards that A-bomb site now as well. Nico is trying to ward them off as he plays close over by Truck. Frag comes out, you'd imagine, doesn't actually go his way. Existence taking him down. Rain trying to respond, but Maniac connects the headshot. Kiyoshima in the rear with the gear as he eliminates Twanu, and the bomb has dropped. That's the worst case scenario. The bomb now left in the open. He can just hold it. He can fall back. He knows it's going to take them a while before they can even attempt to plant. Misdow hears all of the audio cue, the pitter-patter of his footsteps as he does his best impression of an elephant, runs up from behind, and Misdow will capitalize.
Yeah, great round from LDLC there, winning every single aim battle it seemed, and while FaZe were quick on the trigger to try and trade, it was LDLC always playing that buddy system, always being able to 2 for 1, and as a result they are going to be able to pick it up. But can they continue? FaZe still able to buy. They've actually got the double AWP in. This is big. I can imagine both Karrigan and Alu picking that up, but actually Nico getting it, so not really a surprise. That is a versatile player there, but he's actually, yeah, he's going to throw it over to Karrigan. That makes far more sense. Obviously the previous was once the AWPer, but Alu is at least going to be peeking out, trying to find this kill onto Twanu. Will spot him out. No kill coming off as he backs off here safely. Doesn't want to get overrun as they do take that playground control. Could have easily split onto him here. Karrigan looking for something down towards a B site. Going to be caught out in the open. Misto, nice entry there. Going to be able to take him down. Looking for more, and he lands it. Second headshot coming out onto Nico. That's a huge double opener. He's going to look for a third, but Kiyoshima is too close in the wings. Takes him down. And LDLC, while they do still have that player advantage, it's going to be a 4-on-3. And with FaZe Kiyoshima very tagged up, LDLC have a good chance for an opener to not get reset into this round.
Kiyoshima trying to reposition around though, keeping his ears open. Alex as well on the aggression towards Long. So close to Alu. Alu's so unaware of the angle, peeks it, will spot him out and finds an easy frag upon him, leaving them in a 3 versus 3. Aggression towards the B bomb site has come out. They've breached their way up on the bomb site, but Rain is there trying to ward them back, and Kiyoshima playing around the smoke as well. It's just a matter of time before he executes his way through, opening up with 1 frag and another as well. But the team nade comes in from Alu, blowing him out the server, leaving them down just 1 versus 1. This could be so awkward if Maniac was to pick this round up, which he does as he rips his way through Alu. Oh, there is going to be a little bit of an argument going on there.
That is so unfortunate. That's just... they lost a round due to a team name. What can you say? I mean, they should have picked up the round just inherently having that man advantage, but even so, it came down very close to the wire, and FaZe kind of got to be pretty upset after that one. They are going to be forcing as a result, so maybe a bit of tilt there. Rain obviously didn't even have armor in that rifle round, which is a bit of a surprise. I'm not too sure why not. Maybe due to economical restraints and maybe a bit of a misbuy as well, but either way, he's going to be left on a deagle with armor this time, so at least he's actually brought in the Kevlar to town. As you can see, LDLC going to be storming their way up long early on. We have a couple of players here. Again, this trade buddy system in order as Existence and Alex work their way up towards the A site. Bit of connect control as well, but FaZe Clan still have a few players in position there as well. And Nico going to be rotating back in towards A as they've realised they've given up all this A site control. Because if you look at the positions, they have 2 down towards B, 2 in connector, and no one on the site. So right now, they know that LDLC could have completely taken control of Long and pushed them all the way up towards the A site. So that's where the rotation's coming in, and they're going to work it out in just a second. There we go. Alex opens things up. Nico gets dropped, and Maniac and Twanu are going to follow up as well. These AKs are well surpassing the Deagles on the side of FaZe. It seems like this round's going to be the going to the French side.
Kiyoshima, the last one left standing, as LDLC, as you said, just tear their way through everything that is thrown in front of them. They were primed and ready. They have shown all the signs they needed of being able to close this one out. They will find the frag in the end, eliminating Kiyoshima. Bomb plant will go down as well, so they get that extra bit of cash off the back of it. They will be very happy with that one. Meanwhile, FaZe, 3-3, but no cash to play with. This will be the 4th round picked up by LDLC, you would imagine, unless a huge mistake comes out on their behalf.
Yeah, they've been doing fairly well at crushing these rifle rounds and even the forces, so anti-eco should just be fairly easy for them. The issue is, obviously, on these kind of rounds, you just play silly, you just play aggressive, you look for picks, you go for rushes, and this is a perfect example. All of them barreling into the courtyard here, looking for an opener. It's going to be Alex to try and hold it off, but he's fully blind, does peek out into a face of players here. There's a team kill in the midst of all things, and Twanu does get one, but he has to run away here as a man advantage is still in the favour of FaZe, despite his pick. 2 guns have been grabbed, but at least reactively, LDLC can rush on gone into the B site. They had the bomb under control the whole time, so Twanu can get that plant and leave FaZe in a retake. Now, they have the options of saving these guns, yes, but in a 4-on-3, I'm not expecting a save. It's very likely they may actually just fully commit to this one, just due to the fact that they have this advantage. That being said, though, no armor on anyone, no utility, really, and no kit. LDLC are still very favored into this.
They just hold their angles right now, waiting to see if there will be any potential aggression coming out from the CTs, if they'll try and mount some kind of retake. As it actually seems like they will try and go for it as well. Missed now, he's in a prime time angle to just peek out and strike, but Rain actually connects the deagle shot onto him. Twanu as well, getting pushed more angles. He will claim a free K into the round, but that's all he's going to be able to get away with before Maniac has to try and do the unthinkable and close it out. He will get one frag, but Alu will be able to do so much more. Jumps in the bomb now as well, and I think he gets it with just a bare second remaining.
No.
Time is ticked away, no kit there. And he is forced to just fall back. Obviously, it's too far gone.
Still, good damage, right? Considering they had really nothing into the round. As I said, it was one of those rounds that you just had to get aggressive on, do something crazy, upset the, or you know, surprise the opposing team, and they did do so. They take all 5 kills. Despite losing the round, that's going to hurt the economy of LDLC. And look at their money now. Despite winning the round and buying up fully, it's impacted. They could be forced into eco just by losing this one buy, whereas if they kept all their players in the previous round, they could have had a bit of a buffer to play with, but that's not going to be the case. As the AWP comes in for Alu, much alike on Twanu as well. And full rifles here for FaZe. They're not really holding back on too many expenses. They've got 2 kits in play as well, so fairly decent buy coming out for the CT side. But LDLC, very fast connect to control. They're reading this perfectly. Maniac has pushed all the way up. Rain holding for the peek on long. He spots them, but Alu's in support from the back.
Alu wait for the right moment to strike as well as the nades start to roll in to try and blind him, force him to reposition, but his teammate in Rain is still doing the damage, takes existence down. The peek comes back through, but Alex looks so on point right now as he executes with the AK. Oh, the follow-up as well from Twanu as he at the sideline is able to sideswipe Rain. Kiyoshima also going to hit the deck. Everyone is getting beaten to a shred right now as Nico also going to go down from the back of Maniac, leaving just Karrigan to attempt a 1 versus 4.
Yeah, and he's on the wrong side of the map as well, just pushing in towards B as the bomb is planted on A. And look at this from Misto. He's holding the angle. He's aware, and he's gonna have the drop as well as he takes down Karrigan. Stops him from getting anything into that round in LDLC. 5-3. I did say this is a map they could definitely come back on, and so far they've proven me to be correct. I think it's very lucky they started here on the T side, because otherwise it could have been a bit dangerous. But either way, they do obviously have a bit of a force up against them. And LDLC so far haven't really been picking up those MAC-10s or those UMPs and money farming guns that we expect to see from a lot of teams, mainly just due to them being the underdogs, not wanting to risk throwing away rounds just simply because they went for a light buy to catch some money up. But even so, it's lucky they didn't, because FaZe kind of actually invested a fair bit into this quality. They've got deagles, they've got armor, and they've got a mag-7. But Rain, he's already down and out.
Executing Rain on that opener is so huge right now. Really puts them into a good situation as they start to set themselves up as well. Grouping. Alex will try and take the fight round though. Molotov going in as he peeks over on towards Kiyoshima, trying to get the headshot, but he can't quite take him down just yet. Struggling to find these opening frags, which he eventually will do so. Existence getting the opening pick on Kiyoshima, forcing these players to fall back as well. They just don't really have any effective angles they can play from as LDLC start to take so much map control. It's just looking a little bit awkward for FaZe Clan right now.
Yeah, with these mag-7s as well, it's not going to be great down in the connector, considering all these CTs are playing from long ranges, not bringing it close and personal, expecting the potential of a shotgun there as Nico, now last man standing. He's an insane player with a deagle, but I'm not expecting a 1v5 right now. A minute left on the clock, bomb going to be rotating. He can't catch it out just yet though, because it's already down towards B. The only person he can catch out is Alex. Going to be hunting for him. Spams. Gets it. That's one player dropped an AK on the floor for him to play with, but he's still got a huge task ahead of him. The bomb's down. He doesn't realise there's a player right behind him as well, and I feel like he's making too many footsteps for his own good. He's being chased from behind. You can see Existence going to be pushing in, willing to strike, and Nico just clearing the A site to see if there's anyone to get an exit frag on. Misto is rotating in through, and LDLC are hunting, but it is a risky hunt.
Oh, and the headshot comes through as well. Existence will be the one to take him down as he eliminates Nico. Awkward stuff there. The buy can finally once again come back out for FaZe Clan, though, as they have money to play with, investing that in what they choose. Alu is going to go for the glass cannon though. And this is the thing. They just feel like it's not really FaZe Clan right now. They're trying to go for these aggressive plays, but it's just not really working out in the same style it used to. LDLC have finally started to get some momentum behind them. They're looking confident in the fights they're going for, and they're just outskilling their opponents. FaZe Clan into this one. Is this where they start to change things around? Once again, aggressive style being utilized by LDLC as they charge their way towards the B-bomb site. Maniac with a spectacular opener as he slays Karrigan, bursting their way into the bomb site. Existence as well, a follow-up frag upon Rain. Kiyoshima gets low, but isn't taken down as he's able to stay alive and kicking over by Short. Nico, elevated angle in use as well, raining down, but he can't find the opening kills. Alu arrives on the scene, luckily, but he's trapped on his lonesome, glides his way out, but unfortunately Maniac was ready to strike.
Oh, and they even get the AWP as well. It just falls down from the heavens, and they can actually pick that up and chuck that out to Tuanu, so saving themselves $5,000 there as LDLC pick up a 7th round on the board. This is a great T-side so far, a real resurgence here of the European side. I called them French earlier, but I realised there's too many Belgians and Swiss and English. This isn't not a French team. As anyway, FaZe Clan, they have a lot of Deagles again. The thing is as well, we haven't really been seeing too much Deagle prowess from FaZe. This is a team that we look at and we go, okay, they have great aimers, therefore they have great Deagle players, but really nothing to be talking about here. Nico and Rain, the players specifically to look at, haven't really been performing so far this map. So right now, LDLC are just exploiting in every way they can. Karrigan is also going to be on a 5-7, spotted out towards Short. Aggression from Rain, but it gets caught out and leaves Nico again. Another 1v5 with the Deagle, a very similar situation. Deja Vu is in play to full effect, but LDLC, once again, they do have the round under their bag.
Tags coming out on towards Maniac, getting him very low, but no kill will go his way. LDLC pick up another round. It's just looking dominant right now. FaZe have no answer for any of the plays they're going for. Absolutely spectacular stuff has been coming out from them so far on their T side of Overpass. They just have so much knowledge. They know how to counter FaZe very easily. If they can keep this up until the second half, God help them.
Yeah, this could be really, really scary. Obviously, it's not over till it's over. We've seen some interesting comebacks so far, so obviously FaZe just need a few to play with to switch over that T side, the really home side for this AIM team, as we can see. But obviously, they're only on 3 right now. Alu is posted up towards Short. There's a player exiting connector, so he might be able to get himself a quick pick, but the flash goes out, allows Maniac to peek in through, and Alu somehow flicks onto him without even getting taken down, gets the kill. We'll back off after that pick, I hope. There's no need to play any more aggressive. They've got that man advantage. Rain's still situated close, but he's got a smoke to at least ward him into this position. Existence spamming it, not going to be able to connect. Rain just waiting for the right time to peek. Nothing's going to come through. Alu also hunting, but they've really got no long control, so they've got to be a little bit wary here of the ability for LDLC to push all the way up long and sneak into their behinds. I mean, Nico's a player that does that himself, so be a bit aware that these Ts could as well.
Alex trying to take control of toilets right now will surely be spotted out by Rain, which he is, and then executed as well. Leaving just Existence and Missed Out to try and work together here to achieve something. Sure, they're close by, they can link up if need be and try and wolfpack it, but they're just not in a great situation overall. Missed Out will upgrade to the AWP though, trying to hopefully use that weapon with the added range advantage to overpower the CTs on site. Looks to try and find an angle on towards the A-bomb site, but no one is going to be so silly to reposition. Alu holding the angle as well, so if Missed Out peeks out, he should easily find that frag. Unfortunately, he's able to reposition, and Rain didn't go for the execute either. Didn't want to try and throw away anything.
As long as FaZe don't overextend and get picked, this should be a done deal. I mean, 15 seconds left as well. It's not looking likely with 3 players on the A side. I'm surprised LDLC even committing to this, but Misto, he's going to get an open and kill. Rain still playing close. He's on the other side of the wall, turns back around. Somehow they're getting taken down. What is happening here? They've actually got 3 entries. It's a 2-on-2. The bomb has just got enough time to plant. It will go down with the last second remaining, and Kiroshima's tagged up as well. What's happening? This is just falling apart. LDLC are bringing it back from a 2v5, and it's all on the shoulders of Karrigan. A 1v2. He has a kit. But Misto's holding the angle. He's got to get the drop on him. Does spot out Existence. Doesn't know Misto's close, but he's on the other side of the truck. Great angle. Peeks out. There's a quick kill. He knows where Existence is. He just spotted him exiting towards long. Jumps on the bomb, but Existence peeks, and he gets the kill as well. LDLC, they somehow pick up a 2v5. And FaZe, I said it, they can't afford to overextend with 15 seconds left, and they've only gone and done it.
So awkward right now from FaZe. Definitely not the FaZe we expected to see on display, as it's so different even from what we saw just moments ago over on Nuke, where they just had so much individual potential. They were tearing their way for everything that came their way. LDLC could not stop them. Now the shoe is on the other foot. LDLC look unstoppable. Everyone popping off. Great teamwork on display as they're able to come back from these crazy deficits and pull rounds out of thin air.
It is insane. I mean, the fact that FaZe completely threw away a free round, there's no reason that should be happening. That was their chance to get back into the match, to start to build up their cash, and obviously to pick up a few more rounds here on the CT side before they switch. But now we're getting into the latter stages, and LDLC are only extending their lead tenfold. Twanu looking for the opening towards short. Nothing will be displayed, but FaZe don't really have a great buy anyway. They've got to be playing passive with these UMPs, going for the close range positions, not peeking these long range angles where AWPs could be in play, and Ali will be doing that, playing passive, waiting for Alex to peek, and he will, but Alex gets a drop.
Alex is opening frag upon Alu once again. Every round, it just seems like LDLC are able to get those opening kills, and they just don't light up. They never give up into these rounds, and they're just doing so much work on their T side as they make their approach towards the A-bomb site. Rain fairly low as well. Nico trying to reposition. If Nico can have a moment of individual greatness, it would be absolutely huge, as it's so needed right now. He's trying to achieve something, but he can't really do anything. Goes in with a fight. Maniac will connect the headshot. Misdal's already dispatched Rain in the meantime as well, as the push unfolds towards the A-bomb site. Karrigan is there though, and he has a flashbang to play with, hiding in the shroud of the smoke, as he will pop the flash and then try and execute, but he's caught off guard once again by Existence, and Kiyoshima just going to try and fall back, lurk in the shadows, and save his M4.
Needs up for the next round, as they won't have any money to play with aside from the loss bonus. They spent all that cash to go for the buy, so 3,400 will be transferred into their accounts, but it's not really enough to fully commit to anything. They could go for some kind of force or a quasi, but you can see they've got nothing remaining in their savings here, so really not too much. I mean, that's the thing, right? Because you go, do you go for the quasi here and try and save a bit of money, then go for the buy in the next round, or do you go for the full buy? Because if they fully invest, it gives them a chance to win the round more so than a quasi. But the issue is, it means if they lose it, they eco the next one, or again, quasi the next one. But if they quasi this one, then it's giving another free round away from LDLC. You know, they've already got 10. It's a really hard one to justify, because if FaZe want 5, they have to buy now.
This is the call we made to go for the buy at this point in time. Just try and lock things down, as they need something. They need more of a lifeline right now, as LDLC are looking so dominant. Awesome to see them really start to step up. These players going huge round after round of complete annihilation coming out from them, and it's pretty brutal to see them being able to overpower FaZe like this.
Yeah, it's crazy. And very important that Kiyoshi saved that rifle in the previous round, because if he didn't, they wouldn't have been able to afford such a great buy. This is far better than I was expecting. Obviously, the scout is going to be good for Rain. Not even on Alu here, as he's dumping a UMP over towards that A site. Just holding on for the time being here for FaZe. As LDLC, they're going to make their way slowly up towards A. I like this methodical style as well here from the T side. They're not getting too aggressive despite being on the better scoreline. Again, they know who they're up against, and they can't be willing to throw away this game. Rain going to be spotted over towards long, doesn't get the tag off, but will re-peek with a flashbang still. That's 2 shots missed. This is crucial. He needs to eventually hit something, because they are getting closer and closer towards his position. He'll eventually take down Existence, but he is being hunted. He's got to be wary of that, as Alex is just on the other side of the wall.
Alex just holding his ground for the meantime as the pushes have begun to unfold. Now tries to use his moment as he wants to strike towards the A-bomb site. Now's repositioned. Misdal, meanwhile, will find the opening frag upon Karrigan. Kiyoshima is there to try and ward them back over at B as well. Will go for the peak, finds the frag upon Misdal, and leaves them in a 3 versus 4. Still an awkward situation for LDLC as they try to make it better. Alex not clearing his angles effectively, though, as he just waddles onto the site with his pants down. Will be punished, capitalized because of this. Twanu comes in, aggressive play already. Unfortunately for him, though, wanted to try and get a better angle. Gets himself up there, but gets taken down because of this. FaZe finally get a round back. 10 rounds on the trot for LDLC, and they find a round. That is going to be a 4 to 10 half so far. 1 round remains. Can they actually lock this down here? Or LDLC go through with 11 rounds in their back pocket?
Oh, again, it'd be the switch up from the previous game, right? FaZe got 11 rounds in their first half, so it's looking like a similar story here, but in reverse. Definitely doable for 5 rounds, though, and it's lucky that they actually brought up in the previous one, especially so. So that's given them a little bit more to work with, as we can see. LDLC going to be setting up towards B this time. No aggression up towards playground early on. And Nico, he's actually going to open things up finally, making a bit of a mark. He's been slow this game, but he's going to be able to at least open things up. And so will Misto, apparently. Quick onto B he goes. 2 quick kills. Nico again, a second one this round, tapping away, but it's Misto to land himself a 3rd. Great stuff onto this B site. As Alu rotates in, he's finally going to catch him off guard. Caught changing weapons, and Alu looking to take the man advantage away. Peeking the angle. Twanu gets caught. So much damage. He needs a couple more shots, and he lands them. Orb going to be picked up for the AWPer of the team as well, as Alex is last man standing. He rotates back towards A. I think the footsteps should be heard from Rain, so he might actually rotate, but the bomb plant, it should be free from Alex. He's on the other side of the box.
Brushes his way up, and Rain spots him out, trying to use his rifle skills, which he will. Overpowers him. That is going to be a 5 to 10 half. FaZe finally get a little bit to play with towards the end of that, but we're going to have to see if they can keep it up or if LDLC are going to close it out after the break. Welcome back, everyone. An exciting first half there on Overpass. It was interesting to see LDLC seeming like they had an undefeated streak at that point. 10 rounds on the trot. No signs of slowing down until finally FaZe tried to find a chink in the armor, did a little bit of damage and made them crack and slowed them down. But is it even enough at that point? Because that was an unstoppable first half coming out there from LDLC. Again,
this is FaZe moving to a T side, so I think it's definitely possible. But yeah, it's looking really, really good here for the LDLC guys, because obviously it was looking like if it ended up 12-3, which is how it was looking, at least with a 10-round streak, I think it would have been almost impossible to pull that one back, because again, you've got to worry about if you pick up the pistol when you've got 12 rounds, that's 15 more than likely given to you unless they win a force buy. And once you're up against 15 rounds, I'd almost, the majority of the time, call it GG. So yeah, really, really good stuff for FaZe to actually bring back the last 2 rounds, but obviously LDLC really leading this charge. If FaZe can pick up the pistol, it's 8 rounds to 10. That actually doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah, it's true. There's a lot they can try and bring to the table there, but they just need to get some momentum back behind them over on that T half, as they were struggling a little bit on their CT half. We didn't really see too much sort of FaZe play coming out from FaZe. It took a while before we saw anything really fantastic to talk about.
Yeah, that's the thing. Nico and Rain both stepped up in the previous map. They both dominated over on Nuke, and then looking at this one, they're quite quiet. I didn't really see any kind of crazy frags, and I think it was mainly Kiyoshima and Karrigan doing all the work here for the T side, for the CT side. So yeah, looking at Nico and Rain, the 2 stars of the team, I would say, in my opinion, not really having the performance you'd like to see in such an important matchup for them as well, considering they just took away the first map, looking to 2-0 this one to get them up to the top of that board so they can qualify for the finals. And yeah, being a bit slow, but maybe it was the CT side, right? Moving on to the T side, hopefully far better. But again, this is LDLC's one of their best maps. So you look at that and you go, these guys are obviously going to be prepared on the map. They're going to have the setups on the CT side. And while FaZe are definitely not bad at Overpass by any means, this is a good map for LDLC, and this is a good one for them to at least try and take away from the FaZe crew.
It's true, if they can try and assert their dominance and get something on the board there, obviously it's going to help them out in the overall rankings, and then also just in terms of showing how well they're playing. Obviously they were able to take 9 rounds on Nuke, which was our first map. Coming into Overpass, they had a fairly dominant streak. They're getting 10 rounds back-to-back, but that was the only rounds they were able to achieve, obviously off the back of that reset then. Couldn't really find their legs once again. FaZe closed out the final 2 rounds of the half and went through with a 5-round buffer. But they really need to bring their A game on their T side. If LDLC come in hot straight away and strike early, it could be quite scary to see how this one will go.
Yeah, very, very possible that we could just be seeing them close it out without even FaZe picking up a round. I mean, based off of that pistol. Let's have a look though. Existence, he's got a lot to do. Has to hold down against a plethora of players as they rush into the connector here. He spams away. Him, Misto, and Tuanu all pick up a kill each. Alex supporting towards Shorb, just taps out Karrigan. And in fact, this pistol round is falling apart for FaZe as it's all onto Alu. Left to the Finnish god himself.
What can he actually achieve here? As he works his way around, trying to represent Winland, as he will get the opening frag, taking down Alex there. Just spamming as well, hoping a repeat will come his way. Going to stick to the old faithful as he keeps the Glock in his hands, as he just knifes the air as well. You can see a little bit angry as his teammates have been completely obliterated. The people come through from Mistal, will take him down. No chance for Ali to achieve anything into that round. And LDLC kick things off with an absolute bang. They're in a good situation now, can try and work their way through. And they will go for what essentially is just a buy where they don't want to run the risk of throwing anything away. They're going to go for these M4s. They are going to skimp a little bit on utility. Most likely just play those far back angles, hold crossfires, not run the risk of overextending at all, as they've only gone for 2 SMG investments into this round. Meanwhile, FaZe, they've whipped out the Deagles on their T-half. They can be very aggressive with these weapons. So we need to watch out just in case they pull anything crazy out the bag.
Yeah, let's see if these Deagles, at least Nico and Rain, can go on fire, as we didn't really see in the previous half, but hoping maybe they have a bit of resurgence switching over to the T side. Up towards long will be Alu from supporting as well, as it works their way up very, very fast here, forcing back these players on the LDLC side. Mistel's very tagged up, Existence spotting them towards short. Nico though, there we go, there's the Deagle we talked about. He gets the opener, Alu as well follows up, and still with Mistel alive, but tagged up. This is good opening so far from FaZe. They have to continue, but Alex denying too. He needs to find himself a third. He's down to 16 HP, looking for more, and he lands it. Quick burst. Maniac supporting, all onto Keo, and he's cornered over towards long. Alex has been pulling his teammates in through this match by the back of their hair, and Mistel's going to clean it up as LDLC pick up 12 rounds.
Wow, that's great. As you said, you're absolutely right. I mean, Alex has just been single-handedly dispatching so many players. When it comes down to those impact frag moments, he's been way up there. Might not be top fragging on the board. Missed obviously 18 frags right now, but Alex has had so many impact frags tied to him. Very vital in those late round situations. So good to see him being able to step up like that. It'd be cool as well if obviously the economy would allow it, if Twanu can get that AWP out to see what he can bring to the table. As we know there's still so much firepower that hasn't really been on display just yet from LDLC. FaZe though, nothing really to play with in the back burner. They're only going to have these pistols. One pistol buy will come out. That's over on Nico for a P250. But this should be a fairly clean round for LDLC, as they have so much range advantage to play with. They have no reason to play on these close angles. Should just be easy pickings. Yeah,
no Deagles is going to be a limiting factor to FaZe. So it's expected to going to be 13, and that is a very, very good scoreline for LDLC. I don't think we're picking up on it as much because we're not hoping, but expecting FaZe to have a chance to bring it back on their rifles. But after that hasn't happened, after they haven't picked up the pistol round, I feel like now we need to notice the fact that LDLC are about to close out this map unless the rifle round goes the way of FaZe. If it doesn't, then it's all going to be over. A Maniac racking up some ADR there, getting some RWS on ESEA as LDLC. They pick up 13-5. So now this is the make or break. This is where FaZe have to win. If they lose this round, it's game over. It's going to be the map going to LDLC.
Tearing their way through round after round of domination coming out. Now, they need to try and keep it up though. Coming into this, obviously the buy has gone through for Twanu. The AWP has been donned. There is no AWP in play for FaZe, but obviously this could complement their aggressive style of play if they want to just try and go for a very early sight burst, try and attack it with all 5 members, charging with those AKs. This time around though, playing a little bit spread out. More of what could potentially be a late round pincer play as they just try and encroach and take map control slowly but steadily.
Map control they do take towards short. Alu looks, but nothing will be found. Potential boost could be coming out, but the issue is, look at this aggression towards short. LDLC have pushed 2 players up, Misto being one of them, and he's going to take the first kill and the second. Nico trades, but it's too little too late as the man advantage has been safely secured in the hands of LDLC. A lot of the utility on the side of FaZe has been gone, and they are so hungry for kills. Alex even pushing up, maybe a bit overzealous, but I can barely blame him with the scoreline. Issue is, they could turn the tides. As FaZe now have a really good chance to pick up this round, considering they have the advantage with the 3v3 rather than the 4-on-3 in the favour of LDLC. And they are just playing this one slowly still, but if they can find themselves one more kill, they have a really, really good chance to pick up this map, or pick up this round, sorry. And Nico nades go into the B site. It's going to be a fake. He's on there on his own as the rest of the players push up towards A with the bomb. He's trying to force rotation, trying to bait LDLC to pulling these players back towards the B site, and Twanu's still situated towards A, but that kill may change as his existence goes down. We will see Twanu start to rotate, but I think they're going to work this out, that this is all a fake. As he moves back in towards the A site, no commitment has been had from FaZe, and the smoke going over towards A.
Playing over by truck, the push comes through. Can he find these kills? Will claim one, but doesn't realize the person had already got past him. Kiyoshima brushed against him and has been able to find the headshot as well. Bomb will go down. Maniac left in a 1 versus 2. He's always last alive in these situations, but will it be this time he can actually close it out? Or once again, will he just be eliminated after getting the opening frag? One flashbang to play with. He has that all-important kit as well, and a bit of time left on the clock as he makes his approach through up towards the bomb spike. Spots out Kiyoshima, but looking around, focusing on the floor.
I think he wanted utility or something.
Yeah, a bit confused and a bit lost at that point as he will be taken down. And FaZe come back into it just when they needed to. You can see the economy isn't too healthy either for LDLC.
Not going to lie, I feel like that push from Alex over towards long really flipped that over. It was a 4v3. They seemed to have it fairly safely in the bag considering the utility left on FaZe, but it was just Nico taking him down. I think it was Carrigan actually taking him down, and then Nico just faking onto B to force that rotation so they had the A site under control. Very unfortunate, but yeah, a bit of a misplay from Alex to go so aggressive there when they really had no need to. Twanu now pushed up towards long. He's got himself an AWP. Pulled it out of the jumble sail, but Alu, he's going to be there. Kiyoshima as well. Wallbang headshot just comes in through the corner as he spots the barrel of the rifle, takes him down, but Existence looking to refrag things as he pushes up himself in towards the courtyard. Karrigan is expecting this, though. He is holding back, but he needs to clear this close angle, and he won't. Turns around, Existence takes the kill, drops a bomb as well, but he's got players pushing in from his flank. Kyo is there. Second kill of the round for him. And LDLC now left on 3.
Very awkward round so far, as they are left with 3 players, as you said. Trying to gain that map control as they push out a little bit. Nico will be the one to try and ward them off. Fires off a couple of pot shots over towards Mistal, but can't really take him down just yet. Maniac as well, holding close under. If the push comes through, Mistal repositioning. They are going to go for the elevated angle push, but they've given themselves away as well. Trying to go for that boost. He's going to hear that audio cues out. They are just going to be backing off, though. Not going to try and run the risk. If he goes for a flash peek here, there is potential we can do some damage. They won't actually be blind. Nico as well, connecting the headshot. Now they're in such a good situation to try and clean up this round.
Yeah, that was a good potential peek there. If he could have got himself a kill or two, that could have been great, but unfortunately not going to go his way. And Alex rotating back in. He's going to have to use his pistol. Does not work out. Gets taken down, and follow up from Kiyoshima. He picks himself 4 that round. Great T-side. And they don't even take the double up. They stick with a single one. They know what they want. And that is just Alu picking up those kills. So LDLC now going to be down on Nico. And this is what I said. If FaZe pick up the pistol, obviously that didn't happen, but they picked up the first buy, sorry. If they pick up the first buy, they could pull themselves back into the game, and they are doing that. Obviously, there's a long road ahead of them, but they are making it work at least, forcing LDLC now down to just a P250 and a flashbang. And they are going to be equipped for this one. Karrigan back on that Mac 10, and this is El Clasico FaZe looking for some cash.
It's true. Hoping they can rack up an extra bit of Wonga into this round as they take their fight towards that B-bomb site. Karrigan will be the one trying to spark the first bit of combat, as obviously he has that Mac 10 in his back pocket. Sprints his way through now, hoping to spot them out. We'll get the opening headshot, follow-up frag on Maniac as well. Nico also doing some damage as he dispatches Existence. There's Karrigan for a hat-trick. A flurry of kills comes out, as he will also claim the quad kill. An abundance of money has been wired into his bank account now.
Yeah, looking like an international arms smuggler right now, as he does have the bank for FaZe. 8 rounds in for the T side, and LDLC, they are going to be going for the buy once again. No AWP in play, though. Tuanu is just relegated down to an M4 or whatever he can really afford here. The issue is money's quite low, so no utility will be alongside that. But that's the same for most of the players here on the CT side, whereas FaZe are looking very good cash-wise. But let's see if they can continue. Again, it's just coming down to each buy round. 1 buy, then probably 2 Anticos. Or, well, now that we reached a max loss bonus, only 1 Antico. Maybe even that being a quasi, as LDLC will reach $3,500 in the bank per loss soon. To Existence holding on towards Connector. Nice quick kill. Rain goes down. Karrigan tries to trade, but Existence just tries to stay alive. And even if he goes down, Alex is there to support. Nades will continue to fly in, but Alex, he's going to get aggressive once again. This time it won't work as Karrigan drops him, and Existence does follow up for the trade, meaning that's positive for ODLC. But still, that could have gone very, very south there.
It's true, could have been awkward. But so far, it's looking like there is potential for ODLC to work their way back through this. 1 minute and 11 left on the clock as Existence will try and get the drop. And whoever will be working their way over towards the Connector. Alu is there, just holding it though, watching by ladder in case they do try and take the fight towards him. Existence smart though, had backed off at this point. They have the manpower left to play with into this round. They have time as well. They can get another frag here, especially on Kiyoshima, who is close by toilets. There is definitely a lot of potential into the round. Kiyoshima though, spotting out Existence. He will take the fight towards him. Existence not watching the angle as he was backtracking. Unfortunately gets picked off.
Nice refrag there. 3 on 3. Only 30 seconds remaining, so they need to hit the site. But look at A, it's completely unprotected. There's 1 player pushed up towards long, which is good. At least they're going to have retake potential. But still, with now Tuanu backing off, if they commit this bomb to the A site, it's only on Misto. And he has to reposition. He has to go back towards that site because they cannot play retake with no site control, with no defense, no kits and no nades. But it's going to be lucky because they're running into B where we got this double stack in play anyway. Maniac holding on from the low as he spots out the first. There's a kill. But Nico, look at the entries. He's found himself 2 headshots, and Misto now left on the rotation. He has to go for this one. He has to try and make it work, or they're going to be back into Eco as he pushes his way through the spawn. And Kyo says no. It's FaZe again, a 9th round on the board, and forcing LDLC to a bit of a low cash situation.
Yep, no real economy left to play with as they are essentially broken at this point. 3.5k is the max they have, sitting around 3k as an average. FaZe though, they are looking healthy. They're as snug as a bug in a rug as the buy comes out. Everyone absolutely loving life at this point. Karrigan as well, going to go for the smart play, get the Mac 10 out. No, he can tear his way through the opposition very easily, rack up some extra cash to play with, as they once again just try and take that fast style of Counter-Strike and overwhelm/overpower their opposition. Molotov down on Karrigan, will ward him off from that B-bomb site just for the meantime as he waits for his teammates to arrive on the scene. Maniac getting beheaded now as he tried to fire back towards short, and the B-bomb site completely open as well. If they clear it, there is a welcome mat there, then go back, grab that bomb, and already get the bomb down in just a few measly seconds into the round.
LDLC already having to play for the exits here, try and grab themselves on guns and get out, but FaZe Clan going to play this one right, I assume. If they get this bomb down, they should be exiting altogether. And even if their kills do come out, they'll be traded. So I don't imagine pistol play will come in to be too much effect. Either way, bomb goes down. LDLC may attempt some kind of retake. I mean, either way, they're getting the $3,400 loss bonus after this round, so they'll have plenty of cash about regardless. But still, maybe exit is a safer option, because realistically on a retake, they're not going to get too much done, as FaZe are going to start to hunt them down from lower. You can see one player pushing up. That's Karrigan here. He's still got the Mac 10, so really nothing to lose. If he goes down here, it doesn't really give anything. LDLC is still going to buy a rifle in replacement for that gun next round. But Alex, he's holding the angle. He knows the potential. And Karrigan walking in, doesn't even matter. Hits the shot, puts into 1 HP, and then takes down the second as well. Nice kills on the exits. All down to Twanu. No armor to support it even so. And Rain, I think he's got a bit of an inkling. I think he knows he might be there.
All right. As he drops into his crosshairs, finds another frag on the board, will eliminate Twanu. And this is the thing, FaZe at this point, 10 rounds on the board, showing no signs of slowing down, and they have so much money as well, so why would they? They don't need to take their foot off the pedal. They've just been tearing their way through so easily. They can try and keep this up, but LDLC, with the buy back in their favor as well, it will be an equal fight. And they need to try and switch things up now. They have to bring something else to the board, try and lock it down, as they are so close to being able to close the game out. But the buffer they have, the edge over FaZe, is just ticking away round after round. It's starting to get quite scary at this point. Definitely a daunting task.
The AWP is going to be important, I think. If Twanu can open things up, that could completely change this match and put it back into the favour of LDLC. Because right now, despite the scoreline, I still feel like this is a favourable match for FaZe. They pick up this one single round, it's going to go up to 12-13 without a doubt. Maybe even 13-13. You never know. Alu peeking up towards long. There's existence on the other side. No AWP for him, so he's got to be careful. Can't afford to peek, or over-peeked at least. So Alu, he's quick on the trigger with that gun. Twanu in the meantime is backing off more so towards long, but still supporting existence from behind. So I'm also playing the anti-flash as he waits for the push to come up. If Alu peeks and tries to take the kill, existence will be there close. And there we go. Twanu spots him out. Existence is still going to be close to at least get the kill if Twanu cannot. And Kiyoshima, he's actually repositioning to try and get this frag, but the smoke will go down towards long, so they won't at least be able to take him down. It will all be onto the shoulders of existence to deny these players up towards long. As you can see, Nico opening things up on the other side of the map. And existence, aggression comes in, he gets a kill onto Kyo.
As they work their way through this very dominant so far, left into this awkward situation as it is a 4 versus 4, holding their angles. Karrigan will slowly rev his engine, getting ready to try and make his approach towards short. You can see many, though, edging ever closer to actually trying to take the fight. Could be awkward if he peeks wide and gets taken down as the push starts to come towards the B-bomb site. Molotov floods over. Alex Hell trying to complement Maniac as well as they hold the angle. Maniac will find the opening kill upon Karrigan, but the last two men that work their way round, can Alex warp them off? The AWP is there over on Alu. Nico will fall. Alu as well goes down. Alex goes huge as he tears his way through them. Can grab that AWP and try and hold it into the next round. Meanwhile, Rain, he was the distraction. He was supposed to be the backstab from the A-bomb site. Instead, he's trapped.
Yeah, and he can't afford to peek, even though Twanu's so low and he wants to take that gun off of him. He can't afford to chase him down, because if he goes down, he gets no loss bonus, and that will screw him over. No gun to save as well, but at least he gets away with it this time. That being said, LDLC are one step closer to picking up this map. Finally, they get a CT round after a long streak for FaZe. The loss bonus is now gone, so now we have to worry about FaZe potentially picking this one up, resetting the economy and screwing them over for the last few rounds. If we see that, could be quite scary here for the CT side, but Kyo, very fast playing to be. I like this. The counter nades do come out, though. That will do some good damage. Rain is extremely tagged up, and Kyo, entry onto Misto. Not sure where through, but some kind of wall as he gets the opening kill. Alex repositioning down lower. His existence to spam away through the smoke, almost catching out Rain. But Maniac, he's still alive and kicking 2 quick kills. This is good for LDLC. They need to carry on, though, and existence will do so as another player dropped. The bomb is retrieved, but they've got a 2-man disadvantage. It's too much to come back from, surely, as Alu, he's the last man standing with only an AK to his name.
An awkward situation to be in. Obviously, Alu right now. Potential we can maybe pull something out, but it's going to be so hard. He'd have to create these 1 versus 1 and get the drop on the opposition that are stacked one to a site, as they have divided themselves, spread thin. Well, obviously, it makes the most sense as he starts to reposition. We'll take the fight towards the A-bomb site at this point. 50 seconds left to play with as he sprints his way up long, running all the way. Now, Alu, can he actually achieve something here? Can he bring something to the table? Or is he going to get picked off? Will slowly make his approach through. If he makes any noise here, that Molotov getting chucked out as well will alert them that he has gone for the full rotate, and they can attempt to retake together as he slowly brushes his way on, clearing all of his angles, getting himself ready as the plant will go down and then fall back either towards long or toilets and try and play for the bomb here at this point. As the CTs with an abundance of utility to play with will attempt to retake this as they slowly approach round.
They've got so much. This should be perfect here for the CT side. They shouldn't have an issue at all. Alu has a molly for the bomb, but he has to expose himself to throw that down, and they're typically going to just be playing together as a double setup. One will be on the bomb, one will be holding it. Probably the AWP holding the angle, but even so, they have a kit on either player, so not too much fuss. Smoke will go down. They're just going to jump right on that. Maniac getting shot through the smoke. Alu, one more to find. He goes for it. Bit of damage onto Twanu. Not the kill. The nade comes through. It's a flashbang. It blinds him. He's sticking the bomb. Alu, do it for Winland. The pistol's out. He's spraying away, but no. The defuse comes in, and Twanu, he's going to clutch it out. LDLC, they pull it back to 15, and they're getting closer and closer to closing out this second map.
So close yet so far, as they are one round away. They are able to pick that one up. Such a close affair as well. Alu going to be kicking themselves off the back of that one. Really gave it his all, but couldn't quite get it over the finishing line. The buy comes out once again as well. Both of these teams, 0-0 in terms of economy. They're both really bringing everything to the table right now. And LDLC, if they can close it out here, will shut it down with a 1-1 scoreline in the series, but it's going to be interesting to see if that's how it will go. Nade rolls over, transfers an awful lot of damage upon Nico into the early round as well. Nade going in once again, trying to ward these players off. You can see Alu so vastly low as well. That Molotov burnt into a crisp. He had to fall back. The T's really aren't able to get too overly aggressive at all. They're just getting punished if they try and take the fight to any of these angles. Missed out. Pete goes through, rattles off a couple of pop shots on towards Alu, but doesn't take anything too serious at this point, as Maniac also going to be playing close by Monster. They're trying to take the fight towards that B bomb site, but will they try and switch things up at this point, as they haven't been able to find a single crack in the armor just yet?
It's slow. They know what they're up against. They don't want to risk losing a player early on. They'd rather just go for a full take or wait for LDLC to expose himself. That doesn't seem to be happening though. A passive CT hold, and I like that. No need to overextend, no need to go for any kind of double pushes. Even with the buddy system, it's just not worth it. Wind down the time, and time is of the essence right now for FaZe. They are missing out on quite a lot. As it ticks away, 40 seconds now left on the clock, and still utility remains here for the LDLC side, just to delay the push furthermore. But Twanu finally going to poke out for some aggression. He's hungry. He's going for the kill. He's going to push his way up short. In the meantime, there's still some aggression down towards B, but Twanu flashed out. Now we're going to see the rotation, and here comes the B play.
Flooding their way in towards the B bomb site. Alu with the opening, Nico as well. Another headshot looking fantastic, but Alex with a defense. He needed to go big there for his team. He's been the man that's been stepping up quite a lot with his impact frags, but unfortunately for him, it's not going to be one of those times. Molotov goes in, but Rain had already planted at this point, so the Molotov will not burn him off of the site. Existence and Twanu linked together. The boost will come out. Flashbang goes over as well to try and allow them to peek. Can they find these kills? Nico playing by the smoke. They realize it's far too risky. They begin to back off. They allow another round to go into the bank of FaZe, and they're going to wait and try and close it out into the following round.
Can we see the money at least? I'm interested to see what this is going to be for LDLC if we have a look at the scoreboard. Yeah, this is awkward. This is really awkward because it's not quite a reset, right? But it's just off the back of an almost reset in the sense that they only picked up 2 rounds. They didn't save many players either, so this money is really difficult. They might even have to just eco around these 2 rifles here. If they lost another player, that would have been it. But yeah, I maybe buy it because they have low money and the loss bonus not built up either. But to be honest, a save would make more sense because you're unlikely going to pick up this round. They're going to buy. Yeah, it's a hard one, right? Because they only have 1,400 on 2 of the players, so a buy is justified by both Misto and Maniac, and Alex may as well invest, right, if they're going to 4-man buy. So, yeah, it's awkward for LDLC now, because they can allow a couple of rounds to FaZe Clan, but they can't let this go 15-14, because if this goes to OT, ooh, scary, scary moment, possibly.
That's true. Not a good situation to be in. LDLC going for what could be a bit of a risky buy. But you never know if it might actually pay off. They've had a few good moments of individual brilliance. Technically, if Twanu could start to pop off and pull something out of the bag, you never know if it would go in their favor. FaZe, once again, they're playing this slow split and pick. The default that's been working very well for them. They've been able to get opening frags countless times off the back of this, and it's going to be interesting to see if that will go their way once more. Aggression on display, though, from LDLC as they start to push out to try and gain map control. Nico will be the one to strike as soon as they peek in. 2 easy frags go his way, and a lot of the chance they had into this round has already been taken away from them. Existence and Rionu, the last 2 men left standing. You wouldn't be surprised if you saw them just try and hold on to those weapons at this point.
Yeah, maybe the double save again. To be honest, yeah, they can't buy up next round, right? So at this point, you can chase. I feel like you can at least attempt something, but even so, I feel like the AWP is more important being held onto, but Twanu at least hold it onto for a little bit longer as he takes down Kiyoshima. Doesn't realize the player flanking around behind him on long. It's going to be Alu. Should be able to get the drop on him. Is he going to go for the knife, though? Oh, no, here we go, Alu. No, he just shoots him in the back of the head. Boring. I would have loved the knife there, but it's just existence now, and yeah, I mean, saving it, not saving it won't really make a difference. He'll just be at least trying to go for the fight here, but FaZe are clawing their way back in. 11 now, 12 rounds to 15, and existence holding onto the gun for the time being, it seems.
Yep. And you've got to wonder as well if this is the point where they try and go for this for the pause, try and work out what they can actually do, because they've had so much of a buffer. They've built themselves into that 15th round, but they keep getting shut down. Obviously forced into the eco in this round as well, as their economy has been very unstable. It's going to be interesting to see what they actually bring to the table.
Yeah, and the money is the main issue right now, right? Because it's so close, and LDLC not being able to buy is going to allow FaZe to get closer and closer to the scoreline. That will bring it to OT eventually, if that ever does happen. But yeah, I mean, really good stuff so far from LDLC to actually get to 15. Obviously, great stuff for FaZe to bring it back from such a horrible first half, a 10-5 against them, and now they picked up 7 rounds so far this half, and looking like they have no signs of stopping. Overtime is very possible here.
It's true. It's really on the cards at this point, and they're looking good. You know, they had a bit of a shaky start, definitely so. LDLC had a very dominant first half where they looked like they were setting themselves up for an early victory as they went through also to pick up the pistol round, but then things start to hit a bit of a hitch. They haven't really been able to get too much on the board off that point, and they're in the driving seat though. They've got rounds to play with, obviously still a lot of a buffer left before things get too far gone and FaZe can try and close it out. It's just the fact they've got quite a few throwaway rounds that they basically have to give away for free at this point before they have economy to try and lock the game down.
Yeah, so it's 15-12. They have an eco. They have 2K in the bank now. They're going to have $2,900 loss bonus, I think, or $2,400 loss bonus. So they'll have a buy next round. So that will be 13-15, and they'll have one buy. Say they lose that, it's 14-15, and they only have the loss bonus and nothing in the bank as well. So yeah, they are going to be right on the edge. They have one buy to make it work, and then they have a force for the last round. They're going to have 4,400 on their next buy, and then they're going to have 2,900 for the last buy. So really not a good situation in terms of money, but they have one buy to make it work out of the next 3 rounds.
That's the thing, they need to try and close it down as soon as possible, really, because it already is too far gone at this point in terms of their economy and how far the game has gone on. So obviously, once we jump back in there and see how it is going to unfold, it will be an interesting matchup, because if LDLC actually claim this, there's a lot on the line for them. It would be a fantastic result, obviously, overpowering FaZe like this on a map where they feel dominant on. It's great not only for the standings, but also them individually as a team to prove they can lock down these tier 1 teams right now. Yeah. Obviously, the save will come out, though, into this round before they have enough money to play with into the following ones. That 13th round will, you'd assume, be locked down for FaZe.
Looking very likely here. Already a P250 on the LDLC side. I mean, we've seen some crazy kills today, and we've actually got a triple boost over towards B as well, which is quite interesting, but I don't think that'll make too much of a difference. That's so unfortunate as well. The one round they try and do something a little bit, you know, to catch FaZe off guard. They go for 5 players on A. The 5-man A stack. How unfortunate can LDLC get here? That's just unlucky.
They are pushing their way through, though, taking this toilets control very easily as they brush their way up towards that A bomb site. Twinu with the first point of contact. Obviously, he'll spot them out, but most likely he will get picked off. Even then, if his teammates rotate in, they're not really going to be able to achieve too much, as these weapons are just far superior than anything they have on the side of LDLC. They will be aware that most likely this is a full play towards A as well, as they haven't seen anything off the back of the triple boost they did towards that B bomb site. The nades start to roll in. Twinu now relaying this information, so the vast rotate will come in immediately off the back of this.
Yeah, this is just going to be a full 5-on-5 retake. And with USPs, not great potential here. P250 got to be good up close, but other than that, don't see a lot of hope here. Utility is at least expended for FaZe. No Molotovs or HEs just to do some more damage. So it will just be the aim battles now, but I know who I'm favouring in this one. It's Karrigan. He lines him up and knocks him down. 2 quick kills. Eventually, there we go. They come in. Twanu now last man standing, and it's all over. FaZe Clan, they've got themselves 13 rounds here to the 15 on LDLC. We finally see this buy. This is the $2,400 loss bonus coming in with a combined save for the previous round. If they lose this, they'll be up to 2,900 plus whatever they save / get kills in this round. So $200 is the most they have saved. So yeah, they're going to have no cash next round if they lose this. This is the round they need to win.
Yep, this has to be it. It's do or die essentially at this point as the buy does come out. This rifle, been playing everyone. And then the AWP over on Twanu. It's going to be interesting to see how much of an impact he's going to have. He really does need to sort of be the star man behind them to get those opening important frags. Aggression has come out over towards long, where he's taken a quite far up stance, trying to see if anyone will peek into him there and he'll get those opening frags. But right now, just wolf packing up. FaZe can attempt to take their aggression once again towards mid as they brush their way through, getting ever closer towards toilets, and taking that control over at mid as they slowly make their approach towards A. The CT's repositioning now as well. Twanu has fallen back as he didn't want to play from that aggressive angle this late into the round. Now just playing from the site, so when the push comes in from toilets, he's still going to be the key man to try and ward them off. They actually group up though. Seem like they want to spend those players over by long now.
They can't be left on a retake though with no kit. That will be so difficult. So they need to at least get this early man advantage, or have enough players to stop this bomb from going down the site. It will be very difficult. Twanu going to look for that man advantage as he pushes down, gets the first kill. Rain does fall. Twanu looking for a little bit more. Karrigan's close. There's the second. Twanu going big. Alu trades, but this is a man advantage. He's good. Alex just needs to stay alive here, and he does. No, he doesn't. Alu gets him with the no-scope up close, and Keo will follow up as well. This is good for FaZe. Now left on a 2-on-3 retake. As I said, with no kit from earlier, this is going to be almost impossible from LDLC.
It's going to be so very hard, but if they can find the frags, it'll be so much easier for them as Maniac gets the opener. Thirsty for more as well. Maniac with a 2K as he tears his way through. All of their defense at this point has the backup of Mist now. The smoke will go down on the bomb to allow him to jump straight on it. Has to find the frag. Maniac does the unthinkable as he tears his way through. A hat trick for Maniac, shutting down the game. Maniac was the problem as he clears everything through. Fantastic stuff there.
Maniac just won in the match, 100%. If that round was lost, it would have been the quasi for the last, or the force fired for the last round, and we would have gone to OT. And to be honest, just off of the momentum itself, I think FaZe would have taken that. So Maniac single-handedly just won LDLC that match. Such an important play in one of the most crucial rounds ever as well.
It's true, so important he had to pull his way through there. No kit on them, they were in such an awkward situation around, they didn't have much of a stake in on that retake if, as you were saying, working their way into it, but he just goes huge. A hat trick comes out from such an unexpected player as well. Maniac, usually quite somber, but in today's games, performed very well, especially right down to the final moment there, coming out with that huge star clutch. A hat trick that was needed.
And that's a huge win from LDLC as well, right? They're up against one of the biggest teams in the world, FaZe, arguably one of the top contenders so far in the Pro League. They made it to the finals of IEM Katowice, just falling short to Astralis with 4 days practice with the new roster, recently adding in Nico, one of the craziest players in the world individually as well. So the fact that LDLC just went split maps 1-1 with them is phenomenal. So great performance across the board.
Sure, and let's take a look at some of the highlights from that series as well, as it was fantastic to see LDLC somehow work their way through and actually pick that up. I mean, LDLC, such a dominant opening half. They looked crazy good when they first kicked things off. They teared their way through. A great scoreline to kick the game off. Then once again, we saw FaZe start to get that second win that they seem to have. Started to work their way through, got a load of frags on the board, and then all of a sudden LDLC towards the end there, just picking up rounds they never should have won.
Yeah, really, really good. I'm actually very impressed by these guys as well. I did think Overpass would be better, but I didn't by any means think they'd win it, and especially with the comeback from FaZe, it was looking like they may be able to bring this to OT and eventually likely close it out. So I'm impressed by the guys over at LDLC actually to have the resilience to come back from a bit of a shaky first map, considering, remember the opener to Nuke, right? It was something like ridiculous when FaZe were on that T side just storming in and winning every single duel, and then LDLC come back and had the resilience to pick up that second map. Really, really impressive.
It's true. It's a whole different, we've seen two different sides of either of these teams today, really, when we look at it. FaZe, they looked spectacular on Nuke, a map that, it might not be the best, but LDLC have definitely got a lot of work on there. They have a lot of groundwork. It's a map that Existence definitely likes to play and utilizes teams on. So it was interesting to see them obviously picking up 9 rounds there. There was potential for them to actually get more as well. Could have been a better scoreline. And then coming into this one on Overpass, actually winning it 16-13. So close there off of Maniac's huge play at the end. Spectacular to see LDLC definitely feeling confident after that.
Yeah, very impressed. And if I were you, I would go pick up my LDLC jersey over on the ESL store right now, to be honest.
I think everyone would. You guys definitely should get on that. LDLC played spectacularly. Why wouldn't you represent that, as it was absolutely awesome. But let's take a look at all of the match results that went on today, obviously on our stream and over on the main stream. So you can see that, obviously, FaZe not having the best day to kick things off. Over on the main stream, they actually lost twice to Na'Vi as they got torn apart on Train, and then even worse of a scoreline on Mirage. Na'Vi, spectacular stuff there. Must have been some awesome plays going through. Nip as well, actually getting another win on the board, this time against Fnatic. Nip, their 3rd win now so far throughout Pro League. Interesting to see that's actually occurred.
Clearly to see the addition of Draken actually somehow helping out. Everyone was kind of like, oh, typical Nip, scapegoating the 5th player, getting rid of Pith as well. All they do is just switch out this 5th, but for a change, maybe it was a good idea right now, because taking out Fnatic, of course Fnatic are shaky themselves after rebuilding this roster, but that's 16-7. that is a dominant win.
It's true, and then obviously their second match still being played as well, and you know all the results that went down on our mashups here as well on the B stream. But why don't we check out the standings as well, see where everything patterns out after today's games, as it was actually quite an interesting day in terms of upsets. If we have our look through now. Hugo, why don't you just tell me the key things that stick out, obviously, after today's results for you?
G2 still at the very bottom, 1-8 right now. That is really, really weak from the quote-unquote super team, the French side. And obviously LDLC doing fairly well after that win as well. We do see, obviously, FaZe up there, well, they're called North apparently, but up there in 4th place, which is impressive. So good to see those guys kicking ahead despite that loss there we just saw to LDLC.
Roster changes, eh? This
Org
scene,
changes.
I know, absolute nightmare. But there you have it. Also a spectacular day overall. I think we've seen some pretty great stuff going through. Obviously, none of this would be possible without our sponsors as well. So it's good to see all that support coming together and the support of the fans at home as well. Shout out to you guys for sticking around and watching spectacular games today. But Hugo, any final thoughts as we work our way through that?
No, great games. I think it's going to be an interesting week. We'll obviously be back tomorrow and the day after here at the ESL Pro League for Season 5, so good games ahead.
Yep, it was pretty awesome to see as we worked our way through. Obviously, great results across the board, and any moments that stick out for you as a big play, obviously, apart from the Maniac
well,
clutch.
You've stolen it, Maniac clutch.
Yeah.
Well, not clutch, but yeah, Maniac 3K. Yeah, no, I'm going with that. Biggest play of the night.
Yeah, it was actually pretty huge to see. Everyone popped off, everyone went crazy, and I hope you guys at home enjoyed all the content we dished out to you today. We're sliding it through, me and Hugo, the boys in blue over here on the desk. But do stick around, we'll be back tomorrow with more action here of ESL Pro League Season 5.